Magic City. A 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment shared by several tenants. Qin Jin lives in the second bedroom, steadily broke as ever. The master bedroom is occupied by a mysterious roommate, a woman who wears qipaos, stockings, and high heels. One smile from her fox-like eyes is enough to make anyone's heart flutter. No one knows what she does for a living. No one has figured out her background. And no one has the slightest idea about her romantic past. But today, Qin Jin unlocks an extraordinary trump card, the life rewind system. He can rewind to any point within the past minute or hour and relive it endlessly. At first, he thought the system was simply a way to change his fate and make money like crazy. But when he sees his beautiful roommate returning late at night, reeking of alcohol and hiding countless secrets, he suddenly realizes that perhaps what he wants has never been limited to becoming rich. Son, this girl is really wonderful. You absolutely have to meet her. His mother's earnest nagging came through the phone. Qin Jin helplessly moved the phone a little farther from his ear, feeling a headache coming on. Ever since he turned 30 and entered the age of being a mature bachelor, the pressure from his family to get married had never stopped. In fact, it had become more and more frequent, almost an everyday routine. He had heard the same arguments so many times that he knew them by heart and could practically recite them backward. If you don't get married and have children, who's going to take care of you when you're old and sick? Look at all the people in the village and neighborhood. Who's 30 and still unmarried? You're the only one who thinks you're special. If everyone were like you, humanity would go extinct. That's just irresponsible. Qin Jin closed his eyes and silently counted in his head. 1, 2, 3, 10. Exactly 10 seconds later, he put the phone back to his ear. His mother's energetic voice immediately came through. Son, are you still listening? Before he could answer, another round of nagging began, every sentence reminding him of how he had accomplished nothing despite being over 30. I'm doing all this for your own good. Get married first, then build your career. Once your family life is stable, your career will naturally go more smoothly. Let go of the past and stop being so stubborn. This girl is genuinely outstanding. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow and gave a helpless smile. Rather than argue, he teased her. Mom, you're only in your early 50s. You're still young. Why don't you and Dad have another child? Then maybe you'll stop focusing on me every day. You little brat. Hearing his mother's furious roar through the phone, Qin Jin immediately surrendered. Fine, fine. I'll go. I promise I'll go on the blind date tomorrow. After hanging up, Qin Jin lay flat on his bed and stared at the pale ceiling, his heart filled with complicated emotions. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel guilty. He was over 30, with neither a family nor a successful career. He had spent years obediently working as an office drone, and his life was a complete mess. His mother had even gone so far as to personally register a dating account for him and pretend to be him while chatting with women, worrying herself sick over his marriage. But Qin Jin knew even better that social mobility had become increasingly difficult. For an ordinary person without extraordinary luck, the overwhelming odds were that they would spend their entire lives living an unremarkable existence at the bottom. He had accepted his fate before. But now, everything was different. The next day, Yaxent Western Restaurant. Just after 11 o'clock, Qin Jin arrived for his date, right on time. The restaurant was elegantly decorated, with spotless windows, lush greenery, and a pleasant atmosphere. As usual, he casually scanned the room. Then his gaze suddenly froze. At a nearby table sat a familiar, dark and chubby figure with slick, shiny hair. It was none other than his direct supervisor, Zhang Xuefu. Coincidentally, Zhang Xuefu looked over at him as well, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery and sarcasm. Qin Jin couldn't be bothered with him and turned around, intending to head toward an empty seat in the corner. Hey Qin Jin, you see your boss and don't even say hello? The booming voice instantly drew everyone's attention. One after another, eyes turned toward Qin Jin, making the situation both awkward and glaringly uncomfortable. Qin Jin stopped walking, suppressed his irritation, and turned around. Boss Zhang, what a coincidence. Zhang Xuefu picked up his coffee and took a sip before casually introducing Qin Jin to the woman sitting opposite him, his tone dripping with superiority. This is one of my employees. Then he looked Qin Jin up and down and spoke sarcastically. Having dinner with a friend? Things here aren't cheap. This isn't really a place someone like you should be coming to. The contempt was blatant and completely undisguised. Qin Jin merely curled his lips and replied calmly. No need to worry about me, Boss Zhang. Enjoy your meal. Watching Qin Jin walk away, Zhang Xuefu's expression instantly darkened. He glanced at the blind date woman sitting across from him, whose actual appearance was vastly different from the photo she had sent him, and his mood grew even worse. He secretly decided that he would make sure to teach this disobedient subordinate a good lesson later. Qin Jin had just sat down in the corner when a gentle, sweet female voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Jin?" A faint, pleasant fragrance drifted toward him. The moment Qin Jin looked up, his eyes lit up. The young woman before him had long hair reaching her waist. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a brown short skirt, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. On her feet were nude-colored, pointed-toe lace-up heels. She was tall and slender, with an elegant yet lively air about her. Her looks, figure, and overall presence were all top-notch. The simple white t-shirt accentuated her graceful curves, giving her nearly perfect proportions. Qin Jin estimated that she stood close to 170 centimeters tall. A single thought exploded in his mind. Asterisk, holy crap. I actually hit the jackpot this time. Asterisk. He immediately stood up with a smile. I'm Qin Jin. You must be Ping Ping, right? Please, have a seat. Zhang Pingping gave him a faint smile. She obediently smoothed down her skirt behind her, brought her legs together, and sat down gracefully. She gently placed her handbag beside her, every movement soft and reserved. I'm sorry. Did I keep you waiting? She asked softly. No, not at all. I only got here a little while ago. Qin Jin smiled especially brightly, unable to stop himself from secretly sizing her up. With his discerning eye after all these years, this woman was absolutely top tier. Her looks and figure were both exceptional, giving her an overall score of well above 80 points. Definitely goddess level. After all, for an ordinary person, 60 points was considered passing, 70 was already outstanding, and 80 was enough to surpass the vast majority of people. A goddess with such incredible looks and elegance had actually agreed to go on a blind date, and somehow, she had ended up meeting him? Qin Jin was filled with surprise, while secretly feeling delighted. After they finished ordering, Zhang Pingping picked up her coffee and took a small sip. She looked at Qin Jin seriously. Qin Jin, what kind of plans do you have for our future? I mean, after we get together. Qin Jin was slightly stunned. This is what I was thinking, Zhang Pingping said in an organized manner. Your parents are in Zhengsheng, and you're their only son. So why don't we move back to Zhengsheng and develop our careers there? We could buy a 3-bedroom apartment. 2 bedrooms would be enough, too. Zhengsheng has been developing very well these past few years. It's a great place for a stable life. What do you think? Watching her openly and naturally plan out their future together, Qin Jin felt a mixture of emotions and didn't know how to respond. And just then, bzzzt. His phone suddenly vibrated lightly. Qin Jin lowered his head and noticed a private message notification from a short video platform. He normally just watched videos and admired pretty women. He never chatted privately with strangers. So why had someone sent him a private message? Curious, he opened it. Inside was a screenshot sent by an unfamiliar user. It showed a comment from a netizen whose username was no cilantro. The words were absolutely shocking. Qin Jin's pupils contracted and his blood pressure shot up. I've had 2 abortions and lived with 8 different men. I've dated 19 boyfriends. I'm getting engaged now, but the man I'm marrying knows nothing about my past. The bride price is 290,000 yuan. Just a few short lines contained an outrageous and unbelievable history. Qin Jin felt a tightness in his chest and secretly felt sorry for the unsuspecting man about to get engaged to her. But in the next second, he suddenly realized something. His entire body tensed. Why would a complete stranger send him a screenshot of such a private comment for no reason? Could it be? Chapter 2. A remarkable man begins by mastering time. Qin Jin grew suspicious. He searched for the ID, no love for celery. After finding the account and opening the profile, he took just one glance before freezing completely. This was Zhang Pingping. The woman in the profile background photo looked exactly like Zhang Pingping. A layer of cold sweat immediately broke out across Qin Jin's back. Holy crap, he had nearly become someone else's sucker. With no time to think about anything else, Qin Jin looked up at Zhang Pingping, who was smiling at him, and calmly asked, "Didn't we already discuss the bride price?" "Yeah, 290,000 yuan. 20,000 is compensation for my childhood, 30,000 is the value of my youth, 40,000 is for me as a person, 50,000 is for my personal space, 60,000 is for the cost of separating me from my original family, and 70,000 is compensation for giving birth to your children. As for the gold jewelry, let's just make it 20,000. Zhang Pingping sensed that something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Didn't you think the amount was quite reasonable before?" My mother must have completely lost her mind this time. Qin Jin practically didn't know what to say. Looking at Zhang Pingping again, he suddenly found her incredibly boring. She looked glamorous on the outside, but inside, she was rotten to the core. His gaze drifted downward. Qin Jin suddenly noticed a small purple butterfly tattooed on the outside of Zhang Pingping's right ankle. A vulgar aura seemed to hit him in the face. Oh my god, he really had been completely fooled. Such an obvious red flag, and he hadn't noticed it earlier. What respectable girl gets a tattoo? Right now, he could only see a tiny butterfly. What if he actually married her and later discovered someone else's name tattooed somewhere else on her body? That would be a complete nightmare. Qin Jin didn't dare think about it any further. He was afraid he might lose control, grab the water glass, and smash it straight into Zhang Pingping's head. "Qin Jin, are you okay? Is there something on my face?" "No, there's a pile of shit." "You." Zhang Pingping's expression immediately darkened. She frowned and glared at him angrily. "What exactly do you mean by that? What the hell do you mean? You think I'm some sucker you can take advantage of? Screw you, you filthy woman." Qin Jin cursed without the slightest restraint, and the more he cursed, the angrier he became. "Who are you calling a filthy woman? I advise you to stop talking nonsense. You're the filthy one. Your whole family is filthy. Are you sick or something?" "Heh." Qin Jin sneered. 3 abortions. Lived with 9 different men. Dated 26 boyfriends. Zhang Pingping was left speechless, her eyes wide with shock. She instinctively asked, "How do you know that? Take a guess. What people do, heaven sees. Aren't you afraid heaven will punish you for doing such immoral things? You disgusting man. You psychopath." Zhang Pingping grabbed her handbag and stood up, preparing to leave. Before walking away, she couldn't resist throwing out one last remark. "Letting a disgusting man like you take me off the market is already doing you a favor. You really don't know how to appreciate it." Qin Jin angrily slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He was about to stop her and argue a little more when, coincidentally, a waiter carrying their dishes approached. He instinctively stepped aside. Then he suddenly realized something. "Can we cancel these dishes?" "I'm sorry, sir. All the dishes you ordered have already been put on the stove, and some have even been served. That's not my problem. I only ordered 1 cup of honey pomelo tea. I'll only pay for the drink. Give me the payment QR code." "Sir, if you insist on doing this, we'll have no choice but to call the police." The commotion attracted the attention of many customers around them. People began whispering and pointing toward their table. "I say, Qin Jin, are you trying to dine and dash?" Zhang Xuefu walked over with a smug expression and pointed at Qin Jin as he lectured him. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Hurry up and settle the restaurant bill. If you can't afford a place like this, then don't come here to eat." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and pointed the camera at Qin Jin. "Everyone, come take a look. Qin Jin is trying to dine and dash in a restaurant. What a joke." Judging from his actions, he clearly intended to post the video on his social media, or perhaps send it directly to the company group chat. 3 more waiters came over and blocked both ends of the aisle. "Sir, there are 6 dishes and 2 drinks, for a total of 3,100 yuan. Please settle the bill." Qin Jin cursed himself inwardly for being such an idiot. In the end, he had still fallen into the trap. If he ever got another chance, he swore he would keep his eyes wide open. "Zhang Pingping, you filthy woman. If I ever run into you again, I swear I'll tear you apart." Seeing that there was no way to undo what had happened, Qin Jin helplessly sighed. "Fine, bring out the food. I'll pay after I finish eating." Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly swayed. A violent wave of dizziness and vertigo swept over him. "Huh." Qin Jin shook his head. The inexplicable dizziness had disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Was I feeling unwell? Why did I suddenly get dizzy for no reason? His vision gradually cleared. The windows were spotless, green plants decorated the restaurant, and the interior was elegantly furnished. Wasn't I just about to eat? Then his eyebrows shot up. At a nearby table sat a short, dark, overweight man wearing a blue suit. His hair was slicked back so brightly that it looked as though a dog had licked it. He was staring directly at Qin Jin. "Zhang Xuefu. Hey, Qin Jin. You run into me and don't even say hello? I'm your boss, after all." The words were exactly the same as before. Even his tone hadn't changed in the slightest. Gasp. Qin Jin's eyebrow twitched violently, and every hair on his body stood on end. "Did I just? Rewind time? After a brief moment of silence, Qin Jin suddenly seemed to realize something. He quickly grabbed his phone and glanced at the screen. 10:20 a.m. Phew. Phew phew phew. His deduction had been confirmed. Qin Jin clenched both hands into fists. His breathing grew heavier, and he could no longer suppress the excitement surging through him. Time had really rewound. Asterisk, what the hell is going on? Why did time rewind? And why did it happen to me? Asterisk. Ding. Detected that the host was insulted as a disgusting man. Outstanding gentleman system activated. An outstanding man begins by becoming a master of time. Well then, Qin Jin immediately understood. He had never expected that something straight out of a novel would actually happen in real life. His days of being a nobody were finally over. Ah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, seeing that Qin Jin wasn't responding, Zhang Xuefu mocked him again. What's wrong, Qin Jin? Are you pretending you don't know me now? Qin Jin stared at him expressionlessly. After a full 2 seconds, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, I really didn't expect to run into you wherever I go. He strode over and sat down in the seat beside Zhang Xuefu. Old Kai, how many blind dates has this been now? What number are we at? I feel like your taste is getting worse and worse. What exactly do you mean by that? The woman sitting opposite Zhang Xuefu immediately changed expression. Is there something wrong with you? Do I even know you? How can you talk to people like that? Xiaolin, don't get angry. Zhang Xuefu quickly tried to calm her down. He's a colleague from my company. Not long ago, he competed against me for a position and lost. Now he works under me. He's just bitter about it. Don't pay any attention to him. Then he turned around and glared angrily at Qin Jin. Qin Jin, a man needs to have some dignity. If you lose, you need to accept it. Besides, you failed to get the position because you weren't capable enough. What does that have to do with me? Give me a break. Stop pretending. You and I both know exactly what happened. Qin Jin curled his lips in disdain, his face full of contempt. Zhang Xuefu was on the same project team as him, and both of them were programmers. Not long ago, the project team's original technical supervisor had resigned. The company therefore decided to promote someone from within the team and encouraged everyone to compete for the position. Qin Jin had excellent technical skills, extensive project experience, and good relationships with his colleagues. On top of that, he had previously served as the former technical supervisor's assistant. So logically speaking, he should have been the strongest candidate to take over the position. Yet in the end, Zhang Xuefu was promoted to become the new technical supervisor instead. The entire project team was shocked by the result. Almost anyone had a better chance of becoming the new technical supervisor than Zhang Xuefu. His technical skills were notoriously poor throughout the entire team. He had simply joined the company several years earlier than everyone else, allowing him to muddle his way into his current position. He was always bragging about being a veteran employee. Whenever there was troublesome, exhausting, or difficult work, he pushed it onto others while choosing only the easy tasks for himself. He was an expert at flattering superiors, slacking off, and shifting blame. Losing to someone like that naturally left Qin Jin unwilling to accept it. Anyone with half a brain could tell that this guy must have used some shady tricks behind the scenes. Seeing Zhang Xuefu dressed so formally today, Qin Jin immediately knew he was out on another blind date. Unlike Qin Jin, Zhang Xuefu took blind dates extremely seriously. He dreamed of marrying a beautiful and outstanding woman. His goal was to improve his short, dark, unattractive genes and give his future children a better genetic foundation. Since fate had brought them together today, Qin Jin decided to help him fulfill that wish. Besides, ever since Zhang Xuefu had been promoted to technical supervisor, he had taken great care of Qin Jin. Now it was time for Qin Jin to return the favor. Chapter 3. There's no harm without comparison. Old Kai, guess why I came here today? How the hell would I know? Do whatever you want. I suggest you apologize to Xiaolin. Zhang Xuefu's tone was quite unfriendly. Qin Jin didn't care in the slightest. He smiled and said, Old Kai, I'm here to meet my date too. Just wait until you see what my girlfriend is like. Everyone has their own fate. Just don't get too jealous later, Old Kai. Her name is Xiaolin, right? She's actually pretty easy on the eyes. Old Kai, I think you should just settle for her. People should learn to be content, right? Honestly speaking, Xiaolin would really be lowering herself by being with you. Hearing this, the woman named Xiaolin looked at Qin Jin with slightly warmer eyes. Zhang Xuefu, on the other hand, turned bright red, feeling both embarrassed and humiliated. He hated nothing more than people commenting on his appearance. He was only 167 centimeters tall, and even with shoe inserts, he barely reached 170. Yet he weighed a full 200 pounds. Being short and fat would have been bad enough. But to make matters worse, his skin was extremely dark. He had a broad nose, a large mouth, and a face that was anything but handsome. His appearance and physique were deep, untouchable wounds in his heart. That was precisely why he had always looked after Qin Jin ever since becoming the technical supervisor. Why? Because that kid was both capable and handsome. Why didn't he have a height of 180 centimeters, sharply defined features, and a well-built V-shaped physique? Zhang Xuefu was so jealous that his teeth practically itched. He lowered his voice and said, "You're all talk. Aren't you afraid your back will snap from all that bragging? I'd really like to see just how good your girlfriend is. Don't tell me you're the only one who thinks she's attractive? A toad looking at a frog and thinking it's pretty. Ha!" Qin Jin raised the corner of his mouth and shot back. "What if my girlfriend really is exceptional? Not only beautiful, but with an amazing figure too." "Humph," Zhang Xuefu sneered. "If you can actually find a woman that beautiful, I'll call you dad right now." After a pause, he added, "But only if even I think she's beautiful. Deal? You said it yourself." Qin Jin smiled and lifted his chin. "Look, isn't that her?" Click, click, click. A series of crisp, rhythmic footsteps approached. Following Qin Jin's line of sight, Zhang Xuefu looked over. A woman with shoulder-length hair was walking toward them. She wore a white top paired with a brown short skirt. Her fair, beautiful legs were fully exposed, while a pair of nude-colored lace-up high heels accentuated her graceful figure and elegant charm. Zhang Xuefu was completely stunned. "Qin Jin." "Yes, that's me. You must be Ping Ping, right? Please, have a seat." "Hello, I'm Zhang Ping Ping. I'm really sorry. Did I keep you waiting? I only got here a little while ago." Looking at the beautiful Zhang Ping Ping with her bright eyes and delicate features, Zhang Xuefu felt as though his heartbeat had actually skipped a beat. Then he saw the sweet smile on her face and the gentle, obedient way she behaved around Qin Jin. Zhang Xuefu felt as if an invisible hand were squeezing his heart tightly. "It hurts so much. It feels like a knife cutting into me. Asterisk why? Why is this happening? Asterisk. Asterisk why can a poor guy like Qin Jin get such a gentle and charming girlfriend? I'm better than him in every way. So why can't I? Asterisk. Asterisk this is so unfair. I refuse to accept it. Asterisk." Deep inside, Zhang Xuefu roared silently. He clenched his right fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his teeth nearly grinding themselves bloody. Then he glanced at Xiaolin sitting across from him. Zhang Xuefu furrowed his brows, his heart sinking. In his eyes, the woman sitting before him looked crude and ordinary. She wasn't even worthy of carrying Zhang Pingping's shoes. Asterisk people really do suffer when they compare themselves to others. And when goods are compared, some should simply be thrown away. Asterisk. Let's just leave it at this. We're not suitable for each other, Zhang Xuefu said quietly. Xiaolin had already been furious after noticing Zhang Xuefu staring at another woman without taking his eyes off her. Now, hearing him say that, she immediately exploded. "Bah, Zhang Xuefu, what the hell do you mean? You think I'm not good enough for you? I'm the one who doesn't want you. You look like a damn black bear." After cursing him out, she stood up and walked away. "Hey, old Kai, why did your date leave?" "What date? Don't make things up, Qin Jin. She's just a real estate agent. We met here to discuss some work." Zhang Xuefu hurriedly denied it. Then he forced what he thought was a charming smile and nodded toward Zhang Pingping. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Qin Jin's supervisor. My name is Zhang Xuefu." As he said this, he deliberately stood up and extended his left hand. A gleaming watch appeared on his wrist, the golden crown logo on its dark green dial particularly eye-catching. A Rolex Oyster Perpetual. Zhang Pingping immediately recognized it and estimated that the watch was worth around 50,000 yuan. "Hello, boss. My name is Zhang Pingping." Zhang Pingping extended her hand as well. Their hands met. Being addressed as boss made Zhang Xuefu practically melt with satisfaction. Feeling her soft, fair hand in his, he was so excited that he nearly lost his composure. "Haha, so we have the same surname. Miss Zhang, please have a seat." Zhang Xuefu quickly released her hand and sat back down to hide his awkwardness, but inside, his heart was burning with excitement. "Old Kai, is Pingping beautiful?" "Beautiful. Pretty. Very pretty." Zhang Xuefu unconsciously nodded. He had met more than 100 women through blind dates, but he had never encountered anyone as outstanding as her. Qin Jin smiled. "Then hurry up. I'm waiting." "What? What do you mean? Call me Dad." Qin Jin's expression turned cold as he glanced at him. "What? Going back on your word already? You don't intend to honor the bet?" Zhang Pingping asked in confusion. "What are you two talking about?" Nothing. We were just joking around." Zhang Xuefu quickly explained. Qin Jin, how about this? I'll pay for today's meal. I admit I was ignorant just now. I don't need you to pay. What? Do I look like someone who can't afford a meal? You? Qin Jin, can you grow up a little? I'll pay for the meal today, alright. I already said I don't need it. Call me Dad. If you won't, then get lost. Stop bothering me. Hey. Zhang Xuefu leaned back and crossed one leg over the other. I'm not leaving today. This restaurant doesn't belong to you. What gives you the right to tell me what to do? Idiot. Qin Jin cursed under his breath before turning to Zhang Pingping. Don't mind him. He's just a sore loser. Just then, a waiter approached with a menu. Hello? Would you like to order now? Yes. Qin Jin calmly took the menu and flipped through it. He went from the beginning to the end, then from the end back to the beginning, deliberately taking his time before finally placing his order. Let's start with 2 dishes. If we're still hungry, we'll order more. Uffed. Zhang Xuefu immediately burst out laughing beside him. Ha ha ha. Qin Jin, aren't you embarrassed? You're unbelievable. It's your first time meeting someone on a date, and you only order 2 dishes? And your date is such a beautiful woman. My God, I've really learned something today. You're unbelievably stingy. To describe you with a saying from my hometown, there couldn't be a more fitting one. I bet you'd even refuse to use toilet paper when you go to the bathroom. Ah. Even the waiter couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing that. Qin Jin flew into a rage. Get lost. Wastefulness is shameful. We should cherish our food. Ha ha ha. Cherish your food? Then you might as well buy 2 steamed buns and gnaw on those. You're just stingy, yet you keep making excuses. Enough, enough. I'll pay for today's meal. Zhang Xuefu stood up, walked around the table, and sat down beside Qin Jin. Chapter 4. If you're so capable, you pay the bill. Huh. Qin Jin noticed that Zhang Xuefu had actually pulled up a chair and sat down right beside him. His temper immediately flared. What the hell do you think you're doing? Can't you see I'm meeting someone? Why are you barging in? Are you deliberately trying to ruin things for me? I'm warning you, don't come here looking for trouble. Zhang Xuefu smiled. Qin Jin, I figured you out. Not only are you stingy, you're narrow-minded too. I've gotten to know Pingping today as well. And we even share the same surname. What's wrong with me treating her to a meal? A meal? Is that against the rules? You have your date, and I won't interfere. Relax. Look at you being so petty. As he spoke, he shook his head. Then Zhang Xuefu casually tugged at his sleeve, deliberately revealing his Rolex. Waiter, bring us another menu. Taking the new menu from the waiter, he quickly scribbled down his orders. Today is my first time meeting Pingping, so we need to make it a proper occasion. Bring us 10 dishes. 10 represents perfection. Ha ha. Pingping. How about we open a bottle of red wine too? Zhang Pingping glanced at Qin Jin before smiling gently. I'm fine either way. Great, then bring us a bottle. Zhang Xuefu handed the menu back to the waiter. Please serve the dishes quickly. Of course, sir. The waiter happily took the order and left. Then Zhang Xuefu turned back toward Zhang Pingping and smiled with narrowed eyes. Pingping, today is your first time meeting Qin Jin, right? Yes, that's right. Zhang Pingping nodded. Oh, that's wonderful. Ha ha. After hearing Zhang Pingping confirm it herself, Zhang Xuefu immediately grinned from ear to ear. Then you two can chat. I absolutely won't disturb you. But inside, he was already celebrating wildly. It was their first meeting. That meant they definitely didn't have much of a relationship, let alone any emotional foundation. In other words, not only was he not out of the running, he actually had a huge opportunity. With that thought, Zhang Xuefu became incredibly excited. In his eyes, he and Qin Jin were now standing on exactly the same starting line. If you work hard enough, there's no wall you can't tear down. Besides, Qin Jin was an idiot. Who could possibly be this stingy on a first date? Especially when his date was such a beautiful woman. With such a miserly attitude, how could he possibly win a woman's heart? What a fool. No wonder he had been at the company for so long. Despite being capable and doing plenty of work, he had never managed to rise to the position of technical director. Wonderful, wonderful. With that in mind, Zhang Xuefu felt his chances of winning had increased by another 20%. He began imagining himself winning the beauty's heart, while Qin Jin sat crying miserably in some corner. The sheer delight he felt was beyond words. Hearing Zhang Xuefu say this, Zhang Pingping blinked and smiled sweetly. Thank you, boss. Don't mention it. It's just a meal. How much could it possibly cost? Zhang Xuefu waved his hand generously. Pingping, just call me by my name. Calling me boss sounds too formal. That's what people at the company call me. Xiao Zhao can call me that, but you're not an employee at our company. Our company. Hearing those words, Zhang Pingping's eyes flickered. She pretended to be interested and asked, "Is Brother Kai the owner of the company?" Zhang Xuefu was just about to answer when Qin Jin curled his lips and said dismissively, "You're giving him too much credit. Do you think just anyone can own a company? At most, he's a technical director at our workplace. What's wrong with being a technical director? That still makes him a middle-level manager." Zhang Xuefu fiddled with the Rolex on his wrist, looking rather pleased with himself. "Besides, our company is quite well known in the industry. It's a sizable operation. Even though I'm only middle management, my income is no lower than that of people who run small businesses of their own. What are you showing off for?" Qin Jin sneered. "So what if you're so capable? You're still a bachelor, aren't you? You've been on hundreds of blind dates. Have you ever met anyone prettier than Pingping? He's unmarried. And he's been on hundreds of blind dates?" Zhang Pingping's eyes flickered slightly. So he must really want to settle down. Although Qin Jin had exposed his personal details, Zhang Xuefu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. "That's nothing. If anything, I think I'm pretty lucky. Fortunately, I'm still single." As he said this, his eyes never left Zhang Pingping. Zhang Pingping smiled politely and turned her face away. That slightly bashful expression made Zhang Xuefu's heart race. His entire body felt weak, as though half of his soul had already left him. The restaurant served the food very quickly. After only a few more minutes of conversation, all the dishes arrived. 10 dishes filled the entire table, making the meal look incredibly lavish. There was Australian lobster prepared 3 ways, steamed grouper, baked crab meat, an Oriental Pearl Towers specialty dish, tomahawk steak, and more. Qin Jin was delighted. Old Kai really is willing to spend money. Looks like he's genuinely fallen for Zhang Pingping. Pingping, dig in. Since someone is so eager to pay for our meal, there's no reason to hold back. Let's eat. Qin Jin picked up his chopsticks and immediately began eating heartily without the slightest hesitation. Watching this, Zhang Xuefu secretly rejoiced. Taking advantage of every little bargain is such a turn-off. Qin Jin, you really are an idiot. With your social skills, you still expect to find a wife? Maybe in your next life. Zhang Xuefu smiled and raised his wine glass. Pingping, shall we have a toast? I'm really happy to meet you today. Oh sure. Zhang Pingping picked up her glass and lightly clinked it against his. To be honest, Zhang Xuefu still hadn't really caught her attention. The biggest problem was his appearance. Not only was he unattractive, he was short and dark-skinned as well. Compared with Qin Jin, the difference was simply like a roasted duck next to a swan. The reason she had been willing to chat with Qin Jin online for so long was because she had seen his photo, and the man in the photo was extremely handsome. On top of that, he had agreed to all the marriage requirements she had laid out. That was why Zhang Pingping had finally decided to meet him in person. As long as he didn't look drastically different from his photo and was still willing to accept all her marriage requirements, she would agree to marry him. Therefore, after putting down her wine glass and casually eating a little, she looked at Qin Jin. Qin Jin, tell me about your plans for the future. Plans? Qin Jin looked up after finishing half a lobster, his expression confused. I don't really have any plans. Ahem. Under the table, Zhang Xuefu's left hand was desperately pinching his own thigh as he struggled to keep himself from laughing. This idiot. Zhang Pingping tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then suppose we get married. We'll have to buy a house, right? Where are you planning to buy one? My thinking is this. Your parents are both in Zhengcheng, and you're an only child. Why don't we just move back to Zhengcheng and buy a 3-bedroom apartment? 2 bedrooms would be fine too. I looked it up online. Zhengcheng has been developing really well these past few years. What do you think? Zhang Xuefu's right hand also slipped beneath the table and squeezed his thigh hard. His heart was bleeding. Asterisk, how can there be such a sensible, capable, and family-oriented woman? Woman? Asterisk. Asterisk, how did Qin Jin end up meeting someone like her? Asterisk. A girl as wonderful as Zhang Pingping. I have to get her. I'll do whatever it takes to win her over. Just as Zhang Xuefu was secretly making up his mind, Qin Jin smiled and shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. Why do we have to buy a house? Isn't renting perfectly fine? I have no plans to buy a house. Property prices are completely inflated these days. I'm not going to be the sucker who pays that kind of money. Then are we supposed to rent for the rest of our lives? Zhang Pingping's expression instantly became extremely unpleasant. Qin Jin nodded. Zhang Pingping's brows furrowed tightly, and her face darkened like the bottom of a cooking pot. Oh, and there's also the bride price. It's way too much. The bride price? Didn't you agree to it before? I thought about it after I went home, and I really can't accept it. 290,000 yuan. Are you made of gold? As he said this, Qin Jin ate another half of the grouper, speaking without letting his meal slow him down in the slightest. Zhang Xuefu was practically ecstatic. The more he listened, the more excited he became. At this point, he could no longer hold himself back. Bang! He slammed his palm heavily onto the table. Xiao Zhao, you're going too far. Is 290,000 yuan really that much for a bride price? She's such a wonderful woman. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and most importantly, she knows how to manage a household. Is asking for 290,000 yuan really unreasonable? It's not much at all. It's completely reasonable. Besides, this woman is marrying you and doesn't even have a place to live. She'd have to rent a place with you. How can you live with yourself? Don't you have a conscience? Uft. Qin Jin spat out the lobster shell in his mouth and stared coldly at him. What are you pretending to be a good guy for? If you're so generous, why don't you pay the bride price yourself? Go ahead and buy the house. Chapter 5. Marrying this woman would be a complete waste of ginseng. Fine. I'll pay the money, and I'll buy the things too. Zhang Xuefu thrust out his chest, his face flushed bright red. His voice was full of determination and generosity, leaving no room for argument. Then he turned toward Zhang Pingping, and his tone instantly became gentle. Pingping, the first moment I saw you today. At that very moment, I felt as though I had glimpsed eternity. Your arrival was like a ray of warm sunlight shining into my otherwise dull and monotonous life. Your smile was like a star-filled night sky, something I could never forget. This must be heaven bringing us together. This is exactly the kind of fate I've always longed for. By the end of his speech, Zhang Xuefu's eyes had even reddened, his face filled with sincere emotion. Pingping, I'm willing to give you a bride price of 290,000 yuan. I'm willing to buy you a house. Will you agree to be my girlfriend? Slap. Qin Jin slammed his chopsticks onto the table and pointed straight at Zhang Xuefu's nose. You bastard. Are you tired of living? You dare steal my date right in front of me. Xiao Zhao, that's not very reasonable of you. Zhang Xuefu retorted confidently. Pingping is meeting you for the first time today. You two aren't even a couple yet. How can this be considered stealing your girl? Besides, you don't want to pay the bride price or buy her a house. Are you going to stop someone else from being willing to do it? There's no reasoning with someone like you. A wonderful woman deserves to be pursued. I've fallen for Pingping and want to pursue her. What's wrong with that? You two aren't married, and you aren't even in a relationship. I have every right to pursue her. Even if you call the police right now, I'd still have nothing to be ashamed of. Qin Jin was furious, his eyes bloodshot. He sucked in a breath and sneered. Heh, anyone can make empty promises. And you're talking about buying a house? Do you think houses in Magic City are something you can just buy whenever you feel like it? Zhang Xuefu, if you really had that kind of ability, would you still be single at your age? Pingping, you'd better keep your eyes open. Don't let some guy with ulterior motives fool you. I think he's only interested in your body. He just wants to have some fun with you. Zhang Pingping looked uncertainly at Zhang Xuefu, but didn't say anything. Zhang Xuefu's heart tightened. He gritted his teeth and said, Pingping, every single word I've said comes straight from my heart. There isn't a single lie. If you still doubt me, I can take you to buy the 3 golds right now. I have enough money for the bride price too. I can show you my bank balance and prove that I have 290,000 yuan. As for the house, you don't need to worry about that either. My family back home owns 2 properties. As long as you're willing to be with me, I'll have my parents sell the houses back home. Combined with my own savings, we can buy a smaller apartment in the new district. Pingping. The emotion in his voice made Zhang Pingping's eyelashes tremble slightly. You really mean all that? Look, this is my bank balance. Zhang Xuefu swiftly unlocked his phone, opened his China Merchants Bank app, and displayed his account balance. 403, 800 yuan. Zhang Pingping pressed her lips together lightly, and her thoughts began racing. If Zhang Xuefu really could fulfill all the promises he had just made, perhaps being with him wasn't such a bad idea after all. He was a supervisor at a major corporation. Even if married life turned out badly, the worst-case scenario would simply be getting divorced. In that case, she could at least get half a house, plus the bride price and gold jewelry. Altogether, that could easily amount to more than 300,000 yuan. No matter how she calculated it, she wouldn't lose out. No, wait. She should demand the 5 golds. With his unfortunate appearance, marrying him would already mean she was lowering herself. She absolutely had to make him spend more money on her. With that thought, a hesitant expression appeared on Zhang Pingping's face. She looked at Zhang Xuefu, then turned her gaze toward Qin Jin. Qin Jin, does that mean you're also taking back your earlier promise to buy me the 3 golds? Zhang Xuefu's entire body jolted. He immediately shouted, "Ping Ping, I'll buy you the 5 golds. Everyone gets the 5 golds nowadays. The 3 golds are already outdated. Let's go pick them out right now. You really will buy them for me?" "Of course. Once we finish eating, we'll go." "Ping Ping, how could I possibly lie to you?" Zhang Xuefu slapped his chest repeatedly, making loud thump, thump sounds. He looked almost like a black gorilla. "Fine." Zhang Pingping gave Qin Jin a cold glance and deliberately spoke as though she were trying to provoke him. "Then I agree." "Wahaha. Aha." Zhang Xuefu finally lost control and burst into hysterical laughter. He even stood up and waved his arms around excitedly. He simply couldn't hold it in anymore. He really, truly couldn't hold it in. "My God. Asterisk, today must be my lucky day. It's like the god of fortune himself has blessed me. Asterisk. I never even dreamed I could get such an amazing girlfriend. Heaven really has treated me well. Asterisk, Qin Jin, you're such a good person. I'm so grateful to you. Asterisk. I'll definitely arrange another round of overtime for you sometime. Zhang Pingping. Don't come crying to me someday when you regret this." Xiao Zhao. If Pingping stayed with you, that's when she'd regret it for the rest of her life. I can guarantee her a lifetime of happiness. "Fine. We'll see about that. Hey, you're leaving already? I'm going to take Pingping to pick out the 5 golds later. Xiao Zhao, why don't you come along and help us check the quality?" Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao. Gee hee. The moment Qin Jin got into the car, he collapsed onto the seat, his entire body trembling. Strange, intermittent sounds escaped from his throat. The driver was badly startled. "Brother, are you okay? Should I call 120 for you?" Gee. "Brother, hang in there. I'll call." No, it's fine. I'm perfectly okay. I just did a great good deed, and I'm so happy that I can't control myself. Just drive." The driver, who had already started dialing 120, stopped. After repeatedly asking Qin Jin if he was really all right, the driver finally started the car, though he kept glancing at the rearview mirror along the way, afraid Qin Jin might have another episode. As for the driver's behavior, Qin Jin didn't want to explain. How could he possibly explain it? He couldn't exactly tell the man that he had just brought together a match made in heaven. Could he? A woman like Zhang Pingping absolutely couldn't be allowed to get away with what she had done. By the same logic, a despicable man like Zhang Xuefu absolutely couldn't be allowed to have things go smoothly either. A decent, honest person wasn't someone you could bully at will, and a subordinate wasn't someone you could manipulate however you pleased. You want to scheme against me? And you even dared to steal my date right in front of me? Heh, just wait. I'll prepare a nice little gift for both of you in the near future. Qin Jin walked briskly toward his rented apartment. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze froze. He even forgot to breathe. A woman wearing a pale cyan qipaos was standing sideways with her back partly toward the entrance. One hand rested against the wall, while the other held her handbag as she changed her shoes. She slowly bent down. The elegant curve of her back and the subtle lift of her hips formed a striking contrast with her slender waist. The graceful lines created a breathtaking silhouette, every curve appearing smooth and supple. Her right foot lifted lightly, causing her pink slipper to slip off. A small, delicate foot emerged, fair and smooth. Through the sheer nude stockings, 5 faintly green-painted toenails could be seen. It looked so soft and delicate that one could almost imagine the silky texture of it with the slightest touch. As she bent down, her long hair fell from her shoulders, partially obscuring her face and adding even more mystery and allure to her appearance. I wonder how smooth it would feel to touch. The thought involuntarily surfaced in Qin Jin's mind. "I'm back." Sun Yan finished changing her shoes and turned around to greet Qin Jin. Her full appearance was now completely revealed. She had a classic oval face, skin as fair as snow, and full lips that looked almost as though they could be squeezed to release water. But what truly captivated the eye was her pair of beautiful eyes. They were large yet slightly narrow, with naturally upturned outer corners. They were classic fox eyes, always carrying a faint, teasing smile that radiated irresistible charm. A pair of cyan high heels on her feet made her already impressive height exceed 170 centimeters. Her figure was graceful, her posture elegant. Just standing there, she possessed an astonishing presence. Qin Jin smiled and nodded. "Yeah, are you heading out?" Sun Yan replied softly. The clicking of her high heels echoed as she walked toward the door. Bang! The door closed behind her. Qin Jin took a deep breath. The air was still filled with her fragrance. Seductive without being vulgar, charming without being tacky. This was his roommate, Sun Yan. Her age? Unknown. Her job? Unknown. Her romantic history? Unknown. Estimated cup size, C. Overall score, 90. According to Qin Jin's rating system, 70 points was good, 80 was outstanding, and 90 was absolute perfection. Sun Yan was one of the very few women he considered a true goddess. If I married a woman like her, even a lifetime supply of ginseng wouldn't be enough. Hashtag Chapter 6. This system is seriously awesome. Life in a major city like Magic City was far from easy. Even in the suburbs away from the city center, renting a one-bedroom apartment could easily cost at least 3,000 yuan a month. But living that far out made commuting extremely inconvenient. As a grown man, Qin Jin didn't have particularly high requirements for his living arrangements. As long as he had somewhere to lie down and get a quiet night's sleep, he was satisfied. So he found a shared apartment near his company. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. He rented one of the smaller bedrooms for 1,500 yuan a month. Sun Yan occupied the master bedroom, which also came with a large balcony. Her rent was 2,200 yuan a month. That was simply the going rental rate in central Magic City, and they were living in an old residential complex with fairly ordinary interior decoration. For a slightly better neighborhood, a single secondary bedroom would cost at least 2,000 yuan a month. Qin Jin and Sun Yan were nothing more than ordinary roommates. Whenever they happened to run into each other, they would nod or exchange a brief greeting, and that was about it. They hadn't even added each other on WeChat. Still, although they weren't close, having a top-tier beauty living right next door meant Qin Jin occasionally got to see her. Qin Jin thought that was pretty nice. At least he could feast his eyes every now and then, right? Admittedly, that thought was pretty pathetic. But what could he do? That was simply his current situation. Qin Jin felt that there was a saying that described it perfectly. A goddess in the eyes of a loser is often just a woman some rich man has already grown tired of. That was the brutal reality. But reality was reality. What could an ordinary guy like him do about it? However, things were different now. Qin Jin felt that his luck had finally turned around. He now possessed the capital to enter the ranks of the wealthy, and might even have a chance to become one of the top figures among them. System. After returning to his room, Qin Jin sat down on the bed and immediately called out to the system in his mind. As soon as the thought appeared, a flash of light passed before his eyes, and a pale blue holographic screen appeared in front of him. Qin Jin instantly became excited. He finally had time to properly examine this system. Back at the restaurant, he'd been holding himself back the entire time. At the very top center of the pale blue screen was a line of text. Life Rewind System. Below the text was a huge circular dial displaying several digits. Midnight. On both sides of the large dial, countless blue particles and beams of light radiated outward. Above one of the beams on the left was a glowing little square that looked like an interactive button. Inside the square was a single character. Back. In the lower right corner of the screen were 2 additional lines of text. High quality man, 1. Happiness points, 0 out of 10. Other than that, there was nothing else on the interface. Qin Jin carefully examined it for quite a while before suddenly realizing that the entire blue interface was actually shaped like a wristwatch. It was simply in an expanded mode at the moment. After thinking it over for a while, Qin Jin roughly understood some of its functions. High Quality Man was probably the name of the system. The back button on the left was obviously the function that allowed him to turn back time. In other words, rewind time. The icon was currently lit up, which meant the function was active and could be used at any time. As for the 2 lines of text in the lower right corner, those were even easier to understand. High Quality Man was most likely the system's level, currently level 1. And happiness points were probably the experience points required to increase the system's level. The current 0 out of 10 meant he needed another 10 points of experience to level up. As for the midnight, displayed in the center of the dial, Qin Jin guessed that it represented the amount of time available to him. The total amount of time he could rewind. Right now it was 0, which meant he temporarily couldn't rewind time again. Rewind time. He tried issuing the command mentally. Ding. The system is currently in its cooldown period. This function cannot be activated, just as he thought. Qin Jin immediately asked, how long is the cooldown? At midnight every day, the system's cooldown will automatically reset and grant the host 1 hour of controllable rewind time. System. Does that mean I just rewound time by exactly 1 hour? Correct. Asterisk, so can I only rewind 1 hour each time? Or can I decide how far back to rewind? Asterisk. The duration can be freely adjusted. Can I rewind just 1 second at a time? Yes. Is there a limit to how many times I can use it in a single day? No. Asterisk, so I have a total of 1 hour of rewind time. If I want, I can rewind 1 second at a time and use it a total of 3,600 times. Asterisk. Correct. Asterisk awesome. Asterisk. Qin Jin was secretly thrilled. This made the system far more flexible, giving him much more room to maneuver and allowing him to deal with all kinds of situations. This system is seriously awesome. Okay, one last question. System, what exactly are happiness points, and how do I earn them? A high-quality man should always be happy. Experiencing happiness will increase your happiness points by 1. That was basically the same as saying nothing. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow and asked it to be more specific. Please discover it yourself, host. Qin Jin was momentarily speechless. He lay down on the bed and pondered for a long time. Before long, his mind returned to the message the system had given him when it first activated. A high-quality man starts by becoming a master of time management. A high-quality man has ambitions that reach in every direction. Tear Balenciaga with his bare hands, carry Valentino on his shoulders, drive with twin ponytails whipping in the wind, race through the Norwegian forest, and explore Victoria's Secret. Qin Jin repeatedly mulled over those sentences. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, asterisk, so that's what it means. That's what it's talking about. Asterisk. Asterisk, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Asterisk. He couldn't help nodding repeatedly. The system was absolutely right. A high-quality man really should live a happy life. Just as Qin Jin was lying on the bed fantasizing about his wonderful future, his phone suddenly buzzed. He casually picked it up and glanced at the screen. Someone was looking for him in the company group chat. Shun Hui at Qin Jin. Old Qin, are you hiding in the bathroom crying your eyes out yet? Qin Jin froze for a moment before looking at the name of the group chat. Happy Break Room. This was the project team's casual chat group at the company. It was basically where everyone joked around and complained about work. Shun Hui was also a colleague from the technical department. What the hell does he mean by that? Qin Jin began scrolling upward through the chat history. Only then did he realize that the group had already exploded with activity. There were hundreds of new messages. He scrolled all the way back to the beginning and finally figured out what had happened. 3 o'clock that afternoon. Shun Hui at Zhang Xuefu. Brother Bo, congratulations. You quietly landed such a beautiful girlfriend without telling anyone. Impressive, asterisk asterisk. Shun Hui. Brother Bo, teach us your secrets sometime? Bring your little brother along too. The previously quiet group chat immediately became lively. Zheng Haonan, what happened? Shun Hui. Go check Brother Bo's moments. Zheng Haonan. Holy crap. Brother Bo is amazing. Brother Bo is badass. Sister-in-law is absolutely gorgeous. I'm seriously jealous. Their excited messages immediately attracted several lurkers, who rushed to check Zhang Xuefu's moments. Before long, someone posted screenshots in the group. In the screenshots, Zhang Xuefu and Zhang Pingping were standing together, forming a heart shape with their hands. Zhang Xuefu was grinning from ear to ear, while Zhang Pingping's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. Soon, more screenshots followed. 1, 2, 3. There were 9 pictures in total. Some showed the two of them holding hands. Others showed them embracing. There were also close-up shots of a gold ring, gold bracelet, gold necklace, gold pendant, and gold earrings. Zhang Pingping, whose looks Qin Jin had rated at 83 points, was indeed exceptionally attractive. And one of the photos was even a half-body close-up. Her impressive figure was the most convincing evidence of all. The group chat instantly exploded. A whole bunch of technically minded single men became wildly excited. Just then, Zhang Xuefu himself appeared. Zhang Xuefu. I really have to thank Qin Jin for this. If he hadn't gone on a blind date with Pingping today, I never would have had the chance to meet her. Asterisk asterisk. Zhang Xuefu. Little Qin, don't worry. I'll definitely treat Pingping twice as well as I treat anyone else. I'd like to invite you to our wedding right here and now. When the day comes, Pingping and I will personally toast you. The entire group chat was completely blown apart. Hashtag chapter 7. Bro, I have to hand it to you. That fetish of yours is something else. He actually stole someone else's blind date partner? The group chat exploded instantly. Some people admitted they were jealous, saying that if they encountered a woman that beautiful, they would absolutely try to win her over too. What was a country and career compared to a beautiful wife? Others were simply there to watch the drama, flooding the chat with comments like, asterisk, damn, that's impressive. Asterisk and asterisk, what a move. Asterisk, they were clearly enjoying the spectacle and marveling at what they were seeing. Of course, there were also people who looked down on him. Feng Shiju. He stole someone else's date and still has the nerve to brag about it. What shamelessness. Jiang Bo. A tree without bark will die. A man without shame is invincible. Don't you know that? Qin Jin couldn't help laughing as he read the messages. Looks like buying you guys meals all those times wasn't a waste after all. This was a proper meal, too, the kind you could actually eat. Spicy fried chicken. However, their support was quickly drowned out by even more people joining in to watch the drama. Buzz. A WeChat message from Feng Shiju popped up. Boss, what are you doing? Check the company group chat ASAP. It's urgent. Boss, are you okay? Whatever you do, stay rational. Calm down, calm down. As soon as Feng Shiju's message arrived, another one came from Jiang Bo. Bro, Zhang Xuefu said in the group chat that he stole your woman. Is that true? Reply immediately when you see this. Qin Jin casually replied. Be precise with your wording. She was just a blind date, not my wife or anything. With Zhang Pingping's looks, she's still far from qualified to be my wife. Jiang Bo. So it really happened? Holy crap. That bastard is asking for trouble, isn't he? Jiang Bo. Just say the word. How do you want to deal with him? Jiang Bo. How about I get someone to make some fake nude photos of that bastard, then create some deep fake videos, and send everything to Zhang Pingping? We can break those two up. My God. Qin Jin almost cursed it out loud. It had taken him quite a bit of effort to bring those two together, and this guy actually wanted to break them up. Asterisk, are you a spy sent by those two? Asterisk. Jiang Bo. Forget it, forget it. Stay out of this. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Bo. After that, Qin Jin replied to Feng Shiju as well, saying roughly the same thing. He finally managed to calm both of them down. Just as he was about to check the group chat again, Jiang Bo sent another message. Jiang Bo. Bro, don't tell me you're actually into that kind of thing? I really didn't realize you were hiding it this deep. You're definitely my friend from now on. Several black lines instantly appeared across Qin Jin's forehead. Get lost. Qin Jin opened the company group chat again. Zhang Xuefu, Shen Hui, and Zheng Haonan were still chatting enthusiastically. Shen Hui and Zheng Haonan had even volunteered to be Zhang Xuefu's groomsmen. While volunteering, they didn't forget to take a few jabs at Qin Jin. Shen Hui, I wonder if Qin Jin will actually show up at the wedding. Zheng Haonan, if it were me, I'd definitely stay home. Watching a woman that gorgeous become someone else's bride? Who could handle that? Shen Hui, true. Maybe he's hiding under his blanket, crying right now. Asterisk asterisk. The corners of Qin Jin's mouth curled upward. His fingers quickly tapped across the screen. Congratulations, I love joining in the fun and drinking wedding wine. I'm not that petty. It's just one woman. There's nothing to be hung up over. The more colorful the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. I'd advise certain people not to celebrate too early. It's still anyone's game. He sent all 3 messages in succession. The moment he appeared, the group chat became even livelier. Shen Hui, yo? Qin Jin finally finished crying. Haha. Can I take this as you pretending to be tough to save face? Kai Jun, respect. Brother Qin is a real gentleman. What tolerance? Liang Hongwei. Well said, Brother Qin. There are plenty of beautiful girls out there. The next one might be even better. You know what I mean. Luo Lingling. Brother Qin, don't be sad. I'll introduce you to one of my girlfriends sometime. Within less than a minute, dozens of messages flooded the screen. About 2/3 of them were encouraging and comforting him. Some people even invited him out for a meal. Qin Jin felt warm inside. At least this proved that his relationships with his colleagues weren't bad. He wasn't as much of a failure as he had thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuefu was drinking milk tea with Zhang Pingping. When he saw Qin Jin's messages in the group, he grinned and handed his phone to Zhang Pingping. Pingping, look at this. Qin Jin is throwing a tantrum in the company group. Guys like him have really twisted personalities. They simply can't stand seeing other people doing better than them. Think about it. If you really ended up with someone like that, do you think you'd be happy living with him? People like this have mental issues. They're especially prone to doing stupid things. A lot of those domestic abusers you hear about are exactly this type of man. Thank goodness you made the smart choice. Otherwise, you'd have plenty of tears to shed in the future. Zhang Pingping leaned over and glanced at the screen. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she soon smiled gently. She reached out and lightly patted Zhang Xuefu's arm. Oh, come on, why are you still bringing that up? I'm already your girlfriend now. I know you're the best. A woman who had dated 26 men really wasn't an amateur when it came to playing this game. A few sentences, a small gesture, and a single glance were enough to leave Zhang Xuefu completely enchanted. His mind was clouded with infatuation, and he was basking in triumph. Zhang Xuefu grabbed Zhang Pingping's hand. Her hand was fair, soft, delicate, and slender. He couldn't help gently stroking it, his heart practically bursting with happiness. Didn't Qin Jin desperately want us to fail? Then I'll make him jealous. Pingping, the day after tomorrow is Sunday. How about I take you home to meet my parents? After you've met my parents, you can take me to meet your parents. Then we'll hurry up and get the wedding arranged. How does that sound? Zhang Pingping's eyes shifted slightly, and she hesitated. Isn't that a little too fast? Fast. Zhang Xuefu shook his head repeatedly. When fate arrives, everything happens quickly. Pingping, haven't we already bought the 5-piece gold jewelry set? I'm genuinely serious about you. But aren't we still missing the house? Of course. I have to take you back to my hometown first so my parents can meet you. Once they know I've found someone, we can sell the houses back home and use the money for a down payment on a place in Magic City. Oh, all right then. Zhang Pingping finally nodded. Then she said seriously, in that case, let's keep shopping later. I'll pick out some gifts for your parents. But let's make one thing clear first. I'll pay for the gifts myself. Myself. Ha! Zhang Xuefu was overjoyed. My wonderful wife-to-be, you're amazing. I must have done countless good deeds in my previous life to meet such a virtuous and wonderful wife. Zhang Pingping slightly pursed her red lips and shot him a flirtatious glance, pretending to be shy and annoyed. Look at you. Hee. Zhang Xuefu was already completely lost in bliss. Still, he didn't forget to fire one last shot back into the group chat. Little Qin, don't worry. I'll definitely be the one laughing last. After sending the message, he put his arm around Zhang Pingping and took an intimate selfie with their faces pressed together. Then he directly posted the photo in the group chat. After that, the two continued shopping at the mall. After making his appearance in the group chat, Qin Jin opened his laptop, launched an Android emulator, and opened Douyin. He casually created an account, logged in, and searched for the user Don't Love Celery. He went through everything from the background image on the user's profile to her posts. Eventually, he even located the exact comment she had left, as well as the video she had commented on. From beginning to end, he recorded and copied everything without missing a single detail. After finishing that, he opened a programmer forum and began searching for the web crawling software he needed. The online world might be intangible, but it always leaves traces. Qin Jin planned to gather as much hard evidence and incriminating material as possible. When the time came, he would drop something truly explosive. Hashtag Chapter 8. Her secret side hustle. There had never been a place in Qin Jin's personality for enduring humiliation or turning the other cheek. Responding to malice with kindness was never his way of doing things. He believed in an eye for an eye and paying people back double. He firmly agreed with an old saying. A true gentleman can wait 10 years to get his revenge. When he was young, an older student once blocked his way home from school and demanded his pocket money. Afraid of getting beaten up, Qin Jin handed it over. The very next afternoon, during the last class of the day, he pretended to have a stomachache and quietly slipped away to the school's bicycle shed. He found the student's bicycle and punctured both tires several times. He didn't simply let the air out. He actually stabbed holes straight through them. And that wasn't the end of it. The following day, as soon as he got home from school, he told his father everything that had happened and asked him to report it to the police, which caused quite a commotion in the other student's family. In the end, the student and his family apologized to Qin Jin's family and returned the money. But even then, it still wasn't over. From that day onward, that student's bicycle frequently developed problems. Sometimes someone would puncture the tires, and sometimes something would mysteriously be shoved into the lock cylinder. Every time his bicycle broke down, his parents would beat him when he got home. Eventually, he gave up riding altogether and walked to and from school every day. Only then did the matter finally die down. So now, Zhang Pingping had schemed to turn him into a sucker, while Zhang Xuefu had openly tried to steal his blind date right in front of him. Afterward, he had even made snide remarks about Qin Jin in the group chat. This score was nowhere near settled. There was no need to rush. Qin Jin had plenty of time to slowly wear them down. Qin Jin searched around online and found a tech expert. Without putting in too much effort, he managed to obtain Zhang Pingping's hotel check-in records. As expected of a woman who had dated 26 men, her hotel records were practically a complete catalog. There were more than 1,000 entries. Next, he used some specialized technical methods to search for Zhang Pingping's accounts across various social platforms. After screening them one by one, he unexpectedly discovered that she also had an account on Little Blue Bird. Now this was getting interesting. Could she really be doing some kind of suggestive content side hustle to make a little extra money? Qin Jin skillfully bypassed the network restrictions, opened his browser, logged into his own Little Blue Bird account, and searched her name. Sure enough, he found Zhang Pingping's page. Entry fee, 99. There are surprises inside. 188 for an in-person meeting. Sponsors may make requests. Today's outfit. Repost for a chance to win one. Everyone, what do you think of this outfit? Anyone interested? My God. Qin Jin's eyes nearly popped out. It was exactly as he had guessed. Zhang Pingping really was running a side business to increase her income. She sold used clothing, high heels, and stockings. Judging from the way she advertised herself, if a wealthy customer was generous enough, she could even provide services nationwide. Tisk. No wonder she could afford a designer bag from Donkey brand. Although the woman in the videos wore a mask, her distinctive eyes made it easy to identify her as Zhang Pingping herself. Now that he had videos showing the actual person, the evidence carried even more weight. The impact would definitely be tremendous. Qin Jin happily saved the evidence while browsing Zhang Pingping's various posts. During that time, his mother called him on video chat, asking whether he had met Zhang Pingping, what he thought of her, and whether she was as attractive in person as she appeared online. Without saying a word, Qin Jin simply selected a few things from the hotel records, videos, and photos and sent them to her. There was no response from his mother for a long time. Clearly, she had been completely stunned by what she saw. Qin Jin sent another message. Mom, I really have to thank you. I know you're doing this for my own good, but young women nowadays are better at disguising themselves than ever. You can't tell what their private lives are really like. ***. Please don't bother introducing women to me anymore. I'll handle this myself from now on. ***. Just think about it. If I hadn't been careful enough to see through her this time, and had actually married a woman like that. ***. Think about what my life would have been like afterward. Mom, surely you don't want to become the mother-in-law of a woman with such questionable behavior, right? After he sent the message, there was silence for a full half hour. Finally, Xiaolan replied with just 3 words. I won't worry anymore. Seeing those 3 words, Qin Jin felt as if a 1,000-kilogram weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He let out a long sigh of relief. At least now he wouldn't have to endure endless pressure to get married. He could even dare to go home during the holidays again. Before he knew it, it was already late at night. When the clock passed midnight, Qin Jin immediately called out to the system in his mind. A pale blue screen appeared before him, and the number on the timer in the center had indeed changed. 1 o'clock. His available time had increased by 1 hour. Qin Jin secretly rejoiced. He looked around, then casually tossed a pack of tissues from beside the bed onto the floor. Time rewind, 10 seconds. He only felt his body stiffen for an instant before suddenly relaxing. When he looked back toward the bed, the pack of Vinda tissues was lying safely back in its original position. In the silent room in the middle of the night, a strange series of pig-like laughter suddenly echoed through the air. That night, Qin Jin slept more soundly than ever. He had a wonderful dream. In it, he possessed endless wealth, more luxury houses than he could ever live in, more luxury cars than he could ever drive, and countless beautiful women. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Qin Jin got out of bed. He quickly got dressed and washed up, put on his shoes, and prepared to leave. Just as he opened his bedroom door, the apartment's front door was opened from outside. Sun Yan walked in carrying her handbag, her high heels clicking against the floor. When she saw Qin Jin, a trace of surprise clearly flashed across her face. She obviously hadn't expected him to be up so early. Qin Jin smiled and greeted her. Back already? Heading out. Sun Yan nodded lightly and returned his smile before walking toward her bedroom. The two passed each other without another word. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow, walked out of the apartment, and closed the door behind him. Then he took out his phone and glanced at the time. Exactly 7:00 a.m. Sun Yan was still wearing exactly the same outfit she had worn when she left the previous afternoon. A pale green qipaos, paired with nude stockings and high heels. There was no way she'd simply gone out for an early morning workout. Furthermore, there was a strong smell of alcohol on her. Thinking back to when he'd seen her leave the previous afternoon, the answer was obvious. Sun Yan had left yesterday afternoon and hadn't returned until now, and she'd clearly been drinking quite a lot. A trace of suspicion arose in Qin Jin's mind. Had she gone out with friends and stayed out all night? Or had she gone to work? But since he had something more important to deal with, he could only put the question aside for now. After leaving the residential complex, Qin Jin headed straight for a nearby lottery shop. Unfortunately, it was still too early, and the owner hadn't arrived to open the store. With no choice, he found somewhere to eat breakfast. But after finishing his meal and returning, the lottery shop was still closed. What the hell? Was this any way to run a business? Qin Jin grumbled under his breath as he sat down outside the shop and waited, his heart burning with impatience. After getting the system, what was the first thing he should do? He believed the answer was simple. Make money. Only money could make other things possible. In fact, one could even say that money could accomplish almost anything. Without money, everything was just empty talk. And buying lottery tickets was the fastest way he could currently think of to make money, and it was completely legal. That was why he had rushed over so early in the morning. He was simply too excited to wait another moment. It wasn't until 9:00 a.m. that the shop owner finally arrived at a leisurely pace. Young man, you're here pretty early. You're the one who's late, boss. Do you have any instant scratch-off tickets? Give me some. Lotteries such as the Super Lotto, 7-Star Lottery, and Double Color Ball could naturally be purchased as well, and their prize pools were much larger. But the problem was that Qin Jin currently only had 1 hour of time reversal ability. Buying those tickets this early obviously wouldn't work. He would have to wait until just before ticket sales closed. That would be the best moment to make his move. But Qin Jin simply couldn't wait until evening. Right now, he wanted to get rich. He wanted money. So the only option left was scratch-off tickets. What denomination do you want? Sports lottery or welfare lottery? This is my first time buying them. Why don't you just bring them all out and let me take a look? The shop owner pulled 2 large plastic boxes from beneath the counter and placed them on the counter. Qin Jin immediately leaned forward. He wasn't lying. He really had never dealt with this kind of thing before. He'd only heard that lotteries were a bottomless pit capable of draining a person completely dry. With that kind of spare money, he might as well go out for a nice meal, buy a new skin for his favorite game, or save it up and spend the evening helping out some women in need. Hashtag Chapter 9. First try. Time to make some money. The lottery shop owner brought over 2 baskets. One was filled with welfare lottery tickets, while the other contained sports lottery tickets. They came in all kinds of denominations. The lowest priced tickets were 5 yuan each, while the most expensive were 100 yuan. There were also 10 dash, 20 dash, and 50 yuan tickets. The rules and winning odds were all printed clearly on the tickets, making them easy to understand at a glance. Qin Jin carefully examined them one by one. He first eliminated the 5 yuan tickets, followed by the 10 yuan and 100 yuan ones. The 5 and 10 yuan tickets had such low odds of winning that scratching them would simply be a waste of time. The 100 yuan tickets had relatively high winning odds, but each one was divided into 3 sections, meaning every ticket had to be scratched at least 3 times to reveal everything. That was too troublesome and would still waste time. After looking through all the options, he finally settled on 2 types. One was the 20 yuan welfare lottery Azure Dragon, and the other was the 50 yuan sports lottery double multiplier. Each of these tickets had 30 separate chances to win. The 20 yuan ticket offered a top prize of 800,000 yuan, while the 50 yuan ticket had a top prize of 1 million yuan. Boss, give me one of the 20 yuan ones, Qin Jin said. Hearing that, the shop owner, who was organizing the counter, looked up in surprise. Just one. He was practically speechless. After spending so long carefully picking through all the different tickets, this guy was only going to buy one? Qin Jin scanned the payment code and paid 20 yuan. I'll try my luck first. Sure. The shop owner handed him a scratch tool. It was basically a dull blade attached to a handle. It was much more convenient for scratching than using a fingernail. Swish. One stroke of the scraper revealed the entire scratch-off area. It took exactly 1 second. Qin Jin immediately leaned closer and examined it carefully, checking whether he'd won anything. The result was painfully obvious. Nothing. There were only damn numbers. Not only was there no prize amount, he couldn't even find a single dragon symbol. He had lost everything on this ticket. System, rewind 3 seconds. The scene before his eyes became blurry for a moment before immediately returning to normal. Qin Jin was holding the scratch tool, preparing to scratch the ticket. Phew. He slowly exhaled, excitement and delight flashing in his eyes. It worked. Next, he put the ticket in his hand aside and picked up another one. Seeing what he was doing, the shop owner didn't say anything. This was quite common. Plenty of customers changed the ticket in their hands at the very last moment before scratching it. It made no difference to him. They could change whichever ticket they wanted, as long as they didn't damage the scratch-off coating. Qin Jin scratched another ticket. Again, nothing. System, rewind 2 seconds. The scenery blurred once more. Then Qin Jin saw that his scratch tool was already resting against the ticket, ready to press down. This time, he had only barely managed to rewind far enough. If his movements had been any slower, 2 seconds definitely wouldn't have been enough. All right, he couldn't keep taking such risks. Qin Jin decided to try another approach. If he could scratch 1 ticket in 1 second, he could do roughly 60 in a minute and 305 minutes. After calculating for a moment, he said, "Boss, give me 300 tickets." "Th 300? 300. The shop owner was stunned. Just moments ago, he'd said he only wanted 1 ticket. Now he wanted 300. Young people these days were becoming increasingly difficult to understand. If you want 300 tickets, you might as well buy them by the book. There are 50 tickets in each book, and the winning odds might actually be better than buying individual loose tickets. Qin Jin couldn't care less about that theory. They were all the same anyway. How could one be better than another? The scratch-off coating on loose tickets was exactly the same. But buying whole books did have one advantage. The tickets were arranged neatly, which would make them easier for him to scratch. Fine, bring them over. Qin Jin took out his phone and scanned the payment code again, paying 6,000 yuan. "Boss, replace this loose ticket too. I'll scratch this one first." He exchanged it for another ticket and scratched it open. Again, nothing. This time, Qin Jin didn't bother rewinding time. There was no need. It was only 20 yuan. The shop owner quickly brought over 6 books of 20 yuan scratch-off tickets. Qin Jin opened the timer on his phone and began calculating the time. Scratch. He held the ticket down with one hand and wielded the scraper with the other, moving as fast as a blur. Swish, 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 swish. Once a ticket was finished, he didn't even look at it. He simply put it aside and immediately moved on to the next. Again and again. There were 50 tickets in each book, and he finished an entire book in no time. Once the whole book was scratched, he immediately went back to the first ticket and checked them one by one. His eyes were wide open, his concentration razor-sharp, almost like a scanner. Any ticket with a prize, even one worth only 50 yuan, was pulled aside. He would calculate everything at the end. The first book had 50 tickets. Total winnings, 150 yuan. He had lost 850 yuan. Damn, Qin Jin cursed under his breath, pushed the first book aside, and started scratching the second. The process was exactly the same. Scratch everything first, then check for winners afterward. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, 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 swish. The second book. The third book. Before long, he reached the 6th book. Total winnings from that book, 200 yuan. Across all 6 books, the total winnings came to 550 yuan. He had lost 450 yuan. The corner of Qin Jin's mouth twitched. He turned his head toward his phone. The timer displayed 8:51. System, rewind 8 minutes and 55 seconds. For safety, he added 4 extra seconds. This time, in addition to his vision becoming blurry, Qin Jin also felt a slight dizziness. Fortunately, it passed almost immediately and didn't cause any real trouble. Qin Jin made a guess. This was probably related to the length of time being rewound. The farther back he went, the stronger the physical discomfort became. He raised his head. The 6 books of scratch-off tickets were still sitting there intact. Even the plastic wrapping hadn't been opened. "Boss, sorry to trouble you, but give me another 6 books. But these haven't even been opened yet. They're brand new." "I know, but I don't really like the look of these books. Let's exchange them." The shop owner frowned slightly, but had no choice but to turn around and retrieve 6 more books from the cabinet. He brought them over. Qin Jin smacked his lips. He had suddenly discovered something important. He had just scratched 300 lottery tickets at lightning speed, repeating the exact same motion 300 times. His arm had become incredibly sore. But after rewinding time, the soreness in his arm had disappeared as well. That was fantastic. Just this alone could be useful for all sorts of things in the future. For example, that kind of thing. "Boss, 6 books are too many. I can't scratch them all myself. How about this? We'll split them 3 books each and scratch them together?" Qin Jin's impromptu suggestion left the shop owner extremely surprised. He had been running this lottery shop for decades and had never encountered such a request. Every customer he'd ever seen either scratched their own tickets or did it together with family and friends. Under no circumstances had anyone ever asked the shop owner himself to scratch them. "Young man, are you sure?" "Absolutely. Boss, give me a hand." Aren't you worried I'll pocket the prize money if we win? Not at all. Qin Jin answered without the slightest hesitation. The person he least needed to worry about stealing the winnings was the shop owner. All right. The shop owner felt rather pleased at being trusted, so he readily agreed. Besides, this would give him a chance to experience the thrill of scratching tickets himself. Although he owned a lottery shop, he'd never scratched 150 tickets in one go. He knew all too well how deep the rabbit hole was with this stuff. He would never fall for it. But since the opportunity had presented itself, he might as well have some fun. Qin Jin opened the timer again and began calculating the time. Scratch. There was no denying it. With two people working together, their speed increased considerably. They finished all the tickets in just 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The total winnings this round came to 500 yuan. That sounded like quite a lot. But compared with the 6,000 yuan they had spent, damn it, he had still lost money. Time rewind. Boss, give me another 6 books. I don't really like these ones either. The shop owner. Hashtag Chapter 10, a surefire gamble. Practice had proven that the lottery business was indeed much deeper than it looked. Using his time reversal ability, Qin Jin spent half an hour repeatedly rewinding time. Together with the shop owner, he scratched through a total of 40 books of instant win lottery tickets. 40 whole books of scratch-offs. That was a staggering 2,000 tickets in total. And yet, the result was, the book with the highest payout had only won 5,000 yuan. After subtracting the 1,000 yuan cost of the book, the net profit was only 4,000 yuan. Most of the other books actually lost money, while the rest made only meager profits of around 100 or 200 yuan per book. Qin Jin was unwilling to accept this. He was determined to make money today. No one was going to stop him. He set aside the book that had made a 4,000 yuan profit and immediately changed his strategy. He announced that he only wanted to keep that book and would use the remaining money to buy 50 yuan sports lottery scratch-offs. Boss, I'll transfer another 26,000 yuan to you. Including what I paid earlier, give me 600 tickets at 50 yuan each. Young man. The shop owner was instantly stunned. Including the money he'd already spent, that brought the total to 32,000 yuan. Spending 32,000 yuan on scratch-off lottery tickets. Was this guy out of his mind? Or had he acted on impulse and decided to go all in on one last big gamble? Over the years he'd run this shop, he'd encountered people like this before. They kept scratching, kept losing. The more they scratched, the more they lost. The more they lost, the more unwilling they became to stop. Eventually, they would lose their heads and become this reckless. But this handsome young man clearly wasn't like that. He'd already been in the shop for quite a while. At first, he'd carefully examined all the different tickets. Then he'd pulled out 6,000 yuan and asked for 320 yuan scratch-offs. But until now, he'd only actually scratched one ticket. How could he possibly have lost his head after scratching just one ticket? Just because he'd lost 20 yuan, he was now throwing out 30,000 yuan to gamble it all back? Wasn't that just plain stupid? WeChat Pay, 26,000 yuan received. The notification from his phone made the shop owner's heart clench. He was afraid that this young man would scratch every single ticket he'd bought, then realize he hadn't even recovered his original investment and had still lost money. What if he became furious and pulled a knife on him? Sigh. People these days were so impatient, and their tempers were so volatile. Hopefully, he wouldn't end up getting caught in the middle of something like that. After thinking it over for a moment, the shop owner put on a friendly smile and spoke gently. Young man, making money isn't easy these days. Lottery tickets are just for entertainment. Don't take them too seriously. Basically, they're no different from gambling. Playing a little can help you relax, but going overboard can really hurt you. How about this? I'll refund the 26,000 yuan you just paid. Just buy the 6,000 yuan worth you've already ordered. Huh. Qin Jin froze for a moment. This shop owner actually seems like a decent guy. It's fine. I'm just playing around. Boss, hurry up and get them for me. Spending 30,000 yuan on scratch-offs and calling that just playing around. Good grief. The lottery shop owner was left speechless. Which rich family's spoiled son is this? Once he'd ruled out the possibility of getting stabbed later, the shop owner's movements became much more efficient. He quickly brought out 30 books of 50 yuan sports lottery scratch-offs. Each book contained 20 tickets, making exactly 600 tickets in total. Boss, I'd like you to scratch them for me. Be quick, and make sure you check the prizes carefully when redeeming them. Don't worry. The timer on Qin Jin's phone began counting down. Scratch. Asterisk scratch. Asterisk. Asterisk scratch. Asterisk. 30 minutes passed. Boss, I feel like these books aren't. That's all I've got. There's nothing left in the stockroom. They're all pretty much the same anyway. Look, they're brand new. Not a single ticket has been touched. There's nothing to pick between them. Fine, then I'll take these. Qin Jin looked somewhat disappointed. He picked up one 20 yuan lottery book and 5 50 yuan books and placed them in front of himself. This time, the harvest had been fairly decent. During that half hour, the two of them had scratched through 60 books of 50 yuan tickets, with 20 tickets per book, for a total of 200 tickets. That comes to 6,000 yuan, boss. Please refund the rest of the money. The expression on the shop owner's face instantly froze. You don't want the rest? Nope. You know, I've still got other denominations. I could exchange some of these for different ones. The shop owner tried his best to persuade him. He'd only just received 32,000 yuan, and before he could even enjoy seeing that money in his account, most of it was about to be refunded. He really didn't want to let that happen. Qin Jin smacked his lips. He could indeed try some other varieties, but the problem was that his remaining time was almost gone. He still needed to conserve it in case of an emergency. Qin Jin shook his head and smiled. Boss, weren't you the one who said it just now? A little playing is entertaining, but too much can hurt you. Making money isn't easy these days either. I'll just play a little and call it a day. Sigh. Seeing that Qin Jin had made up his mind, the shop owner could only reluctantly issue the refund. The 26,000 yuan was returned through the original payment method. When he saw the successful transfer notification, the shop owner's heart practically bled. He felt as though he'd somehow lost 26,000 yuan for nothing. Qin Jin, meanwhile, casually picked up the scratcher and began scratching. This time, he was serious. All 6 of these books contained prizes, and some of them were quite substantial. 50, 200, 50, 1000, 500, 5000. The 6 books contained a total of 150 tickets. 30 of them were winners, with a combined total of 78 winning instances. The actual winning probability was incredibly low. After all, each of those 150 scratch-off tickets had 30 possible winning spots, giving a total of 500 chances. That meant the overall winning rate was only about 1.7%. And more importantly, these 6 books of scratch-offs had been selected by Qin Jin from more than 100 books. So the actual odds of finding them were even more ridiculously low. There were 78 winning instances in total. The highest single prize was 10,000 yuan, which he hit twice. The 5,000 yuan prize appeared 4 times. The rest consisted of prizes worth 2,000, 1,000, 500, 200, 150 yuan. All those prizes added up to a total of 56,000 yuan. After deducting the 6,000 yuan cost, his pure profit came to 50,000 yuan. Boss, I'd like to redeem these. Qin Jin smiled as he piled all the winning tickets onto the counter. Whoa! The shop owner punched a few numbers into his calculator, then sucked in a sharp breath. Young man, your luck is insane. Not bad. Qin Jin smiled faintly, then teasingly looked at him. I refuse to believe you've never seen anyone win more than I did. I did. Ha ha ha. The shop owner gave an awkward laugh. But the amount you've won is too large. My little shop doesn't have enough cash to pay you out. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow, his expression half smiling. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the shop owner simply didn't want to take out that much cash and didn't want the hassle of sending Qin Jin to the lottery center, or he was hinting that he wanted a little service fee. But whatever the reason, Qin Jin wasn't going to let him have his way. If you run a lottery shop, you're responsible for providing the services customers are entitled to. What kind of business was it if you made the customer go all the way to the lottery center while you simply sat there collecting commissions? Where in the world was there such an easy deal? And as for a service fee, not a chance. Asterisk, I earned this money with my own ability. Why should I give you a cut? Asterisk. Especially when you're trying to pressure me into it. Besides, I'd already spent 6,000 yuan buying lottery tickets from your shop. You probably earned at least 200 yuan in commission from that, and you still want a tip? Talk about being greedy. Qin Jin waved his phone and said calmly, I checked the regulations online just now. Any sales outlet can redeem a single lottery ticket with winnings below 10,000 yuan. Boss, you wouldn't want someone to file a complaint against you, would you? I heard you guys have to put down a security deposit. Okay. I'll figure out a way to redeem them for you. The shop owner hurriedly waved his hands to stop him. He carefully checked all the winning tickets again before starting to transfer the money to Qin Jin. Dear customer, Your China Merchants Bank savings card ending in 7162 has received a transfer of 56,000 yuan from another bank. Sender's name? Asterisk asterisk. The moment Qin Jin saw the notification, his mood instantly brightened. Perfect. All that effort finally paid off. Chapter 11 Screw Overtime. I just came out of the lottery station. Buzzing. My phone kept vibrating. I picked it up and saw it was another message from Ding Dinkin. But this time it wasn't a casual company chat group. It was a group where the tech department assigned tasks. Zhang Xuefu. Urgent notice. The trial version, which was originally scheduled to be completed next Friday, now needs to be finished by next Monday afternoon. Our tech department is under a tight deadline and urgently needs 3 people to work overtime. Is anyone willing to volunteer? Zhang Xuefu. Everyone is volunteering. If no one speaks up, I'll call on someone directly. This is President Su's instruction, and I hope everyone will cooperate. At everyone. Zhang Xuefu. Since no one is responding, I'll just make the arrangements myself. At Qin Jin, at Feng Shiju, at Jiangbo. The 3 of you will have to work overtime today. Come to the company right away and stay up all night. The trial version must be packaged by 9 a.m. tomorrow. When Qin Jin opened Dingding's group chat, he happened to see that Feng Shiju had deleted a message, but he didn't know what it was. Zhang Xuefu followed up in the group chat. What did you just post at Feng Shiju? Qin Jin scrolled through the chat history above. Work overtime? And you have to stay up all night? A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, and he immediately typed a reply. He said he won't do it. Smile. Zhang Xuefu. So are you coming or not? Qin Jin. Go to hell. Go to hell. Smiling. Qin Jin. How could there be such a sudden notice? Didn't you do any research beforehand? Did you just sit there in your technical director position for nothing? All you do is flatter. You're practically licking President Su's boots. Qin Jin. You're wrong. At best, you're only fit to lick President Su's shoes. President Su probably wouldn't even look down on your pigsy-like behavior. Qin Jin. Still staying up all night? Go to hell. Qin Jin. You were just spouting nonsense about packaging on Monday afternoon. So why are you insisting we stay up all night to finish by 9 a.m. Monday? Have you lost your mind? Fuck you. Qin Jin's fingers flew across the screen. He showed no mercy and gave Zhang Xuefu a severe scolding. This idiot is really getting more and more outrageous. In the past, I could tolerate it for that little bit of salary. Now that I have the system, I can earn 50,000 in just 1 hour. Anyone who dares to displease me, I'll make them suffer even more. After the message is sent, Zhang Xuefu remained silent in the group chat for a long time, probably stunned by the scolding, not expecting Qin Jin to be so tough today. That is indeed the case. Zhang Xuefu was staring at his phone screen, his face flushed with anger, and he didn't even hear Zhang Pingping speaking to him. What happened, Bobo? Zhang Pingping asked in a sweet, coquettish voice, then leaned over to look at his phone. I only glanced at it. She was a little surprised. Is this your company's group chat? Is that person Qin Jin? Yes. Zhang Xuefu nodded. Zhang Pingping's pretty brows furrowed. How dare he talk to you like that? Aren't you his boss? It's normal for a boss to assign tasks and for someone to work overtime. And he speaks so rudely. He has no manners at all. This kind of man is really disgusting. My Bobo is still the best. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuefu immediately beamed with joy. He reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, stroking it with his large hand, and said smugly, Of course, that's why you can't judge a book by its cover. Inner qualities are what really matter. Just you wait. I'm going to teach this disobedient fellow a lesson this time. He doesn't understand any rules and dares to talk back to his superiors. If everyone followed his example, wouldn't the company be in complete chaos? Zhang Pingping nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. You're absolutely right. I support you. He needs to be taught a harsh lesson, fined, have his salary docked, and finally fired. All right, Pingping, just watch how I deal with him. Zhang Xuefu took a deep breath. Zhang Xuefu. Qin Jin, I understand that you harbor resentment because Pingping chose me, and you can't let it go, which is why you have a prejudice against me and feel dissatisfied. Zhang Xuefu. I can disregard all the personal attacks you've made against me. However, there are 2 points I must clarify. Zhang Xuefu. 1. You're so stingy, even on a blind date. You only ordered 2 dishes for the 2 of you. Aren't you ashamed? How can you do this? What will the woman think of you if you do this? Zhang Xuefu. I bet no girl would want to spend her life with a stingy and miserly man, especially one who treats the person she loves like that. Zhang Xuefu. Besides, you won't even give a betrothal gift, and you have no plans to buy a house. Zhang Xuefu at Qin Jin. Why don't you ask in the company group chat what the other female colleagues think? Zhang Xuefu. So, is it Pingping's problem that she didn't choose you? Or is it my problem? Zhang Xuefu. You should reflect on yourself before doing anything. You're not young anymore. Don't be so naive. Please be more mature. Don't act like a shrew. Zhang Xuefu's words. The group of colleagues in the technical department who were secretly watching were all thinking how awesome it was. This is going to be interesting. This is definitely going to be a good show. That was so exciting. As for Zhang Xuefu's claim that a Qin Jin matchmaking event only involves ordering 2 dishes, basically no one took it seriously. Feng Shizhu. Nonsense. Brother Jean ordered 6 dishes when we were playing together. Zhang Bo. That's right. You also have 6 dishes and 2 dozen beers when you eat with me. Guo Tianqi. Agreed. We had 5 dishes and 2 bottles of Jiangxiabai liquor. Pan Wenxuan. I second that. But we only had grilled skewers, which cost 300 yuan. That's enough to order 6 dishes, isn't it? Feng Shizhu at Qin Jin at Pan Wenxuan. When did you guys go for barbecue? Why didn't you invite me? They started chatting away on their own, and the topic completely veered off course. Zhang Xuefu was furious. He cursed these bastards in his heart, thinking that he would make them all behave and obey him sooner or later. Zhang Xuefu at everyone, be quiet. This is a work group, not a place for casual chat. Anyone who posts content unrelated to work will be kicked out of the group. The group chat went silent instantly. Zhang Xuefu. 2. The decision to advance the packaging time was made by General Manager Su. It was her idea. If you have any objections, you can go and raise them with General Manager Su. At Qin Jin. Zhang Xuefu. I asked you to stay up all night and seal it before 9 a.m. on Monday to allow time for dealing with unexpected situations. If the packaged version has bugs, we still have time to fix them. Do you understand? At Qin Jin. Qin Jin was on his way home when his phone vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at it, and smiled contemptuously. Qin Jin, I understand your mother. Smiles. Qin Jin. So what if it's President Su's decision? Just because she's not thinking straight doesn't mean you can't argue with her. You just do whatever she tells you to do. Are you the CTO or just a mouthpiece? If President Su asked you to eat shit, would you go? Or perhaps you'd be thrilled, thinking even President Su's excrement smells delicious? Smile? Once these words were spoken, the entire technical department gasped in shock. Zhang Xuefu burst into laughter, gritting his teeth as he said, You're finished, Qin Jin. Zhang Xuefu. I've already taken screenshots, and I'll send everything you said verbatim to President Su. We're all adults. We need to take responsibility for our actions. Qin Jin, do as you please. If you're so capable, send it directly to the chairman. Stop tagging me all the time. I'm very busy. The message had just been sent out. Qin Jin's phone started vibrating violently and kept ringing. Chapter 12 Adult Troubles. Brother Zhao, have you lost your mind? Brother, it's one thing for you to criticize Zhang Xuefu, but why did you drag President Su into it too? Brother Zhao is amazing. He even dared to mess with President Su. I admire him. Brother Zhao, have you already found a new job? Don't forget your buddy if you find something good to do. To be honest, I've wanted to quit this lousy place for a long time. Brother Zhao. 6 or 7 colleagues in the department sent Qin Jin private messages via DingTalk. This time they were truly shocked. It didn't matter if they said a few words about Zhang Xuefu. At most, he was just a director. But President Su is different. She is the head of the entire project team. He controls everyone's promotions, salaries, benefits, and whether they stay or leave. He wields great power and is someone you really can't afford to offend. Regarding the concerns of colleagues, Qin Jin didn't take it to heart at all. He replied to the messages one by one as he walked. What's there to be afraid of? What happened to President Su? If you piss me off, I'll teach her a lesson too. She always has a cold face, like everyone owes her millions. I've disliked her for a long time. A perfectly good project, she ruined it all. She's just a pretty face with no talent. I typed everything by feel and sent it out as soon as I finished. Next, set your phone to do not disturb mode and turn off the screen. This way, no one can contact you anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Do whatever you want. After returning to his residence, after changing into slippers in his room, Qin Jin suddenly felt the urge to urinate. So he turned around and went to the bathroom. Splash, 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 splash. He casually shook himself, and as he turned around while pulling up his pants, something suddenly slid down from the radiator on the wall next to him. Looking down. Qin Jin stared at the piece of cloth on the ground, momentarily stunned. It was light blue and smaller than his palm. This color. It looked so familiar. He immediately realized whose it was. Sun Yuan. The color of this small piece of fabric is the same as the cheongsam she wore yesterday and today. She really has good taste. The outfit is a perfect match from the inside out. The matching mold is probably this color as well. As for why it ended up in the bathroom, the reason is easy to deduce. The bathroom was damp and filled with steam, clearly indicating that she had just showered there and forgotten to take it with her when she left. Qin Jin silently analyzed the situation in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he finally bent down and picked up the small piece of cloth from the ground. Ultimately, I knocked it over myself. Ignoring it would be extremely inconsiderate. After picking it up, I couldn't help but examine it. Qin Jin blinked twice and spread it out. He had no other thoughts, except that he was worried that it might have gotten dirty when it fell on the ground, since this was a restroom. TSK. Is it because they feel lonely, or because they feel empty? Qin Jin was muttering to himself, intending to put the things back in their original places. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Well, Qin Jin held the small piece of cloth in one hand and his pants in the other, staring blankly at Sun Yuan standing in the doorway. Their eyes met, and they fell silent for a moment. Ha! Qin Jin forced a smile. I said I accidentally knocked it over and just picked it up. Do you believe me? Sun Yuan's hair was wrapped in a towel, and she was wearing a purple camisole nightgown. Her face was like a peach blossom, and the skin on her cheeks, arms, and even calves was fair with a rosy glow, so tender that it seemed as if you could squeeze water out of it. She stood by the door, calmly watching Qin Jin. Can you give it back to me? His tone was very steady, with no discernible emotional fluctuations. Haha, of course. Qin Jin smiled, and immediately handed over the piece of cloth in his hand. Sun Yuan took it, turned around, and went back to her room, closing the door behind her. Qin Jin washed his hands and returned to his bedroom. Back in his room, he was still replaying the scene in his mind. In fact, under those circumstances, he could have used the system to turn back time and thus resolve the awkward situation. But he felt it wasn't necessary. If you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear from ghosts knocking at your door in the middle of the night. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all adults. Everyone has physiological needs. Duration, this is a very precious thing and cannot be used carelessly. Lie down on the bed. He quickly put the matter out of his mind. Qin Jin took out his phone to look up some information, and as soon as he unlocked it, he saw that there were many new messages on DingTalk. The top message is, Qin Jin, come to my office first thing tomorrow morning after you arrive at the company. This is. Upon opening the message, I saw that the sender was Su Zhouyun. I scrolled up further. Holy crap. How did they all end up here? This is terrible. Qin Jin was momentarily stunned. This Su Zhouyun was none other than their project team's direct supervisor. And those comments he made on his way home criticizing President Su were all sent word for word to the project team's group chat. This large group has more than 200 people, encompassing the entire project team, including colleagues from all departments such as planning, art, and programming. This is tantamount to pointing at Su Zhouyun's nose and insulting her in front of everyone in the entire department. Given Su Zhouyun's cold and arrogant temperament, Qin Jin couldn't even imagine what kind of expression she must have right now. She probably wanted to tear him to pieces. This time, the feud is truly over. Ha 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 ha. But it really felt great. Qin Jin thought to himself that the worst outcome was being fired, which was no big deal. With the system in my hands, would I go back to be her laborer? Adjust your mindset. Qin Jin started looking through the chat history, and it took him a while to figure out what had happened. It turns out that Zhang Xuefu had taken screenshots of all the chat content in the technical department's group chat and sent them to the project team's main group chat, and even tagged Su Zhouyun. Then Su Zhouyun appeared and tagged him in the group, demanding an explanation. As it turned out, he was walking and typing by feel at the time, and without paying attention, he mistakenly sent the message to the project team's main group chat, which was at the very top of the chat list. My God, the group chat exploded. In the minds of the more than 200 people in the project team, Su Zhouyun was a cold-faced female devil. Others might be arrogant at most, but her arrogance was utter and complete coldness. He always had a tense face, rarely smiled, and exuded an aura that kept people at a distance, as cold as ice. Besides being indifferent, she is also very demanding. When it comes to projects, we always have a clear word and extremely strict review standards. If she finds any oversight or anything she's dissatisfied with, her words become like poison, utterly venomous. sharp-tongued and sarcastic. A 37-year-old guy in the company, a towering 1.9 meters tall, was scolded by her until he was sobbing at his workstation. And at this moment, Qin Jin, however, openly declared in the group chat that he would teach Su Zhouyin a lesson, saying that she was utterly useless, all looks and no skills. The group chat was absolutely buzzing. A large group of 227 people in total. After Qin Jin sent those messages, the group immediately fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. Even Zhang Xuefu chose to go diving. Qin Jin exited the group chat interface and glanced at the message list again. There were red dot notifications everywhere, at least 40 or 50 messages. I quickly previewed it, and the content is all. Brother Zhao, take care. Brother Zhao, until we meet again. Brother Zhao, take care, let's keep in touch. Damn, it's like a life or death separation. Qin Jin pursed his lips, reopened the project group, and started typing. No problem, see you tomorrow. At Su Zhouyin. Chapter 13, A Unique Comfort in the Long Night. Ha! Ping. Qin Jin is completely finished this time. He's offended President Su, and now even the Heavenly King himself can't save him. If he doesn't leave, I'll reverse my name. Zhang Xuefu held Zhang Pingping and assured her with great certainty. He was so excited. His original plan was simply to use the chat screenshots to report Qin Jin and take advantage of President Su's influence to severely criticize Qin Jin. But I never expected that. Qin Jin actually staged a scene where they would both perish. This saves me a lot of trouble. I don't need to put in any effort at all. President Su will handle it personally and kick that guy Qin Jin out of the company. Once that guy left. After that, the people in the technical department lost their backing and naturally became more obedient, following their management. Zhang Pingping also saw the updates in Dingding's group chat. She asked with some curiosity, "Is this Miss Su a woman? Is she very capable?" It's not just that he's capable, he's downright cold-blooded and ruthless. Zhang Xuefu replied. Is she good-looking? Zhang Pingping asked again. She had just caught a glimpse of Qin Jin saying in the group chat that if she pushed him too far, he would make that CEO Su suffer. What else could a man mean when he says he wants to teach a woman a lesson? It's just about men and women. Zhang Pingping then connected this to the fact that Qin Jin wasn't interested in her. She immediately sensed that this CEO, Su, might be exceptionally handsome, perhaps even more so than herself. Otherwise, Qin Jin would never have said such a thing. Zhang Pingping still believes that the reason Qin Jin refused to give a bride price and did not want to buy a house after marriage was because he looked down on her. If you really like someone, why would you reject them so decisively? This is clearly against common sense. Look at Zhang Xuefu. He is the most vivid example. In order to get closer to her, he kept taking the initiative to buy her jewelry and give her betrothal gifts. Zhang Pingping's face and figure have always been her proudest assets. Relying on these two advantages, she has always been able to easily win over men over the years, and all 26 boyfriends she has dated were carefully selected by her. If we weren't so picky, the number would probably be far more than 2,600. But she stumbled on Qin Jin's side, and she still can't get over it. You brat, I'll make you regret this. Upon hearing Zhang Pingping's question, Zhang Xuefu nodded without hesitation. Beautiful, not just beautiful. That face, that figure, TSK. Absolutely amazing. She's the dream girl of all the male colleagues in our company. Oh, I see. Zhang Pingping drew out her words, glanced at him sideways, and smiled. So, you count as one too? Haha. Zhang Xuefu immediately changed his tune. That's all in the past. Now that I have you by my side, nothing else matters. You are the only goddess in my heart. So Qin Jin will definitely be fired this time, right? Zhang Pingping confirmed. Of course. It's a sure thing. If we fire him, will the company still give him compensation, like N+1 or something? Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xuefu smiled contemptuously. Perhaps others would receive compensation, but Qin Jin publicly humiliated his superior this time, which violated the company's articles of association. How could we possibly give him compensation? Not finding him is already being lenient. That's fine then. This is entirely his own fault. Retribution. Zhang Pingping's face instantly lit up with a smile again. Bobo, when you get to the company tomorrow, be sure to keep me updated on your progress. Zhang Xuefu readily agreed. Don't worry, I'll film you tomorrow so you can see for yourself how Qin Jin leaves the company with his tail between his legs. Because there are only 10 minutes left in the system's duration. There wasn't time to buy lottery tickets today, so Qin Jin didn't go out at night and stayed in the house writing code. This wasn't working overtime for the company. It was handling a private order. From now on, he will most likely no longer earn pocket money by taking on freelance work, so this business deal can be considered the final piece of his programming career. Therefore, he intends to do it well and leave himself no regrets. Naturally, even when writing code indoors, he didn't compromise his own comfort. Qin and Jin have always believed that men should not only know how to protect themselves when they are away from home, but also how to treat themselves well. Therefore, he often does some charity. Doing this makes you happy, helps others within your own capabilities, and also brings them joy. This is truly a win-win situation for all parties involved. However, after each charity donation, there is very little money left in my pocket, not to mention the expenses such as rent, management fees, water, electricity, gas bills, and internet fees. In the end, we still have to solve the problem of food and clothing. You can't spend all of your monthly salary, you always have to save some. Therefore, he had to be frugal with his food and drink, limiting breakfast to 10 yuan and lunch to 20 yuan. As for dinner, if I need to work overtime, I eat the overtime meals provided by the company, which saves me 20 yuan. All of this is now history. With this system at my disposal, I can earn 50,000 in just 1 hour, and it will only increase in the future. I can't let myself suffer anymore. I have to be kinder to myself. At noon, he ordered a luxury tomahawk steak set meal for one person at Wadea restaurant on Meituan, worth 988 yuan. Australian Angus grain-fed tomahawk steak, Iberian prosciutto, black truffle mushroom soup, Caesar salad, and Italian vine-infused black Manhua wine. It not only includes main courses and drinks, but also soups and desserts. Qin Jin thoroughly enjoyed the meal. At night, he also ordered a set meal of old Shanghai style from Lane 12 in Shanghai on Meituan, which was slightly cheaper. 888 yuan. 4 hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, plus a main course and a dessert. Another meal was easily finished. Midnight 12 o'clock. Qin Jin finally finished writing the last line of code and then checked the program again. The program runs incredibly smoothly, providing an excellent user experience. I opened WeChat and found that customer. All the issues previously pointed out have now been optimized, and you can conduct testing on your end tomorrow. If you find any problems, please feel free to contact us. Click send. He stretched and mentally summoned the system. The duration has increased by another hour, bringing the total duration to 70 minutes. Qin Jin was in high spirits and stood up to go to the restroom to relieve himself. When we got to the restroom, the scene from that morning involuntarily resurfaced in his mind, especially now that it was the long night. Going out to do some charity? The idea had barely formed when Qin Jin immediately dismissed it. That's not appropriate. In the past, due to limited resources, I could only patronize girls in the 688 price range. To be honest, girls of this caliber are only about the same level as Zhang Pingping, around 70 or 80 points, and usually don't even reach that score. But things are different now. I'm part of a system, so I deserve higher-level treatment. After washing his hands, Qin Jin was about to return to his room when he suddenly stopped in front of the master bedroom door, and then his ears were pressed tightly against the door. It wasn't that Qin Jin had behaved improperly. It was simply because he had just caught some familiar sounds. That kind of voice is probably familiar to many handsome men. On countless quiet nights, it was these female teachers who provided companionship, comfort, and soothing to our hearts. Qin Jin raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Sun Yuan is also someone who enjoys this hobby? He wanted to confirm it. So he put his ear close to the door. It would have been better if you hadn't listened, because once you did, things got really bad. Besides the female lead's voice in the film, Qin Jin was even able to distinguish Sun Yuan's voice. Oh my god, this scene is quite exciting. It's practically a live performance with everyone fully engaged. An auditory feast unfolded quietly in the still of the night. Chapter 14, Forcibly Entering a Woman's Boudoir, Disregarding the Law. Qin Jin listened with great interest. He didn't expect that Sun Yuan was not only outstanding in appearance, but also had such a beautiful voice. This suddenly reminded him of a line from Bai Juyi's poetry. The voice seemed to be weeping, yearning, yet also complaining and lamenting. Wow, it is indeed melodious and pleasant to listen to. Qin Jin looked down and his interest was fully piqued. Why can't I hear anything? Qin Jin paused for a moment, then focused his attention, wanting to hear more clearly. Click. The door suddenly opened, and Qin Jin, who was listening intently through the door, swayed violently, falling halfway inside. Sun Yuan frowned. Her face was covered in frost, her arms were crossed over her chest, and she stared at Qin Jin with cold eyes. What are you doing here? Qin Jin steadied himself and raised his hand to indicate. It's nothing. I just happened to be passing by and came out of the restroom. Sun Yuan said expressionlessly. Apologize to me. Then move out tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Oh, Qin Jin laughed. Was he trying to intimidate me? He curled his lip, reached out, and pushed Sun Yuan aside, then stepped into the room. Click. Qin Jin immediately locked the door. Sun Yuan panicked instantly. Her face changed drastically, and she quickly retreated towards the balcony, saying, What are you planning to do? I advise you not to do anything reckless. I'm calling the police. She had already opened her phone's dial pad, and her finger was pressing 1. Without a word, Qin Jin strode forward, his movements as swift as lightning, and snatched her phone in an instant. 12:25. After glancing at the time on the screen, Qin Jin closed the dialer. You're asking me what I'm planning to do? Why don't you guess? Ew. I advise you not to act recklessly. This is an era of law. It's not worth acting on impulse. Sun Yuan was pale and her speech was somewhat incoherent, while she kept moving towards the balcony. Qin Jin blocked the door. She knew she absolutely could not leave. In that case, the balcony is the only place to hide. As for her subtle actions, Qin Jin didn't take it to heart at all. He swaggered to the bedside, glanced at it casually, and then reached out to grab the thin blanket on the bed and pulled it off. 2 pink items fell out one after the other. Haha. Qin Jin immediately laughed, realizing that he hadn't misheard the voice earlier. I took another look. His gaze shifted to Sun Yuan, whose face was flushed, and he teased, You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Sun Yuan. Qin Jin looked away and picked up Sun Yuan's phone again to play with it. His finger hadn't left the screen, so the phone was still unlocked. It's very convenient to browse. There was no computer in the room, so Sun Yuan must have been watching it on her phone. First, observe her tastes and explore her preferences. With a swipe of my finger, I brought up the list of background apps and immediately spotted Jingdong, which was still running. The screen was showing a scene where the husband was giving a presentation outside the door, while the female secretary was serving the president inside. Oh, I see. I like watching this kind of thing too. Qin Jin glanced at it, then smiled and opened WeChat again, openly and honestly checking Sun Yuan's chat history. Sun Yuan was both ashamed and angry, her cheeks flushed red. Give me back my phone and leave right now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Trespassing, robbery, and violence are all serious crimes punishable by severe penalties. You are young and have a bright future ahead of you. It's not worth ruining your life for these things. I'm telling the truth. If you leave now, I promise I won't pursue the matter. I'll consider it a moment of confusion on your part, and I won't blame you. Oh, and I also have health problems. I have AIDS and syphilis, and my private life is very messy. I often cheat on my wife with other men. Go away, I can pay you. Go find someone else. I'm sick from head to toe. If you get infected, your life will be ruined. Haha. Qin Jin, who had been looking at his phone, suddenly burst out laughing. She looked up at Sun Yuan with a playful gaze. You've never even had a boyfriend. Who are you messing around with? How do we do it? Where do syphilis and HIV come from? Sun Yuan's expression froze instantly, and she asked in a trembling voice, How did you know that? She realized what she had just said. He must have seen the posts I made on WeChat Moments. She instantly experienced the taste of social death, so embarrassed that she almost tore her toes off the soles of her shoes, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Take your phone. Sun Yuan was stunned, somewhat unable to believe what she was hearing. Qin Jin shook the phone in his hand and stretched out his arm to hand it to her. Sun Yuan hesitated for a moment. You throw the phone to me. Qin Jin's face turned cold. Come and get it yourself. If you don't come and get it, I'm not leaving today. Come and take it, and I'll leave right away. Are you serious? Do you have any other options now? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Qin Jin urged coldly once again. Sun Yuan gritted her teeth and had no choice but to walk towards him. Hurry up. Qin Jin urged again. Sun Yuan was forced to speed up her pace. The room was small to begin with, and in just a few seconds, she was in front of Qin Jin and reached out to grab her phone. Sun Yuan's face immediately lit up with joy after successfully retrieving her phone. Suddenly, she felt a chill. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Qin Jin burst into laughter. The last question in my mind was also answered. Goodbye. He waved his hand. Under Sun Yuan's gaze, which was filled with a mixture of shame, anger, frustration, and disbelief, he softly read, Rewind time by 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The scene before my eyes blurred for a moment. Qin Jin glanced at the door in front of him, then listened closely. Inside, Sun Yan was humming a song. He smiled slightly, turned around, and went back to his room. Back inside, his excitement hadn't subsided, and a sense of unconventional satisfaction lingered in his mind. Without this system, would he have dared to do these things? I definitely wouldn't dare. But he did it brazenly, breaking into people's homes, seizing their property, wantonly prying into their secrets, and even physically inspecting them. But now they are safe and sound. Even if I had used force just now, nothing would have happened. The duration was a full 70 minutes. This system is absolutely amazing. Lie on your back in bed. Qin Jin was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood that from now on, he was no longer the same person as everyone else. Everyone else must abide by the rules and laws of this world. But he doesn't need to. In other words, he will become a unique individual in this world, capable of transcending the rules. After a long time, he managed to calm his excitement down a little, then recalled the private matters, or rather, secrets, that he had just discovered about Sun Yan. It turns out that all my previous assumptions were wrong. That's completely wrong. Sun Yan is completely different from what I imagined. First point, she had never even been in a relationship, let alone had any experience with men or women. She turned out to be a completely innocent and naive girl. Second point, Chapter 15, The Truth Behind the Disguise. In addition, Sun Yan is quite different from the elegant and cultured persona she usually projects. Her values are somewhat distorted. Deep down, he is quite materialistic and has a great desire for money, believing that there is nothing more wonderful in the world than money. She desperately wanted to be wealthy. She's so wealthy that she can shop to her heart's content. On a whim, one can buy a luxurious ocean view apartment. If they see a LV bag they like, they can buy as many as they want. And when the mood strikes, they can dine at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Apart from these, she felt lonely and exhausted at the same time, and had an extreme lack of belonging. It all started with her family background. Sun Yan was born in a remote small county in Hunan province. She was the eldest child in her family, with 2 younger brothers. In the countryside at that time, the idea of favoring boys and looking down on girls was very common. From a young age, she never got to enjoy the best food at home, and instead did all the dirty and tiring chores. From the time she could remember, she longed to escape her original home and stay far away from her parents and brothers, so she studied diligently and worked exceptionally hard. He specifically applied to a university far away and completed his studies by working part-time while studying. However, her family did not give up, claiming that she, as a college graduate, had no difficulty making money and that she had many connections in a big city. She was ordered to send money home every month. The amount gradually increased from 1,000 yuan per month initially to 5,000 yuan per month now. Not transferring money. If you don't pay, we'll go to your workplace and make a scene. We'll intercept you at the entrance of your workplace. Because of this, Sun Yan has lost several jobs. It is precisely because of these experiences. This led her to develop an extreme worship of money, a desire for great wealth, and an almost obsessive attitude towards money. As for why she is still a virgin at the age of 32, that's because Sun Yan understands very well what her most precious asset is, and she plans to keep this most valuable asset and wait for a good price. Qin Jin discovered all of this information through Sun Yan's WeChat messages. In WeChat's favorites feature, she recorded a large amount of content that resembled essays. In her WeChat Moments posts, she also posted many posts that only she could see, with a wide variety of content. It contains complaints, scoldings, sadness, joy, and aspirations, and even some shocking inside stories. For example, she mentioned that not long ago an elderly professor came to buy a property. He spoke to her in a very frivolous manner and even invited her to dinner, suggesting that the professor should give her the house and register it in her name. She wouldn't mind giving herself to that old man. Judging from the old professor's age, he probably won't last many more years. As soon as he breathes his last, she will be able to completely transcend social class and transform herself into a superior person. This content shattered Qin Jin's worldview, leaving him feeling deeply shocked by his own understanding. Lying on his bed, pondering these matters, Qin Jin's thoughts lingered for a long time. One really cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. It turns out that everyone in the world wears one, or even more, a disguise. Even a stunning beauty like Sun Yan cannot escape this rule. She appears refined, noble, aloof, and intelligent on the surface, but in reality, she has distorted values and is vain. She was willing to become an old man's mistress for a property worth over 10 million. Heh, but this is actually a good thing, as it makes the situation much easier to handle. It's nothing more than wealth. If you want something like that, it's incredibly easy to get it. These thoughts raced through my mind. With a smile on his lips, Qin Jin slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I was sound asleep when the alarm suddenly went off. Qin Jin suddenly sat up, grabbed his clothes, and started putting them on, but he only got halfway through before he came to his senses again. Depend on. What are you doing up so early? He threw his clothes aside, turned around, and went back to bed to continue sleeping. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 10 a.m. After yawning and stretching his limbs, Qin Jin slowly got out of bed. After getting dressed and washing up, I called a car to go to the nearby Guangweiju restaurant for breakfast. Shrimp dumplings and crab roe buns, which used to seem expensive, are now available for order today. Other items include roast duck and steamed ribs. Eat to your heart's content. The breakfast cost 518 yuan. Just a simple meal, but I've managed to finish it again. After a hearty meal, Qin Jin called a car to go to the company. Dream Technology, Project Group 3. The atmosphere in the entire work area was quite quiet today, so quiet that it felt a bit unusual. Many people chatted and laughed with their companions when they arrived at the entrance of the office area, but the smiles on their faces disappeared as soon as they stepped inside. Each of them had an indifferent expression and was taciturn, just like the face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Even more so, once they entered the office area, their footsteps became much quieter, as if they were being extremely cautious. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing some ominous star. A workspace of several hundred square meters. More than 200 employees were seated between 24 meters apart. Surprisingly, not a single person spoke up. Everyone was focused on their monitors, their expressions serious and attentive. Dull. Solemnity. However, although no one spoke, everyone's keyboards were actually clattering loudly, and most of them were not dealing with official business, but chatting. Is Qin Jin not here yet? No. Don't you think that if he were there, the scene would be so quiet? Ugh. Now that things have gotten this bad, I'm even afraid to go to the bathroom. I'm holding it in. There were countless conversations like this. Everyone in the project team was keeping a close eye on Qin Jin's movements. The Dingtalk work group for the technical department. Shinhui. Do you guys think Qin Jin might not come today? It's already past 10:30. Zheng Haonan. It's perfectly reasonable for him not to show up. It's not a shameful thing. But if he really came, I'd have to face that cold-faced female demon head-on. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Zhang Xuefuha. He can run away for a while, but can he run away forever? If he doesn't show up today, that would be considered unexcused absence. If someone is absent for 7 consecutive days, their employer has the right to dismiss them without incurring any legal liability. He brought this all on himself. He has no one else to blame. Jiang Bo, you're overthinking it. He'll definitely come. Zhang Xuefu. What if he doesn't show up today? It's almost lunchtime. If he were really coming, he would have arrived long ago. He was quite the smooth talker yesterday, but today he's become a coward. I thought he was so capable. What a piece of trash. Jiang Bo. Even so, it's still better than some guys. Zhang Xuefu at Jiang Bo. What do you mean by that? Jiang Bo. It means exactly what the words mean. Zhang Xuefu raised his head and looked at Jiang Bo in the opposite seat, his face full of anger. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the leader's room not far away out of the corner of his eye. He immediately shut his mouth, swallowing back what he was saying, and quickly lowered his head to stare at the monitor. Zhang Xuefu at Jiang Bo. Do you also not want to stay here anymore? Okay, I'll add you. Jiang Bo. If you're so capable, then fire me. Do your family members even know how amazing you are? Feng Shiju, he's awesome my foot. At Zhang Xuefu. Even your grandpa doesn't want to do this anymore. So what? Zhang Xuefu. Okay. Who else has the guts to come out? And let me see. No one spoke in the tech department's group chat anymore. Huanming Technology already had a reputation in the industry, and at the beginning of the year, it completed its Series C fundraising, bringing in 500 million yuan, which greatly increased the company's strength, and the treatment and benefits of its employees also improved. Unless absolutely necessary. No one wants to ruin a good job because of someone else's problem. Seeing that no one else showed up in the group, Zhang Xuefu smiled contemptuously. He had expected this outcome. Zhang Xuefu at Jiangbo at Feng Shiju. You two just wait and see. Qin Jin definitely won't dare to come today. And you two are still standing up for him. Idiots. Feng Shiju. I'm doing what I want. It's none of your business. Jiangbo, what if he comes? Zhang Xuefu. If he shows up, I'll treat the whole department to drinks. If he doesn't come, it's just the two of you treating, one treat each. Dare to accept? Feng Shiju. Okay. Jiangbo, you can place your order now. Oh. Zhang Xuefu paused for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at the entrance to the work area. Chapter 16, The Cold and Beautiful Female Demon. On the far west side of the project team's work area lobby, there is a separate private office with a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the lobby, where the blinds are usually closed tightly. Today, not only was it opened up, but everything was swept up in it. Whether you look from the inside out or from the outside in, you can see it clearly. The office is simply decorated with a gray carpet, while the coffee table, sofa, desk, coat rack, and bookshelf are all white, along with a few potted green plants. There was a tall woman standing in front of the window with her arms crossed. She was wearing a smoky gray, office-style long-sleeve shirt with a V-neck. The dark-colored pencil skirt cinched her waist tightly, perfectly outlining her captivating figure. Her figure is incredibly graceful and alluring, with curves in all the right places. Those long, slender legs were tightly encased in sheer gray stockings, and the black high heels made them appear even more upright. At first glance, she looked to be almost 1.75 meters tall. This is Su Zhouyun, a well-known icy female producer in the game industry, who is also in charge of Qin Jin's project. Everyone calls her President Su. At this moment, on her delicate and beautiful face, she had no expression at all, and looked particularly aloof and beautiful. Like ice flowers that have just bloomed in the dead of winter. They are beautiful, yet they exude a sharpness that cannot be ignored. His deep eyes were fixed on the office area outside without blinking, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes held an indescribable frustration and resentment. She stood like that for quite a long time. Even when both her legs started to ache, the guy still hadn't shown up. She gave a cold snort and was about to go back to sit down and rest. I had just turned around when I heard a commotion. She turned her head and saw Qin Jin strolling leisurely into the office area, wearing sunglasses, a white t-shirt and black shorts, and Crocs. Seeing Qin Jin's outfit, the chill on her face instantly intensified. When everyone in the office area outside saw Qin Jin arrive, they all gasped in shock. Wow, Qin Jin is amazing. He actually dared to come without his work clothes? 666. I'm impressed. Old Zhao, you'd better hold on for now. I'm here to give you my moral support. Qin Jin, I didn't expect you to look even more handsome without your work clothes. Hey, are those Crocs you're wearing the same style as mine? Faced with everyone's hushed greetings, Qin Jin nodded happily, without saying much, and walked straight to his workstation without stopping. Their technical department's office area is on the far west side, right next to the project manager's office. At this moment, all the blinds in the office were rolled up. The situation inside was clearly visible. Qin Jin immediately spotted Su Zhouyun, who had an amazing figure, standing by the window, staring at him with a sullen expression. Qin Jin grinned and raised his eyebrows at her a few times, then walked over to Zhang Xuefu and patted him on the shoulder. What are you still sitting here for? Go buy some milk tea. Let's go with the Shanghai sister-in-law drink. I want the jasmine rumbo, a large with ice. Don't get it wrong. Zhang Xuefu's face turned ashen. He abruptly shoved Qin Jin's hand away and roared. Qin Jin, open your eyes and look at the time. 11:10. Don't you know what time we clock in for work at our company? And why aren't you wearing work clothes? You even came here in slippers. What kind of behavior is that? This is the company premises, not your own home. Qin Jin picked at his ear with his finger, completely unconcerned, and said, What time I arrive is none of your business. It's not like you're the one paying my salary. You know this is a company, not your home, right? Why do you care whether I wear work clothes or not? Buy the milk tea first before you start talking nonsense with me, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jin turned around and looked around the entire office hall, then suddenly raised his voice. Classmates, Director Liu is treating everyone to drinks at Shanghai sister-in-laws today. Let's give him a round of applause to express our gratitude. This shout made everyone look at each other in disbelief. Everyone was staring at Zhang Xuefu, wondering what exactly was going on. Yeah, take a screenshot of what Director Liu just said and post it in the group chat. Otherwise everyone will think I'm lying. Okay. Feng Shiju was beaming with joy as he busily took screenshots and sent them to the group chat. Zhang Xuefu's face turned green instantly. Now there was no way he could renege on his debt. My heart is aching terribly. The Shanghai sister-in-law brand isn't cheap. Even if a cup costs 20 yuan, the entire project team has over 200 people. Grass. That's over 4,000 yuan. With over 4,000 yuan, there are so many good things to do. Wouldn't it be better to buy Ping 2 sets of clothes? Old Kai, you'd better think this through. If you don't buy today, then it will prove that your words are just empty talk. Qin Jin lowered his voice and said with a smile, how will you, Director Liu, get along in the company from now on? How will you get everyone's respect? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuefu's expression shifted between light and shadow, his eyes darting around. Qin Jin, don't get too cocky. You're definitely going to get yourself into trouble today. You've offended President Su, so you can just wait to die. I'll see how you slink out of this company in a bit. Your position, and your woman, they all belong to me. He paused for a moment. He added in a sinister tone, oh, and those 2 lackeys of yours, I won't let them get away with it after you're gone. I'll deal with them slowly. Qin Jin raised his middle finger at him, but instead of panicking, he laughed heartily. Then you don't need to bother. Bother. Go buy me some milk tea. I'll give you a big gift when you get married. After saying that, he laughed heartily, turned around, and walked towards Su Zhouyun's office. His action immediately drew the attention of the entire project team, who craned their necks and stared wide-eyed at him. Clang! Qin Jin roughly pushed open the glass door and then slammed it shut. The group of people outside were trembling with shock, exclaiming in unison, holy crap. Once inside the office, Qin Jin didn't even lower the blinds on the side. He walked casually to the desk, sat down on it, and plopped down. This fierce movement once again elicited a collective holy crap from outside. Sitting in the boss's chair, Su Zhouyun could no longer contain her anger and slammed her hand on the table. Snap! Qin Jin, you stand properly. I was thinking of talking to you, but it seems there's no need now. Get out of here, pack your things and get out. Immediately. Right now. Looking at Su Zhouyun, whose eyebrows were raised and whose face was frosty, Qin Jin smiled and remained completely unmoved, instead looking her up and down with great interest. This was the first time he had gotten so close to Su Zhouyun and looked at her closely. He had always thought she was very beautiful, but he never expected to see her so beautiful up close. It looks even better now. The skin on her face and neck is so delicate and smooth, it's pink and radiant, and you can't even see a single pore up close. Her skin is absolutely amazing. She truly deserves to be the first woman to give herself a score of 90. Sun Yuan was 2 points behind her. What's wrong with it? The reasoning in level C is not as convincing as that in level D. The latter is clearly more persuasive. 1. Sun Yuan's temperament, or rather her aura, is indeed not as strong as Su Zhouyun's. When Su Zhouyun stands in the office, everyone subconsciously lowers their voices. Her aloofness comes naturally from her very bones. It wasn't the kind of affected, pretentious act that Sun Yuan was putting on. 1. Qin Jin's gaze swept from head to toe, then back from toe to back. Finally, it stopped atop that magnificent, undulating peak. Chapter 17 shouted out, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, it will be in vain. President Su, it's not appropriate for you to swear like that. As a woman, especially someone as beautiful as you should have some manners and not get angry so easily. It's too damaging to your image. Look at you, always with that sullen face, as if everyone owes you tens of millions. If anyone makes a mistake at work, you not only slam your fist on the table, but also glare at them, and you're relentless in your arguments. Qin Jin earnestly advised, if things continue like this, it will easily lead to endocrine disorders, causing dysmenorrhea, irregular menstruation, and other gynecological problems. Come on, give your brother a smile first. I've never seen what you look like when you smile before. You. Su Zhouyun's face instantly turned ashen, her beautiful eyes practically spitting fire. Fine, you won't leave, huh? Well, you'd better not regret it. As they were speaking, she grabbed her phone. I'll notify HR to fire you right now, and you won't get a single penny of severance pay. Even if you go to labor arbitration, I'm not afraid. Someone like you, who has no discipline and even harasses female colleagues, will never win in arbitration. Furthermore, I will also spread the word about your character and professional qualities within the industry, so that everyone will be more discerning when hiring and avoid hiring such a piece of trash. Believe it or not, I still have these connections. It won't be long before you can't survive in this industry at all. Truly, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Qin Jin laughed out loud, stood up, and walked straight towards Su Zhouyun. You just said I harassed a female colleague? Seeing him approach, Su Zhouyun frowned and coldly rebuked. What are you doing? Get out of here right now. Didn't you just say I was harassing my female colleagues? Qin Jin said happily. I can't just take the blame for you and be wrongly accused. Upon hearing this, instead of panicking, Su Zhouyun crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, adopting a tactical backward-leaning posture. She said coldly, You're digging your own grave. Don't regret it later. If you dare touch me today, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. You want to send me to jail for the rest of my life? That's right. I swear on it. Smack. Before Su Zhouyun could finish speaking, Qin Jin raised his hand and slapped her across the face. He understood the rule that you shouldn't hit someone in the face. Since we're going to take action, we should naturally choose the thickest part of the flesh to hit. The buttocks are too low and not very convenient. Good heavens. This palm strike was so powerful that it caused mountains to collapse and the earth to split, creating surging waves. Ah, you. Snap. Qin Jin slapped him again with his other hand, showing no mercy and without holding back his strength. What do you mean, shut your mouth? You're saying I'm harassing female colleagues, right? Huh? I advise you to save your energy. It's futile to shout until you're hoarse. Snap. Then came another slap. Witnessing the spectacular scene of the earth shaking, Qin Jin felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long wanted to teach this mantra a lesson. The feel is several times better than I expected. Boom. Until this moment, the group of people outside the office finally snapped out of their shock. Their heads were buzzing, their bodies were numb, and their eyes were glazed over. The word holy shit was not enough to describe the horror they felt at that moment. Qin Jin, what are you doing? Zhang Xuefu roared and was the first to rush forward. But no matter how he turned the doorknob, he couldn't open it. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xuefu pounded on the door frantically, shouting, Open the door. Qin Jin, open the door right now. Security. Go call security. What are you all standing there for? Go get someone. Didn't you see Qin Jin molesting President Su inside? Inside the office, Qin Jin seemed completely oblivious to the commotion outside the door. After slapping someone across the face, he found the feel quite satisfying and couldn't resist slapping them back. Immediately afterwards, he slashed out with his other hand. He repeated this back and forth for about a dozen strokes before stopping. Sigh, I'm getting a little tipsy. Qin Jin muttered something, forcibly suppressing the urge to continue whipping, and then reached for the laptop on the table and pulled it over. He was determined to expose Su Zhouyun's disguise. Let's see what kind of person this seemingly cold-blooded, ruthless, and extremely strict female boss really is behind the scenes. Insert the USB drive and quickly open one of the search tools. Run. While the program is running, Qin Jin casually opened his browser and checked his browsing history, bookmarks, and search history. History. The computer had two browsers installed, 360 Speed Edition and Google Chrome, and he searched through both of them. Nothing was gained. Everything is normal. At this point, the hidden file search tool had also completed its scan and found nothing. Huh. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow. So clean? Absolutely impossible. Give me your phone. He looked at Su Zhouyun, who had suddenly fallen silent. It's really strange. This woman was quite arrogant before, not only telling him to get lost, but also yelling that she would call the police and send him to jail for life. But after she was slapped hard a few times, she suddenly became obedient, sitting there without making a sound, so quiet that she even seemed a little dazed. It was as if he had been slapped senseless. Hearing Qin Jin ask for his phone, Su Zhouyun immediately put her hands behind her back and whispered, Don't ruin your future. Security will be here soon. Stop talking nonsense and give it to me. Qin Jin grabbed her and roughly pushed her down onto the desk, pressing her face against the cold surface. He snatched the phone from his hand in a flash. The phone screen is off, and a password is required to unlock it. Qin Jin naturally didn't know the password, but that didn't stump him. He grabbed Su Zhouyun's right hand and forcibly pried her thumb open to press a button on the phone screen. Unlocked instantly. First check WeChat, then check the photo album, then check the memo. Huh. Everything is actually normal. This is really strange. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow. Could there really be someone who can escape the law that everyone has multiple masks? Absolutely not. He immediately dismissed this guess, because he always felt that something was wrong. Qin Jin examined the phone in his hand more closely. It was a black Huawei Mate X5, while his mind raced back to what he had just looked at. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. I figured it out. The strangest and most abnormal thing about this phone is that it only has one WeChat account. According to common sense, nowadays, most people, especially young people, have at least two WeChat accounts, one main account and one secondary account. The larger size is for daily life, and the smaller size is for work or other purposes. For example, flirting with girls or guys. Given that Su Zhouyun is only 3 years older than him and is a senior executive in the company, there's absolutely no way she could only have one WeChat account. WeChat on Android supports clones, allowing users to run two instances. However, Su Zhouyun's phone only has WeChat on its home screen. Another possibility is that she does indeed only use one WeChat app and logs into different numbers by switching accounts. Qin Jin quickly opened WeChat again, then clicked Settings, Switch Account. The interface shows only one account. So, does Su Zhouyun really only have one WeChat account and only use this one WeChat account on a daily basis? Is she truly someone with no secrets, someone who is consistent inside and out, and who wears no other mask? No, something unusual is bound to happen. The light in Qin Jin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. There was another possibility here. This is a Huawei phone, after all. Chapter 18. Stand still. Let me touch you. Huawei phones have a particularly powerful feature that makes them irresistible. Qin Jin opened the phone's settings and scrolled down to find the privacy option. After clicking on it, a privacy space option will appear. Click. After pressing the button, the screen flashed and a lock screen popped up, prompting you to enter a password. Upon seeing this, Qin Jin grinned and burst out laughing. I finally caught you. I knew it. Where in this world can you find a truly consistent person, inside and out? The ironclad rule that everyone has multiple faces is unbreakable. This so-called private space is actually another independent system. It can download apps, save photos, and more. It can be operated as a completely new phone. If this is your first time using it, a start prompt should appear when you click on privacy space. However, Su Zhouyun's phone did not display this notification. This means that she had already activated it. Qin Jin was overjoyed and lowered his head to pull Su Zhouyun's hand again. Huh. He raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. Why is this woman still slumped over the table? I clearly stopped holding her down just now. Time was of the essence, and he didn't have time to think. He grabbed Su Zhouyun's right hand. If you used your thumb to unlock the main system, then you definitely won't use your thumb to unlock this subsystem. Index finger? Opens instantly. I was so clever. After successfully unlocking the app, Qin Jin indeed saw the WeChat message. He glanced at it briefly. Besides WeChat, there were several other applications. Huh. Little Bluebird? They actually installed Little Bluebird. Qin Jin's body trembled violently. Holy crap, does President Su have a side business in private too? This is just too damn surreal. Holy crap. 10:24 left. Qin Jin's body trembled violently again, and he could hardly stand. His right hand instinctively reached out to support Su Zhouyun's high, upturned, peach-shaped buttocks, who was still lying on the table. President Su, I didn't expect we'd find we share the same goals, huh? Qin Jin made a joke and immediately began flipping through the pages. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. The banging on the door continued. Zhang Xuefu, his face flushed with excitement, pounded on the door and shouted, Qin Jin, open the door right now. Release President Su right now. I'm warning you. I've already called the police, and security will be here soon. He held up his phone. I've recorded everything you just did. The evidence is irrefutable, and you can't deny it. Ha ha ha. Feng Shiju and Jiang Bo, who were not far away, heard this. His already unpleasant expression darkened even further. Feng Shiju lowered his voice and said, take his phone and smash it. Jiang Bo grabbed his arm. It's no use. How could you possibly snatch them all from so many people? Feng Shiju looked up and instantly deflated. At this moment, the outside was in complete chaos. The entire project team had gathered around, surrounding Su Zhouyun's office in layers, making it impossible to move. The people behind couldn't see what was happening in the office. Some were even standing on their chairs. Everyone was holding up their phones. It was quite a sight. An unsuspecting person might have thought some superstar had arrived. Make way. Make way. Get out of the way. Security is here. Security is here. The crowd scattered with a bang, and 5 or 6 security guards rushed in carrying stun batons, shields, and riot forks. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xuefu at the door was overjoyed and excitedly shouted, quick, break down the door and rescue President Su. President Su has been taken hostage. The security guards also saw the situation inside and recognized who was inside. It's actually the icy goddess, CEO Su. My goodness, this guy is really something. Boom. Click-clack. The glass door shattered with a crash. Qin Jin didn't even glance at it. His expression still fixed intently on Su Zhiyun's phone, carefully memorizing the IDs and accounts for each app. Qin Jin, you're surrounded. Release President Su right now. Oh. Qin Jin finally looked up at the door and coldly said to Zhang Xuefu, who was leading the security guards in, "Idiot." He then took out his phone, which was still displaying a countdown timer. 17:49. Rewind 18 minutes. As the command was given, the scene before my eyes instantly blurred and began to fade away. Phew. Qin Jin shook his head slightly, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then looked at Su Zhiyun, who was sitting in the boss's chair with her arms crossed, staring coldly at him. Then, he turned and looked outside again. Everyone in the project team craned their necks to look in this direction. Qin Jin walked to the French windows with a smile and quickly lowered all the blinds by pulling on the cords. The inside and outside of the office were instantly separated. He turned and walked towards Su Zhiyun, casually sitting down on her desk. Snap. Qin Jin, stand up right now. I was planning to talk to you, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Now get out of here, pack your things and get out. Immediately. Right now. Su Zhiyun's eyebrows were raised. Her face was frosty, and her expression and words were exactly the same as before. Qin Jin smiled broadly and said slowly, "Oh, my dear President Su, you're wearing gray stockings today? Still that kind of glass gray silk. It's really good. This is exactly what I like. It's not only thin, but it also looks shiny, and most importantly, it feels great to the touch. A dual enjoyment of sight and touch. Come on, get up and let me try it out." Su Zhiyun stared in shock, wondering if she was hallucinating. How dare he do this? Has he gone mad? Or did they never intend to do it at all, which is why they became so unscrupulous and exposed their vile nature? Several thoughts flashed through her mind. Then she took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said coldly, "Get out, or I'll call the police." "How do I roll? Why don't you demonstrate for me?" Qin Jin asked with a smile. Su Zhiyun gave him a cold glance, then stopped talking and picked up her phone to dial. Qin Jin didn't try to snatch it and said with a smile, "President Su, don't you like crawling around on the ground? What's wrong with asking you to roll over for me? You're too stingy." Clang. The phone fell and bounced several times on the table before finally stopping. Su Zhiyun's eyes darted around rapidly, her chest heaving. "I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. Get out." Qin Jin stood up. "Then I'm really leaving. Don't regret it." Su Zhiyun parted her lips slightly. "Get out." "Hey." Qin Jin laughed. "This woman is really steady. You think I'm just trying to scare you? Then shatter your wishful thinking." Qin Jin raised his chin, staring intently at the large D cup, looking concerned. "Does that place still hurt?" This time, Su Zhiyun's face changed completely. Her expression panicked, but she tried her best to remain calm. I don't understand what you're saying." "Hee. Do you really not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand?" Qin Jin smacked his lips repeatedly. TSK, you really are heartless. Such a precious pair of rare treasures, and instead of cherishing them, you even burned them with candles. What a fucking waste." Qin Jin slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. "Let me do it next time." Boom. Su Zhiyun's mind went blank for a moment. Her whole body went numb, and she looked at Qin Jin with a look of horror. Chapter 19. This guy is just asking for a beating. Su Zhiyun was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her delicate face was deathly pale, without a trace of color left. She stared at Qin Jin with eyes full of terror, her mind a jumble of questions. How did he find out? How could he possibly have found out? Oh my God. If he finds out about this, what should we do? The thought of her private affairs getting out sent chills down Su Zhiyun's spine, and her back was instantly soaked with sweat. I'm too ashamed to face anyone. I can no longer stay in the company, and I can't even make it in this industry anymore. Looking at Su Zhiyun's puzzled expression, Qin Jin didn't reply to anything, but just looked at her with a smile. Seeing her pale face, evasive eyes, and panicked appearance, he felt incredibly happy, to the point that words couldn't describe it. Su Zhiyun's case once again powerfully proves the golden rule that everyone wears multiple masks. The secret Qin Jin discovered in Su Zhiyun's phone subsystem was even more explosive than the secret he found about Sun Yan yesterday. That's right, it's explosive. He never expected that Su Zhiyun, who was usually aloof and arrogant and ignored everyone, would have such a strange quirk in private. Even so, Qin Jin still managed to stumble upon it. Where did you find out? After the initial shock and panic subsided, Su Zhouyun quickly calmed down. She needs to figure this out quickly. It seemed as if they had read her mind. Qin Jin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm the only one who knows about this so far. You've kept it a secret pretty well, haven't you? Wow, you really are an internet professional. You're quite adept at using subsystems and VPNs." After hearing this, Su Zhouyun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's the only one who knows, the situation is still within his control and not too bad. As for the teasing remark that followed, she simply pretended not to hear it. After thinking about it, Su Zhouyun glanced coldly at Qin Jin. "Tell me, how did you find out? Keep this secret, and you can give me a price. Reporting numbers?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Jin chuckled and teased. "So how much are you planning to pay? Tell me first, and I'll see if you're sincere." Su Zhouyun bit her red lips. 100,000. Huh, 100,000. No way, my dear Ms. Su. Is your privacy only worth 100,000? Qin Jin pretended to be quite exaggerated and said with a grin, "Putting everything else aside, just how much do you earn annually at Leo?" If I were to spill this bombshell, who would have thought that the usually aloof and arrogant goddess Lu would actually want to find a master? Do you even have the nerve to stay at the company? Su Zhouyun's face twitched, her complexion shifting between light and dark, red and white. She clenched her fist. "So how much do you want? Name your price. But let me make this clear. Don't ask for an exorbitant amount. At worst, we'll fight to the death." The smile on Qin Jin's face vanished immediately. "So, you're going to fight to the death, huh?" "Right." Su Zhouyun straightened her back and glared at him coldly. Snap. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Jin slapped him across the face. The earth shook and the sky seemed to collapse. Besides, at this moment, Qin Jin understood why Su Zhouyun hadn't dodged or avoided the slaps after he had slapped her more than a dozen times, and why she had just sat there without saying a word. Later, when she was asked to press herself on the table, she didn't resist. Even when I stop holding her down, she still won't get up. This isn't just because he was stunned by his own attack. It's obvious that. And so, at that moment, Qin Jin slapped him once, then retaliated with another slap. You dare touch me?" Su Zhouyun was both shocked and furious, staring intently at Qin Jin, only to be met with. Qin Jin remained unmoved and continued to attack. Unexpectedly, Su Zhouyun buried her face in her hands on the table and started crying. Wah, 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 wah. Qin Jin was stunned. What's going on? How can she still be crying? What should we do? He was a little at a loss. Wah. Su Zhouyun was still burying her face in her hands and sobbing, her shoulders shaking as she cried. She looked very heartbroken. Well, Qin Jin scratched his head and chuckled dryly. Stop howling. Weren't you pretty arrogant just now, ready to fight me to the death? Where did your bravado go? It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned it, because once it was brought up, Su Zhouyun cried even harder. Wah wah. Qin Jin felt annoyed, not because he was afraid of being overheard by outsiders. He still has several tens of minutes of downtime today, enough to handle any situation. He simply hates the sound of crying. What's the use of crying? Can the problem be solved? Stop crying, stop crying. What are you crying for? Qin Jin lowered his voice and snapped. Shut up. If you cry again, I'll slap you again, you believe me? Wah! Su Zhouyun's crying stopped abruptly. She sat up abruptly, crossed her arms over her chest, and whispered, No, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. Chapter 20. Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han's mastery of foolish women. Qin Jin thought Su Zhouyun was becoming more and more beautiful. It's even more charming now. That delicate and aloof face was now streaked with tears. She looked like a sobbing mess, and her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. This pitiful appearance is a stark contrast to her usual aloof and arrogant demeanor. The stronger the contrast, the more amazing it is. Seeing this, Qin Jin secretly sighed inwardly, thinking that this woman really had a great figure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What did you just say? I'm asking you a question. What did you just say? Su Zhouyun frowned and recalled. I told you not to do it. Something's not right. Qin Jin, with a completely serious expression, said earnestly. You mean, don't do it? Su Zhouyun was immediately speechless, and her already rosy face became even more radiant. Ha ha. Qin Jin laughed out loud and reached out to touch Su Zhouyun's cheek. She didn't flinch and just stared at him quietly until Qin Jin's hand touched her. Su Zhouyun's body trembled slightly. Did I hurt you just now? Qin Jin's tone softened. Su Zhouyun responded softly, then twitched her cheeks twice, as if she were rubbing against Qin Jin's palm. Seeing this, Qin Jin was secretly delighted. That easy. Just as he was feeling a surge of joy, he felt his hand being slapped aside. Su Zhouyun suddenly stood up and darted to the door in a few steps like a rabbit. Because she was moving too fast, one of her high heels slipped off. She stood by the door, one hand gripping the doorknob, watching Qin Jin warily. Don't go any further. If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll call for help right now. Cough. Qin Jin smacked his lips a few times, feeling slightly disappointed. I thought I had it all sorted out. It turned out to be a smokescreen. This woman is really... She's quite stubborn. That's all right. There's still a long way to go. We can take it slow and deal with it later. Qin Jin stared at Su Zhouyun with a grin and teased. Aren't you afraid I'll expose your dirty secrets? Are you willing to give up the high-paying job you worked so hard for? A hint of hesitation flashed across Su Zhouyun's face. Then she sneered. What can you do if you're reluctant? At worst, I'll just quit this industry. What good will that do you? Qin Jin, if you reveal my secret, not only will you get nothing, but I'll also sue you and make you pay legal fees. If you don't believe me, just try it. Damn it, he's threatening me again. Qin Jin was so angry that his teeth itched, and he instantly wanted to pin her down and beat her up again. That woman deserves a beating. You? Don't do anything reckless. Su Zhouyun noticed Qin Jin's expression turn cold and immediately unlocked the door, her face full of vigilance. Qin Jin said calmly, I hate it when people threaten me. I'm sorry. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zhouyun actually apologized. Although her tone was still quite cold, she had indeed given in. Qin Jin's displeasure subsided slightly. Su Zhouyun looked at him and said, Qin Jin, then name your price. As long as the price is right, I will agree to it. No, I don't want money. Qin Jin shook his head. Su Zhouyun's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and her voice turned cold. Don't even think about threatening me to do anything. I swear, I will never agree to any of your conditions. Hee. Qin Jin stood up, and Su Zhouyun shrank back. What are you doing? Qin Jin, if you dare come any closer, I'll call for help. Fool, what did you say to me? Are you out of your mind, woman? Can't I even go back to work? Qin Jin walked towards the door with a grin, picking up his high heels from the ground as he went. He hooked his finger on his high heel. President Su, are you planning to run out barefoot? So everyone can admire your beautiful feet in stockings. Throw your shoe over here. Why should I listen to you? Come here, and I'll give it to you. No way. Qin Jin waved his phone. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Su Zhouyun's body stiffened, and an alarm bell rang in her mind. Qin Jin chuckled and said, the whole process of me serving you just now was filmed without me even noticing, including the blissful look on your face. Even a blind man could understand what was going on. President Su, judging from the video, you seem to be really enjoying it. Besides, this serves as proof. Otherwise, people wouldn't easily believe it based solely on those forum posts. Now everyone will definitely get to know a brand new, real CEO Su. Su Zhouyun's eyes were practically spitting fire. He stared at the phone in Qin Jin's hand, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Mr. Su, don't waste your time. Even if you take my phone, it won't help. The video has already been uploaded and backed up. You must know that, Qin Jin said calmly. Then he waved. Come over. What do you want to do? Here are your shoes, you silly woman. Why don't you just throw it over? Qin Jin suddenly became expressionless. I'll say it one last time. Somehow, Su Zhouyun is now particularly afraid of his expression. Come over. After hesitating for 3 or 4 seconds, Su Zhouyun walked over slowly and stopped 2 meters away from Qin Jin. Jin, you give it to me. Go sit on that sofa over there. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Zhouyun walked to the sofa and sat down again. Qin Jin followed closely behind, squatted down in front of her, and grabbed her right foot. What are you doing? Shut up. The glass gray silk is of good quality, and it feels incredibly smooth in the hand. It's also exceptionally thin. You can see the veins on the instep and the wine-red toenails even through the stockings. It's soft and smooth, and can be held in one hand. The feel is amazing. Qin Jin casually put the high heels on her, then stood up and walked towards the door. Su Zhouyun was extremely surprised. She never expected Qin Jin to put shoes on her. He was so fierce just a moment ago, but now he's become so considerate and gentle. A sense of absurdity arose in her heart. Seeing Qin Jin about to leave, her heart tightened. Where are you going? Go to work, you silly woman. Qin Jin replied casually, then opened the door and went out. Seeing him walk away without looking back, Su Zhouyun felt a vague sense of loss, followed by a strong feeling of irritation. Hateful. How can I get him to keep quiet and keep the secret? She paced back and forth in her office, feeling anxious and uneasy. The feeling of having a sword hanging over her head was driving her almost crazy. It was so unbearable. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated. Su Zhouyun was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked over and picked up her phone, only to see a notification in the notification bar that someone had added her as a WeChat friend. Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han. The WeChat profile picture is a blue jade seal. She instantly realized that this must be Qin Jin. Click Agree to add as a friend. Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han. Perform well, dear President Su. Su Zhouyun, ? Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han. Foolish woman. Whether I can keep your secret depends on your performance. Su Zhouyun took a deep breath and bit her red lips. Chapter 21 Compensation, Hehe. Qin Jin walked out of the office. The project team members all looked up at the same time, their eyes fixed on him, each with a strong sense of curiosity in their expressions. Brother Zhao, how's it going? What did President Su say? Feng Shiju immediately asked. Zhang Bo was standing guard next to Qin Jin's seat. When he saw Qin Jin appear, he immediately stood up straight and gave Feng Shiju a look. Shall we go outside to talk? There's no need. Qin Jin casually pulled out a chair and sat down. It's nothing embarrassing to talk about. It's perfectly fine. He looked around. Huh? Where did my milk tea go? It's right here. I was the first one to rush and grab it, Brother Zhao. First come, first served. Feng Shiju, sitting next to her, brought out a glass of Shanghai sister-in-law, wine from behind the green ivy on the table. A thin layer of condensation still clung to the glass. You idiot, you'd be stupid not to drink when there's something free. As he said this, he glanced at Zhang Xuefu with a look of utter disdain. Qin Jin took it and took a couple of deep breaths. That makes sense, but keep your voice down. After all, you're beholden to someone who takes your money. TCH. Feng Shiju sneered. Jiang Bo lowered his voice and said, Jinzi, what exactly happened? If we're really going to fire you, we definitely need to discuss the severance pay. Heh, compensation. Zhang Xuefu glared at him menacingly, his face full of schadenfreude. What a pipe dream. The company hasn't even fined him yet, and he still wants compensation? What kind of compensation is that? Jiang Bo's expression instantly darkened, and he looked at Qin Jin with great concern. Feng Shiju pointed at Zhang Xuefu and said, Get out of here, or I'll beat you up. He paused for a moment. He added, Even if I drink your milk tea, I'll still beat you up. Qin Jin laughed out loud upon hearing this and waved his hand, indicating, Don't shout. You're disturbing everyone's work. Anyway, I'm really fine. I'm perfectly all right. Who said I got fired? Has the HR department issued a document? Zhang Xuefu said coldly. Still stubbornly holding on, huh? The lunch break is almost here. The HR department will definitely issue a notice this afternoon. What if no announcement is issued this afternoon? Qin Jin asked cheerfully. No chance. Absolutely no chance. Zhang Xuefu said without hesitation. Qin Jin laughed and said, If the announcement isn't released by the afternoon, will you treat everyone to another cup of coffee? Dream. Zhang Xuefu's face twitched. Why should I treat? Why don't you treat everyone to drinks? Sure, if HR fires me this afternoon, I'll treat everyone to drinks and dessert. Then I won't bet with you. Zhang Xuefu snorted coldly and said resentfully. Even if the announcement isn't issued this afternoon, it will definitely be issued tomorrow. Qin Jin, you definitely can't keep this company, and don't even think about keeping it. If you don't have the guts to gamble, don't waste your breath talking to me. You're not worthy. Qin Jin's lips curled into a smirk, too lazy to bother with him anymore. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Bo still standing there. Come on, go back to your seat. What are you doing here? Jinzi, are you really all right? Nonsense. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you all? Too. Jiang Bo chuckled, then grabbed his arm. Come on, let's eat and celebrate. That's a good suggestion. Brother Zhao must treat us to a meal today. He's bound to have good fortune after surviving such a close call. Feng Shiju immediately chimed in. Let's go then. Time to eat. Qin Jin glanced at the time and saw it was 11:55, so he agreed. Since I've already agreed to treat you to a meal, Qin Jin originally planned to find a high-end restaurant for a get-together, but Zhang Bo and Feng Shiju stopped him, saying that they could just eat something casually around the company. Seeing that the two were adamant, Qin Jin had no choice but to give up. I just made a windfall, and it's something you didn't want to eat, but that doesn't mean I didn't treat you. Don't regret it later. How much wealth? Abundant wealth. Nobody would believe you. Qin Jin was too lazy to explain, and couldn't explain anyway. He randomly found a Sichuan restaurant, and the three of them went in and ordered 6 dishes and 3 bottles of beer. Let's eat. Zhang Bo and Feng Shiju were extremely curious about how Qin Jin negotiated with Su Zhouyun and why they were able to get away with it. During the meal, he kept asking how he managed to do it. In response, Qin Jin said mysteriously, "That's because I have a secret relationship with President Su." What's the relationship? It's something I can't tell anyone. Depend on. After having lunch, the three of them staggered back to the company. Since Qin Jin seemed to be really alright, able to eat and drink normally during the meal, Zhang Bo and Feng Shiju were relieved. I went back to my seat, put down my chair, and planned to take a nap. Qin Jin wasn't sleepy at all. He had slept until after 10 a.m. I reclined the chair, leaned back, and opened JD.com to start shopping. As soon as I opened JD.com, a message popped up in the notification bar. Lily Bubble, come to my office for a moment. This, Glass Bubble, is actually Su Zhouyun's nickname on WeChat within her phone subsystem. No one expected that the usually aloof and arrogant CEO Su would actually choose such a cute nickname. Qin Jin clicked in and replied, "Just say what's on your mind. I just ate, and I'm too lazy to move." See this reply? Su Zhouyun was so angry that her liver ached. Ever since Qin Jin left her office, she had been feeling uneasy and in a terrible mood. I didn't even have time for lunch. I had no appetite at all. She waited and waited in the office for a long time before Qin Jin finally returned. Now that she had asked him to come over, he didn't even move. Su Zhouyun's temples throbbed, and she silently told herself to stay calm. How did you find out? These words seemed abrupt, but Qin Jin understood them instantly and replied, "This is a heavenly secret and cannot be revealed." Qin Jin, I always thought you were a good person. I never expected you to be so despicable and vile. Watch your words. If you upset me, you know what the consequences will be. Su Zhouyun's eyes darted around as she recalled what had happened that morning. 2 hours had passed, and she still felt a sharp pain. At noon, she looked in the mirror and saw that everything was swollen and bright red. Just then, 2 more messages came through WeChat. Issue a job transfer notice and give me an easy job, or I can be your assistant. That's the gist of it. You can decide what to do. Dream on. Su Zhouyun typed those words without thinking and then immediately deleted them. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "If I arrange everything for you, will you keep my secret? Do you have any leverage to bargain with me?" Qin Jin retorted. Su Zhouyun was speechless. Qin Jin sent another message. "I've already told you. It depends on your performance, you silly woman. I prefer women who are more obedient. Do you understand?" Su Zhouyun immediately locked her phone. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, 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 crash. She pounded the pillow with her small fists, muttering curses under her breath. "You're the stupid woman. You're the stupid woman. You're scum. You're an animal. A degenerate." Buzz. My phone vibrated, the screen lit up, and it displayed, "Are you insulting me?" Su Zhouyun froze, then looked up in alarm and quickly scanned her surroundings, checking every suspicious corner. Did he install a camera in his office? Chapter 22, What a Man Desires. ROG Raptor 4090D. I chatted briefly with Su Zhouyun. Qin Jin then opened JD.com again, searched for 4090 graphics card, and went straight to Huashua's JD.com self-operated store. The ROG Raptor 4090D is priced at 17,709 yuan. Place your order. Payment successful. Staring at the payment completion message on the screen, Qin Jin felt incredibly happy. Damn, I finally got my wish granted. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such high-quality goods. At most, he would glance at other people's reviews and drool over those impressive specs. I would absolutely never be willing to buy it. I probably wouldn't have the confidence to do so in my entire life. There's nothing else to it. The key point is that this thing is ridiculously expensive. This graphics card alone is worth almost 20,000 yuan. He used to be just an ordinary worker, earning 15,000 yuan a month. Where would he get the spare money to mess around with this? Even if you work hard day and night for a whole month, you can't even get a single card back. Thinking about it carefully, It really is quite frustrating. I don't know whether to blame myself for not being good at making money, or to blame this thing for being overpriced. Now that things are better, with the system backing him up, a 20,000 yuan graphics card is nothing to him. With a refreshing feeling, Qin Jin then searched for a CPU and clicked into Intel's official flagship store. There was no need to hesitate. 14th generation Intel Core i9-14900KS CPU processor, Asus ROG Z790, Formula D5 motherboard. The total is 11,649.8 yuan. Place your order. Payment successful. TSK. Qin Jin felt increasingly cheerful. These treasures, which he could only admire from afar in the past, were now all within his grasp, and he felt completely at ease. Next, he selected the solid-state drive, memory, cooling system, power supply, and case. The main idea is to only buy the most expensive items. Price is not a consideration at all. The entire host, plus the accompanying gadgets, cost a total of over 40,000 yuan. The specific configuration list is as follows. CPU, Intel i9-14900KS. Motherboard, Asus ROG Z790, Formula D5. Graphics card, Asus ROG Strix 4090D. Memory, G.Skill Trident Z 8000 MHz, 24 GB *2. Hard drive, Kingston Fury Flagship PCIe 4.0 to 4 TB. Power supply, Huashua ROG Thor 1200W. Case, Asus ROG Genesis 2. Cooling, Huashua ROG Dragon God 360 Gen 3. Total, 45,892 yuan. This solution is absolutely top-notch in today's DIY community, with performance that's simply phenomenal. Indestructible. The host is set up. Qin Jin also bought a Harman Kardon Bluetooth speaker, an ROG Ranger keyboard and mouse set, and the ROG 32-inch 4K per 240 Hz monitor. Another 13,599 yuan has been poured in. The main cost is still the display screen, which costs 9,239 yuan per unit. After buying all these items, Qin Jin looked down and did some calculations. Good grief, the 50,000 yuan bonus I just received yesterday is all gone now, and I even have to pay out of my own pocket more than 8,000 yuan. I've suddenly become penniless again. Qin Jin slumped in his chair, flipping through his shopping orders, plotting how he needed to find a way to make some money that night. A lot of money. At 2 p.m., the project team members were all busy working, but Qin Jin was still slumped in his chair, trying to fall asleep. Feng Shiju next to him reached out and nudged him. Brother Zhao. Qin Jin squinted and glanced at the scene. He had only just drifted off to sleep when he was woken up. It's time for work. Buddy, why are you still sleeping here? It's okay. You go about your business. Don't worry about me. Feng Shiju withdrew his head, his face full of worry. But Qin Jin closed his eyes again, and after a long while, he still couldn't fall asleep. He was wide awake. With no other option, he had to sit up straight. It's impossible to work. From the day he got his hands on the system, he never intended to work for anyone again. I opened my browser and logged into my Steam account. I dug out Black Myth, Wukong. Buy. Digital Deluxe Edition, 328 yuan. Payment successful. After making the purchase, he immediately clicked to install. This game is incredibly popular right now. It's a AAA title that Game Science spent 4 years developing, and they've been itching to get their hands on it for ages, but unfortunately, it hasn't been released yet. Today is August 20th, and we've finally waited for its official launch. The machine I just built was specifically for this game. I didn't have the means before, but now that I have the money, I naturally want to get the top-of-the-line machine. The download package is quite large, requiring hundreds of gigabytes of space. Qin Jin's computer is only downloading at 5 megabytes per second. It looks like it's not going to download today. After it's finished, he still has to unzip it, which will probably take most of the day. The downloading process was quite boring. He took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while before finally managing to install 1024 app. He usually uses the Little Bluebird app, so he doesn't have 1024 saved on his phone. If he wants to check it occasionally, he just scans it on the web version. After installing the app, he scrolled through posts in various sections, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a little stray dog. There's no escaping it. Su Zhouyun's ID on the 1024 forum is a little stray dog, which is quite a contrast. If this title were to spread to the company, it would surely leave his colleagues speechless with astonishment. If I can't find it, can I search for it? Qin Jin has always used a guest account and has never registered an account. He can only browse and cannot search or reply to posts. He smiled and casually closed the software. There's really no need to look anymore. Even if you can find this account, the posts inside have probably been cleaned up long ago, and the account might even be deleted. Su Zhouyun isn't stupid. She wouldn't just sit around and do nothing. That wouldn't be in line with her cunning. I reckon the moment I left her office, she was busy deleting posts and closing her account. Qin Jin spent the entire afternoon slacking off. He spends his time playing games and watching videos, living a carefree life. Most importantly, he acts openly and honestly, without hiding anything. This made Feng Shiju, who was standing next to him, extremely envious. He wasn't just envious. Many people were green with envy. Zhang Xuefu kept his eyes fixed on Qin Jin. It was almost 5 p.m., but there was still no movement from the personnel department. Moreover, seeing Qin Jin's nonchalant attitude as he played the game, he became even angrier. Zhang Xuefu suddenly stood up and strode towards Su Zhouyun's office. When he reached the door, he first caught his breath, then adopted a serious expression before raising his hand to knock. "Come in." The sounds inside were cold and devoid of any emotion. Zhang Xuefu pushed open the door and walked in with a stern face. Zhang Xuefu's move aroused the curiosity of many people, especially the group in the technical department, who all looked up to watch. After he entered the door, everyone turned to look at Qin Jin. Qin Jin didn't even look up, completely ignoring it. He was busy replying to messages when the contact person from the outsourcing company suddenly sent a message. "Hello, can we meet and talk?" This puzzled Qin Jin. What kind of meeting was it? Is there something wrong with the project? If there's anything that needs to be changed, just send me a requirements document and I'll get it sorted out for you as soon as possible. No problem. You did a fantastic job. The boss is very satisfied. Here's the remaining balance. It was a pleasure doing business with you. The other party transferred 20,000 yuan directly. This completely baffled Qin Jin. The money had already been settled, so it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. Why would they even ask to meet up with me? You want to sell him? That's impossible. Just as Qin Jin was having some doubts, the door to Su Zhouyun's office clicked open, and he glanced at it. Zhang Xuefu came out with a long face and a furrowed brow, his fists clenched tightly, looking as if he had suffered a great loss. Heh! Qin Jin snorted coldly and lowered his head to continue playing with his phone. It's obvious that this idiot went into tattle, asking Su Zhouyun why she hadn't fired him. The result was definitely that Su Zhouyun backed down. Zhang Xuefu was seething with anger. He slumped into a chair, still fuming. Buzz. My phone rang. Honey, what's the situation now? Has Qin Jin been kicked out? Send me the video of him leaving right now. Zhang Xuefu's old face immediately turned a deep purplish red. Chapter 23 tonight. Make a fortune. Now that the final payment has been settled, that means this task has been completely completed, and Qin Jin originally didn't want to be involved in anything else, including taking on more outsourcing work in the future. But the person on the other end said that the cooperation process went very smoothly and wanted to invite Qin Jin out for a meal. After careful consideration, Qin Jin finally nodded in agreement and set a date to meet the next day. The main reason is that the outsourcing client offered very fair, even generous, compensation. Qin Jin was paid 30,000 yuan for developing a user survey mini-program. Down payment of 10,000, balance of 20,000. For this level of work, the industry standard is usually around 10,000 yuan. If you go to an e-commerce platform and find a ready-made template to use, the price is even lower, and you can get it done for a few thousand yuan. However, that kind of thing is full of loopholes and could break down at any time. Furthermore, the other party made both transfers very promptly, without any haggling or delays. This left a very good impression on Qin Jin, which is why he agreed to the other party's suggestion to meet. After agreeing on the time and place to meet the next day, it quickly became 6 o'clock. Cut off the power and make your escape on time. Seeing Qin Jin preparing to leave, Feng Shiju leaned over and whispered, "Leaving now." Nonsense, why would I stay until the new year? I feel like I'm losing out if I spend even a minute more at the company after get off work. Qin Jin replied calmly, "You're really something. Aren't you leaving? We need to rush the work. The demo package needs to be finished ahead of schedule. You know that. All right, keep up the good work, young man." After patting Feng Shiju on the shoulder, Qin Jin got up and strolled out leisurely, becoming the most eye-catching presence in the entire office area. Want some late-night fun? As soon as Qin Jin stepped into the car, a notification popped up on his WeChat, sent by a tiger emoji. A smile immediately appeared on his lips as he typed back, "Thanks. I've turned over a new leaf." "Nonsense. I'd rather believe I'm Qin Shi Huang himself than believe you've retired from the underworld. Stop talking nonsense. Are you out of there yet? Where did you go gallivanting off to this weekend? I heard a new Shamara dance studio opened, and they have a lot of hot girls there. This meal's on me." The owner of this tiger head portrait is Qin Jin's best friend and old classmate of many years. The two families used to live next to each other and grew up together, always standing on the bricks to see who could shoot the furthest. Now Zhongbao is also working hard in Shanghai. Like him, he is passionate about beautiful women and likes to help those in need. Whenever they are both free, they often go out together. Qin Jin typed back, "I'm off work, but I'm really busy today. Go have fun by yourself. Those girls in Shawu are no longer good enough for me. Go if you want, don't go if you don't." A meme of someone sticking there, but out to poop. Qin Jin smiled and ignored him. But a short while later, Zhongbao sent another message. "Holy shit. I'm serious. I'm paying. Are you coming or not?" Qin Jin replied, "Didn't I already say? I really don't have the time. What are you busy with? What are you going to do? Go and get rich. Go and make a fortune. Damn. Then I wish you become a billionaire soon." After replying to that sentence, Zhongbao remained completely silent. The luxury car arrived at its destination just in time. Qin Jin paid the bill and stepped out of the car through the door that the driver had opened in advance. This Mercedes S600. It's really comfortable to sit in, and the Burmester sound system is incredibly impressive, providing a truly immersive experience. Of course, this cost is indeed not low. A little over 17 kilometers and 135 yuan was crossed out. Men need to learn to reward themselves, especially men like him who have a system. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jin stepped into the Michelin restaurant. Michelin-starred restaurants are renowned for their exceptionally high standards of cuisine, but unfortunately, Qin Jin was always short of money, and he had never set foot in a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant before. "I had only heard of its fame before, but had never tasted it. Now that I have both free time and assets, I should make up for all the regrets of the past." After entering the store, they didn't mention wanting a private room, but just chose a seat with a good view in the lobby. 3 scallions stir-fried lobster, black pepper wild mushroom stir-fried wagyu beef, coin-shaped fresh shrimp balls, baked stuffed fresh crab shell, tang quart salt-scented chicken, and swan lava pastry. A total of 6 dishes were served, costing 1,318 yuan. Another meal was easily solved. After filling his stomach and enjoying the complimentary fruit served after the meal, Qin Jin finally set off to leave. 9:20 p.m. Qin Jin sat on a shared bicycle outside a lottery shop, staring at his phone watching the live broadcast of the sports lottery. Why should we watch the live broadcast of the sports lottery? Because the lottery cycle is shorter, it is more convenient to operate. All lottery games under the China Sports Lottery, such as Super Lotto, 7-Star Lottery, Arrangement 3, and Arrangement 5, have a sales deadline of 2100 hours on the day of the draw. The lottery draw will take place at 21:25 on the night of the draw. The key point is this: there was a 25-minute gap between the suspension of ticket sales and the official lottery draw. So what about the China Welfare Lottery? For the double color ball and 7-color lottery, the draw ends at 2000 hours on the day of the draw. 4, 3D, and 22. Choose 5. The draw ends at 2030. The lottery draw will be held at 21:15 that evening. The deadline for the double color ball lottery and the draw time for the 7-color lottery are a full 75 minutes apart. That's right, it lasts a full 75 minutes. Compared to that, the sports lottery is more fair, giving results in just 25 minutes. So why does the lottery take so long to draw? The official explanation was that the purpose was to test the lottery machine, verify each number ball, set up video equipment, and have a notary public conduct an extremely thorough inspection, etc. Its purpose is to ensure that the lottery draw process in each period is fair, open, and impartial. After some initial exploration, Qin Jin decisively chose sports lottery. He always felt he wasn't destined to profit from the lottery. When the clock struck 9:25, the lottery draw officially began in the live broadcast room, and one after another, round little balls bounced out as they rolled around. 14, 12, 19. Staring at the popping spheres, Qin Jin's breathing became somewhat rapid. These aren't just numbered balls. They're practically golden, glittering gods of wealth descending upon us. The lottery draw process is actually quite fast. On average, it takes less than a minute for each ball to be drawn. At 21:31, The winning sequence was officially announced. 07-11-12-14-19, 02-08. This period saw a total of 6 first prize winners, each receiving a prize of 10 million yuan. There are 112 second prize winners, each receiving a prize of 148,425 yuan. There are 176 third prize winners, each receiving a prize of 10,000 yuan. Fourth prize. Qin Jin had no interest in listening to the notary's nonsense. His mind was filled with that long string of zeros. Rewind 40 minutes. My vision blurred instantly, and a dizzying sensation swept over me. Shaking his head slightly, the dizziness in his mind slowly subsided, and Qin Jin looked down at the phone on his wrist. 2051. There are still a full 9 minutes before ticket sales close, enough to handle any unexpected minor incidents. For example, there might be people queuing, the system's network speed might be too slow, or the shop owner might suddenly have an upset stomach. Qin Jin turned around and strode into the lottery shop behind him. Sure enough, there were customers in the shop, and quite a few of them. 2 elderly men, a middle-aged couple, and 2 young men. Because he had plenty of time, he was not flustered. I grabbed a pen and paper from the counter and quickly wrote down the numbers. Boss, for each of these 3 sets of numbers, bet 50 times. Qin Jin waved his phone. The 300 yuan has already been scanned. A total of 150 bets. The lottery shop owner was used to this. It wasn't a big deal for the shop. He had encountered even more outrageous cases before, such as someone who bought 50,000 times the amount at once and actually won a huge sum of 200 million. Okay, I'll print the ticket for you right away. The boss took the paper, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Young man, check it. Is there any mistake? Qin Jin quickly glanced at it. The number and multiplier were exactly the same as what he had written. Yes. Become. The boss slammed the enter key, and the printer started spitting out sheets of paper with a screeching sound. Chapter 24 Director. You can't beat me. These young men nowadays are really extravagant when it comes to spending money. Watching Qin Jin walk away with the receipt, an old man couldn't help but sigh. TSK, he just casually spent 300 yuan. The boss joked. All right, Brother Kai, all the money you've spent on lottery tickets in your entire life could buy you a car. How could that be? I didn't spend that much. The old man waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to admit it no matter what. The shop owner countered. Isn't that enough to buy a Wuling Mini? The old man touched his few sparse hairs and shut his mouth. The boss then chimed in. Young people just crave novelty. They spend 300 today, but they probably won't come back again. That makes sense. The old man, with a hint of smugness, chuckled and said, After all, not everyone is like me, squatting in this pit day after day for decades, ha. While we were chatting idly, it was time to stop issuing tickets. After buying the lottery ticket, Qin Jin rushed to his rented room as soon as he left the house. This lottery station wasn't far from his home, but it wasn't the one where he had bought scratch-off tickets before. The owner of that station already remembered him. It's only a 3 or 4 kilometer journey, just a few minutes by car. He entered the room at the perfect time, skillfully swiped his phone to enter the lottery live stream, and waited for the numbers to be drawn. 2125. The moment that will keep everyone on the edge of their seats has arrived. The first colored ball rolled around in the machine a few times before slowly sliding out of the hole. Qin Jin's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to breathe. The ball came to a steady stop, displaying numbers. 14. Good heavens. Qin Jin couldn't help but shout. This first ball was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. There was no mistake at all. This means that he has already won a prize. Amidst his excited shouts, the second ball wobbled and rolled down. 1. 12. Pretty. Qin Jin let out another cheer. Another one matched. 19. 07. 11. Then 3 more numbers popped up in succession. Qin Jin was so excited that his face turned red and the hairs on his arms stood up. All 3 numbers are correct. By now, I've already won 5 numbers. It all depends on the last 2. If they all match. Qin Jin's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Under his intense gaze, the lottery machine in the live broadcast room slowly spat out a ball. 02. Then another one slid out. Bang! Qin Jin pounded the bed hard, unable to contain his excitement. Another 1-1. This is the last one left. If this ball can be matched, then the huge prize will be in our pocket. He transformed himself into a billionaire in no time. In the live broadcast, Splash, 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 splash. The balls bounced wildly inside. Then suddenly one fell down and slowly rolled out of the exit. Qin Jin stared intently at the screen, completely focused, holding his breath, his heart rate soaring to its limit. 01. Qin Jin froze on the spot, a chill running from his head to his heels. Holy crap! How is that possible? That's amazing. Shouldn't it be 2008? Why did it revert back to 01? There's absolutely no way I could have misremembered. That's absolutely impossible to remember wrong. Qin Jin swore to the heavens that he had seen it clearly and remembered it perfectly. The last number was definitely. There are only 7 numbers in total. He couldn't possibly forget them. Moreover, this is the most important thing for getting rich and changing one's fate. That leaves only one explanation. The manager stepped in to protect the prize pool. Damn it. That's fucking ridiculous. Tu tell means hell. Qin Jin cursed angrily, then pulled out the lottery ticket and carefully compared it. He just placed bets on 3 sets of numbers, each with 50 bets. 07-11-12-14-19, 02-08. 07-11-12-14-19, 11-16. 07-11-12-02-19, 02-08. The current lottery results are 07-11-12-14-19, 02-01. The first prize is gone. However, the second prize was still there. He won 50 tickets. There is also a third prize, with 50 entries. There were also 50 fourth prize winners. Unfortunately, all of these together don't amount to much money, at most a few million. It's not even enough to cover the prize money of a single first prize winning ticket. Qin Jin subconsciously wanted to use the back time to place another bet, but he quickly dismissed the thought. It's useless. The facts are clear. There's no way to win against the director. Even if you really go back in time to buy a new ticket, the numbers will still change when the lottery is drawn. Therefore, it was a complete waste of effort. Furthermore, there's not enough time right now. It's already 9:35. The computer shuts down at 9 o'clock. Adding the time it takes for the boss to issue the ticket, we need to go back at least 40 minutes. The remaining duration for today is only 35 minutes and 40 seconds. After much deliberation, Qin Jin sighed heavily. Sigh. It's true what they say. The devil may be 10 feet tall, but the righteous are 1 foot tall. I have no idea how they managed to make over 200 million yuan by betting 50,000 times with the same account and not have to pay taxes. That's a true genius. Qin Jin opened the calculator on his phone and started calculating. The prize money for each second prize winning ticket is 148,425 yuan. The third prize is 10,000 yuan per bet. The fourth prize is 3,000 yuan per bet. He won 50 bets each, which adds up to a total of 7,571,300 yuan. After deducting 20% personal income tax, the actual amount received is only 6,057,040 yuan. Okay, I worked late into the night and earned 600 W. If you change your perspective and think about it, it's actually not so bad. It's just, the director really deserves to die. That night, Qin Jin went to bed very late. He lay on the bed with his mind racing, constantly thinking about what kind of life he should have after receiving the award. Or rather, how should we live our lives? 600 W is just the beginning. With the system in hand, he will be able to earn countless 600 W in the future. He had many ideas. In short, it boils down to one sentence. Eat the most expensive food, play the most fun games, stay in the best accommodations, do the most awesome jobs, completely break free, and let yourself go. I used to live such a pathetic life. I had no dignity at all, let alone happiness. The next day, Qin Jin got up very early in the morning, washed up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and went out. Because he was still unusually excited, he didn't even have an appetite for breakfast, so he just grabbed a quick bite at a breakfast stall downstairs in the apartment complex. 2 steamed buns and a bag of soy milk. 10 yuan. Let's make do. And here's another meal. After filling his stomach, he took a ride-hailing service to the sports lottery center. Get off the bus nearby and walk there yourself. When he arrived at the sports lottery center at 8 a.m., he had already put on his hat, mask, and sunglasses. The security guard at the gate was very knowledgeable and experienced. Upon seeing his attire, he lowered his voice and asked, "Are you here to receive an award?" Qin Jin didn't say anything. He just nodded. "What prize level is it?" Qin Jin made a 2-shaped hand gesture. That's hundreds of thousands. The security guard's face immediately showed a look of deep envy. Then go inside and wait. They won't be on duty for a while. He paused for a moment. He leaned closer and reminded me. Did you bring a hood? I have hoods and all kinds of masks here. Would you like to pick one? I suggest you each buy one and then wear them together. Together. No one will recognize you, and the secrecy will be absolutely top-notch. Qin Jin. Driven by curiosity, he casually asked the price. Good heavens, this seemingly honest-looking guy actually dared to ask for 1,000 for an Ultraman mask. That hood is even more outrageous. It costs 2,000. They truly live off the land and the sea. They started selling masks right next to the sports lottery center. This kind of unhealthy trend must not be tolerated. Qin Jin decisively unzipped the back of his shirt and pulled out a black wizard's robe. He casually picked it from a bicycle basket in the stairwell that morning. I reckon it's some kid showing off with while riding a bike. Here, take it. Let's see if you'll still park and leave things haphazardly in the hallway after this. Seeing that Qin and Jin were prepared, the security guard sighed, somewhat annoyed. Chapter 25 Money in Hand. This world is truly wonderful. The prize redemption process is actually not that complicated. Hand over your lottery ticket and ID card. Just those two documents are enough. Next, your personal information will be entered. This step is unavoidable. The prize redemption office needs to file all of these records. Given the enormous amount of Qin Jinzhong's prize money, giving him cash on the spot is definitely not feasible. The clerk then asked Qin Jin to hand over a local Shanghai savings card, saying that if he didn't have it with him, a bank employee could come to the scene to help him open an account. Qin Jin politely declined, and instead took out his China Merchant's bank card. The employee seemed to show a hint of frustration. Now they're even extending their deposit business here? Qin Jin silently complained to himself. It seems that every industry is quite difficult to get buy-in. Seeing that Qin Jin already had the card in his hand, the clerk had no choice but to write down the account number and then ask him if he would like to conduct an interview or if he would like to donate some charity. She added that she could wear a mask while speaking and her voice would be modified to ensure that others wouldn't recognize her. Qin Jin rejected all of them. He wasn't trying to show off, so why would he need to do an interview? Is there such a thing as donations? I'm sorry. Before he won the lottery, he was a penniless man and no one seemed to be helping him out. Moreover, even if the money were donated, it's uncertain where it would end up. Besides, we've paid taxes. More than 1.5 million yuan was deducted for taxes, leaving only a little over 6 million yuan in their pockets. Donate what? I will absolutely not donate. He didn't spend a single penny. Seeing that all the proposals were rejected, the clerk's expression became slightly stiff. He said, "Sit for a moment," and then left. I sat quietly for about 30 minutes. Then two more employees emerged, each holding several written documents. There are 50 second prizes, with a total prize money of 7,421,250 yuan. There are 50 third prize winners, with a total prize of 500,000 yuan. There are 50 fourth prizes, with a total prize money of 150,000 yuan. Total prize money, 7,571,300 yuan. The personal accident income tax is 20%, and the tax payable is 1,514,260 yuan. Total prize money received, 6,057,040 yuan. Although I already knew it in my heart. But staring at the long, pulsating number on the certificate bearing the bright red seal of the sports lottery center, Qin Jin's heart still pounded wildly. More than 6 million. From now on, it's all at my disposal. Having lived all these years, I have never seen such a massive sum of money in person. Oh my God, this feels so good. But when I think about the 50 first prizes I missed out on, Qin Jin felt a pang of anxiety. If the number hadn't changed, that would have been a full 500 million. That's enough. It's better to secure the gains and hold on tight. Be content. It's 100 times better than losing everything. Swish, swish. Sign your name. Cover with your fingerprint. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Your money will be deposited into your account within 2 hours. Please come with me. Let's take a picture. Okay, I'm coming right away. Please wait for me a moment. Qin Jin hid the prize redemption voucher, then took out a jet black mage's cloak from his bag, leaving the staff present stunned. Mr. Zhao, we have cartoon doll headgear here. Ours will be fine. Looking at the enormous mascot of the sports lottery, Qin Jin seemed a little uneasy. That security guard at the gate is a real ripoff. Qin Jin and the clerk together lifted up a huge check and stood firm. Snap. A moment frozen in time. The money arrived much faster than he had expected. Although the other party said it would take 2 hours, Qin Jin had barely stepped out the door when his phone started vibrating incessantly. Buzz. Dear customer, your card ending in 7162 received a deposit of 6,057,040 yuan from China Merchants Bank at 10:10 a.m. on August 21st. Your current balance is 6,107,040 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Qin Jin held his phone by the roadside, staring intently at the screen. They counted it back and forth several times. Phew. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Nothing beats the peace of mind of having your money in hand. Only at this moment did his tense nerves finally relax completely, inside and out. Looking at the world from the perspective of a multimillionaire, he found everything around him to be unusually familiar. The sky was azure, the trees were lush and green, and even the exhaust fumes mixed with the smell of gasoline smelled somewhat sweet. On the way, he hailed a high-end ride-hailing car. After getting into the car, Ding Ding sent out a few messages. Su Zhouyun, it's past 10 o'clock. Why aren't you at the company yet? Huh. Qin Jin smiled and replied, are you missing me? Su Zhouyun, stop patting yourself on the back. If you don't come, it's considered absenteeism. Qin Jin fa. Then why didn't you shield me? You really have no sense at all. Su Zhouyun fell silent. Seeing that she remained silent for a while, Qin Jin put his phone away. He had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to argue with her. Half an hour later, the BMW 530 came to a smooth stop in front of a chain store. Qin Jin got out of the car and went straight into the store. The Chain 8 store here is quite spacious, probably over 100 square meters. Qin Jin stepped across the threshold and saw a large group of people gathered inside, with clients and agents clustered together, all seemingly busy at work. Hello, what kind of service would you like to inquire about? A young woman in her early 20s, wearing a snow-white shirt and a black tight skirt, stepped forward, her legs wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings. Unfortunately, the makeup was too heavy, and more importantly, her figure didn't have much of a curve. Qin Jin looked around and then searched the room, but couldn't find his target. Sun Yan didn't come to work today? Upon hearing this, Wang Lu's smile immediately froze. Brother, you can come to me with any business you need. If you want to buy a house, I guarantee I can get you the best price. If you're renting a house, I can also help you get the most affordable rent. We guarantee you won't spend any extra money unnecessarily. Qin Jin shook his head and calmly replied, no need. I came here specifically to see Sun Yan. We know each other. Dude? Wang Lu turned her head to examine Qin Jin again, her eyes filled with suspicion. When she scanned Qin Jin's entire body, she found nothing about his extravagant attire other than his handsome appearance, so she subtly curled her lip. How could Sun Yuan, that money-grubbing, mercenary woman, be friends with someone like that? I absolutely refuse to believe it. Wang Lu gave a dry laugh. Then you should contact her yourself. I don't know where she went. After saying that, she turned and left. What a temper. If it weren't for the fact that he was planning to see Sun Yan, Qin Jin would have turned around and left immediately. When he checked Sun Yan's phone that night, he not only uncovered her shady dealings, but also learned everything about her current situation. She currently works at Lianba Real Estate Sales, specifically at this branch. She's been working here for almost 2 years, earning about 10,000 yuan a month. Just as Qin Jin was about to ask other shop assistants, a figure appeared by the door. Da-da-da. The high heels tapped against the tiled floor, producing a rhythmic sound. Qin Jin looked in the direction of the sound. With her upright posture and graceful swaying, those fox-like eyes exuded a captivating charm. It was indeed Sun Yuan. Her uniform today is no different from that of the unpredictable girl from before. She also wears a white shirt, a black skirt, and black stockings and high heels. But the same outfit is worn on different people. The visual impact is simply worlds apart. Qin Jin couldn't help but feel sorry for those few buttons, worried that they wouldn't be able to bear such heavy pressure. TSK. These buttons are really being wasted. Chapter 26, A Magnificent Mansion. Qin Jin, what are you doing here? Sun Yan was quite surprised to see Qin Jin appear. Qin Jin chuckled. What else would we be doing here? We're obviously here to pick out a house. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked Sun Yan up and down. You work here? Sun Yan nodded and smiled. That's quite a coincidence. Come and sit here. Leading Qin Jin into the reception area, Sun Yan casually brought over a cup of hot tea, smoothed her skirt with both hands, and sat down opposite with a dignified posture. Are you planning to move to a different place? Right. Hearing Qin Jin nod, Sun Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It wasn't that she had any other feelings for Qin Jin. She simply couldn't bear to lose such a roommate who had a stable schedule, good habits, and no bad habits. Ultimately, she wasn't sure if the new tenants who moved in would be as easy to manage as Qin Jin. Seriously though, it's true that her two roommates were quite hard to find. One of the girls, who clearly came from a wealthy family and owned property, chose to rent a place and rarely returned, showing up only once a month. It is approximately equivalent to non-existence. The remaining one is Qin Jin. He never brings random people home, never makes a racket at night, and keeps the living room and kitchen very clean. Most importantly, he never had any improper thoughts, and he never touched the personal clothes left at the door. Finding a rental partner of this quality is incredibly rare. Sun Yan pondered for a moment, then asked in a gentle tone, "Did you recently change jobs and want to find a place to live closer to your workplace?" "It wasn't changed. Are you looking for a place with a more affordable rent?" "No, not exactly." The two negative answers left Sun Yan completely bewildered. Since the work hasn't been done and it's not to save money, why bother with all this trouble? They must be incredibly bored. "Then you are." Qin Jin smiled slightly and calmly replied, "I just want to move to a higher class place to stay." "Higher class?" "Exactly." Qin Jin leaned back in his chair, picked up his cup, and took a couple of sips of tea. "What's the standard for the most luxurious house you have here?" "That's quite a lot to say." Sun Yan frowned slightly, but still asked with a smile, "So how much are you planning to spend? We have all kinds of accommodations here. Give me a heads up, and it'll be easier for me to pick out something suitable for you. Money is not a problem. Just tell me what the best house looks like, where it is located, and how much it costs." Sun Yan's expression gradually faded, and a sense of aversion towards Qin Jin arose in her heart. She never expected that Qin Jin, who usually seemed so refined and handsome, was actually a boastful guy who talked nonsense. They demand the best, and dare to say they'll do anything as long as they name a number. "If I really quote a price, can you afford it? Don't even mention buying it. Just renting it out would be a struggle for you." Despite her inner grumbling, Sun Yan still opened her iPad and found several projects with sky-high rental prices. Dragon Vein Villa / 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms / duplex villa, 392 square meters, monthly rent 50,000 yuan. "Rent? Yeah. Are you planning to buy it?" Sun Yan said with a hint of teasing, and Qin Jin looked up and glanced at her. "Let's see how things go first." Seeing his serious demeanor, Sun Yuan secretly curled her lip, thinking that he was acting quite convincingly. Qin Jin clicked into the large villa in the Dragon Vein manor and carefully examined the interior design photos. He only scanned a few photos before logging out. "The decor is so cheap and gloomy. Are there any other options?" "Yes, just press the back button, and you'll see plenty of listings, all sorted by price from highest to lowest. By the way, do you have any preferences regarding location? Let's go through it once first." It was the same old story again. Sun Yan was completely speechless. She crossed her arms and remained silent, waiting to see how Qin Jin would handle the situation. She wanted to see how Qin Jin would save face for himself later. What kind of excuse will he come up with to cover up the boast he just made? Qin Jin just kept flipping through the tablet. "Look at this, and look at that." After about 10 minutes, a photo of a house suddenly caught his eye. The spacious single-level apartment features an open balcony and a rooftop garden. The interior design follows a minimalist modern style, full of personality, with vibrant color matching and complete supporting facilities. Both the photos and videos convey an extremely peaceful atmosphere. The key point is that the information shows the house was only renovated 3 years ago. The layout is quite reasonable, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, and it is well ventilated from north to south. The location here is also excellent, situated in the core area of Pudong. Located next to the intersection of the Inner Ring Elevated Road and the Longdong Elevated Road, it only takes about 15 minutes to drive to Zhangjiazui, making it very convenient to travel to and from the area. Qin Jin thought to himself that renting this place for now would be fine, and he could buy a better one later. The most urgent thing right now is, we need to quickly upgrade the standard of living here. The shabby rented room he's living in now hardly befits his title as a billionaire and owner of the good man system. Qin Jin tapped the screen with his fingertips. "I think we should book this one. Let's ask the homeowner to come and complete the formalities." "Oh, what?" Sun Yan was browsing Meituan, wondering what to order for lunch. She casually replied, then immediately realized what she meant and stared at Qin Jin in astonishment. Qin Jin handed the iPad back. Sun Yuan glanced at it, then snatched it back. Shengshi Huafu / 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms / 210 square meters. Monthly rent 40,000 yuan. She checked it several times, afraid she might have misjudged it. Sun Yuan was filled with doubt. Are you sure you want this set? That's right, we'll go with this one. Are the audio and video materials on here genuine? Did you avoid any unnecessary post-production work? Qin Jin countered. Sun Yuan shook her head like a rattle drum. How could that be? Information about these high-priced properties is absolutely reliable, and we can go and inspect them in person anytime. But she hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, the rent is 40,000 yuan a month. Qin Jin, are you kidding me? Oh, Qin Jin laughed out loud, casually crossing his legs. Do you think I have the time to come here and fool around? This requires a deposit of 3 months' rent and 6 months' rent in advance. Can you afford that? As long as there are no problems with the house itself, the money is negotiable. Sun Yuan stared intently at Qin Jin's expression. She could tell from his tone and eyes that he wasn't just fooling around. Could it be? Is he really planning to rent this house? Sun Yuan was completely bewildered. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to view the property? Or are you too busy to handle it? If not, you can ask a colleague to handle it for you. I can do it too. Noticing that Sun Yuan hadn't made a sound for a while, Qin Jin jokingly said something. No. That's not true. Don't bother others. Sun Yuan suddenly came to her senses and said with a smile, since you've made up your mind, I'll talk to the homeowner and arrange a time to take you there for a look. If we see it in person and think it's suitable, we'll sign the contract on the spot. Qin Jin readily agreed. Sun Yuan was lost in thought again before finally pulling out her phone and dialing a number. 2 or 3 minutes later, she gently covered the microphone and looked at Qin Jin. The landlord said he's only available after 4 p.m. Can you schedule that time? No problem. Sun Yuan gave a few more instructions over the phone and only hung up after confirming the specific time. Qin Jin stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said with a smile, let's go. It's time for lunch. Oh, what are you standing there for? Go fill your stomach. You can only go house hunting this afternoon if you're full. Oh. Sun Yuan was a little confused by Qin Jin's matter-of-fact attitude. Without really understanding what was going on, he nodded and followed. Chapter 27 Rectangular Cement Block Displacement Operation Department. Sun Yuan subconsciously followed Qin Jin as they walked out. Once outdoors, she suddenly realized that she should have politely declined. Since we've already gone outside, it would seem a bit hypocritical to say we're not going. Stopping on the steps, she saw Qin Jin engrossed in fiddling with his mobile phone and suddenly didn't know how to start a conversation. How about we just grab a quick meal somewhere nearby? Just as Sun Yuan was pondering this privately, she suddenly heard Qin Jin say, let's go. Get in the car. Sun Yuan looked up and saw a black Mercedes slowly pull over to the side of the road, and Qin Jin was walking towards the car. This car, could it be? Sun Yuan, filled with confusion, followed along and, upon reaching the front, noticed the model number S600 on the back of the car. Luxury cars worth millions. Hello, please come in. The driver, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and white gloves, opened the car door. Okay. Sun Yuan's mind went blank. She got into the car in a daze, her heart filled with turmoil. A wealthy young master experiencing life. The children of a super-rich tycoon returned to their family? Could such an absurd scenario really have happened before our eyes? Sun Yuan sat there, dumbfounded, occasionally glancing furtively at Qin Jin. Her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't understand her own thoughts at all. Seeing her silence, Qin Jin felt quite at ease. He was planning his afternoon activities after lunch. He had already booked accommodation, but he was still missing a means of transportation, as relying on ride-hailing services was really inconvenient. A real man should drive himself. Holding the helm in your own hands, whether accelerating or slowing down, you can do whatever you want, and the thrill is extremely intense. Every male creature desires to own a vehicle of his own. Qin Jin was the same. He had always longed to buy a car for transportation, but he had not been able to do so in the past because he was short of money. After purchasing a car, you need to pay for fuel, rent for parking spaces, buy insurance, and perform regular maintenance. All these expenses add up to at least 10,000 yuan over the course of the year. Wouldn't it be more meaningful for him to use this money to do more charity work? But now, all those worries are no longer a problem. Therefore, in most situations, wealth truly is omnipotent. The luxury car sped along and arrived at its destination in an instant. Arrive. Qin Jin spoke up to remind him, then stepped out of the car first. Sun Yuan woke up with a start and hurriedly followed them out. She then saw the driver in work clothes, waved goodbye to the two of them, and drove away. They left? Sun Yuan stood there, stunned. What play is this? Was that master not Qin Jin's subordinate? So he was actually neither a scion of a wealthy family nor the heir to a tycoon's fortune. Sun Yuan's mind went blank again. On the way, she had already convinced herself that Qin Jin was indeed a person with a powerful background and a noble status. She even planned out how she would interact with Qin Jin in the future, including the tone of her voice and her posture. To everyone's surprise, in an instant, all of this fell through. It was all just wishful thinking on my part. A case of making trouble for myself. Let's go. It's so hot and humid outside. We have other plans after the meal. Meal. Qin Jin noticed that Sun Yuan was standing there lost in thought, so he urged her on. Okay. Sun Yuan responded weakly, touched a strand of hair at her temple, and turned to walk back towards the restaurant. She had only taken a few steps when she unconsciously glanced at the restaurant signboard. Tai. Ding men. Huh. Sun Yuan exclaimed. This is the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Qin Jin chuckled to himself. Based on his previous observations, Sun Yuan was not only extremely materialistic, but also very fond of extravagance. The so-called pleasure refers to food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and entertainment. She pursues the best in everything. Food should be of high quality, clothing should be luxurious, and utensils should be exquisite, and so on. She once posted a status update, wondering if the food at those expensive Michelin 3-star restaurants was really delicious. Does she really deserve that price tag? If Qin Jin wanted to win over this beautiful woman, he would definitely have to go along with her preferences. He smiled slightly and said calmly, I didn't pay attention to that. I just felt the food here was all right. Sun Yuan was speechless for a moment. Those captivating phoenix eyes stared blankly at Qin Jin. Suddenly realizing that she felt quite unfamiliar with this companion she shared a room with. I never realized he was such a good actor before. Look at this wording. What does it mean to say the taste is okay? That's a Michelin 3-star restaurant, after all. Sun Yuan lowered her voice. There are only 2 restaurants of this caliber in the entire city of Shanghai. One is Huitingman, and the other is Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate. Only these 2 locations. Looking across the entire country, there are only a mere 14 such top-tier hotels. Qin Jin glanced at her and, seeing her unusually serious expression, couldn't help but tease her. So what? No matter how famous it is, it's still just a place to eat, isn't it? Let's go in and have a meal. Sun Yuan. When the 2 arrived, it was peak dining time, and the restaurant was quite crowded. Following the waiter's directions, they chose a quiet corner to sit down, and Qin Jin moved the menu in front of her. What would you like to order? Okay. Sun Yuan unveiled the exquisitely packaged price list and examined it closely. In fact, she had already browsed these categories on certain social media platforms. But now, holding this substantial and tangible object in my own hands to open it, the feeling is completely different. Looking at those exquisite food photos, she felt that they were not food, but works of art. Exquisite and elegant. Then there were the expenses, which made her feel uneasy. A single apple costs 200 yuan. The key point is that, judging from the picture, this plate of fruit only has 2 segments, which means each piece would cost exactly 100 yuan. This goes beyond just being expensive, it's downright absurd. Other items include white truffle noodles for 188 new Taiwan dollars, octopus tentacles, 888 new Taiwan dollars, Dutch dairy tarts, 228 new Taiwan dollars each, and American truffles, 1,500 new Taiwan dollars. All of these things. Sun Yuan felt increasingly terrified. She quietly swallowed, and then flipped the price list back to Qin Jin. You decide, I don't have a big appetite. Real. Qin Jin stared at her with a smile, while Sun Yuan's eyes wandered, and she pretended to look out the window unintentionally. This dish, and these 2. Plus this. Qin Jin stopped hesitating and, pointing to the catalog, gave instructions to the servants nearby. His movements were swift and efficient, and the order was placed in the blink of an eye. After selecting the dishes, he originally planned to open a bottle of fine wine to add to the festivities. Sun Yuan was further shocked. But then I thought that going too far wouldn't be good either. I shouldn't go overboard in the first round. A steady and solid approach would yield the best results. Besides, I need to buy a new car in the afternoon, and I won't be able to drive it if I've had any alcohol on it. After repeated weighing, Qin Jin did not choose alcoholic beverages, but instead ordered 2 bottles of grape juice. During the waiting period, Sun Yan finally couldn't resist and asked Qin Jin with a smile, "I haven't asked what your profession is yet." "The rectangular cement block displacement technology center," Qin Jin replied casually. "Oh." Sun Yuan nodded in response, her mind filled with doubt. What kind of organization was this? Why had she never heard of it before? After a brief thought, she pressed further. Is it a state-owned enterprise or a unit within the government system? It was truly out of necessity. If she didn't find out Qin Jin's background, she would feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, her heart filled with unbearable anxiety. Chapter 28. Be gentle for the first experience. Looking at Sun Yan, whose face was full of confusion and curiosity, Qin Jin was overjoyed. This left Sun Yuan somewhat confused, wondering if she had said anything wrong. "What are you laughing about? It's not a state-owned unit, much less a government agency." Huh. Sun Yan was quite puzzled. Aren't state-owned factories or public institutions usually named after something like bureau? So what do you do for a living? "I'm just a bricklayer." Moving bricks? Sun Yan was immediately dumbfounded, her alluring fox-like eyes widening in disbelief. She's not stupid either. Her mind works incredibly fast. Upon hearing that Qin Jin claimed to be a laborer, I understood after a moment's thought. Aren't bricks just rectangular concrete blocks? Also, the Mobile Engineering Bureau. Puha. Sun Yuan couldn't help but giggle, her pearly teeth and red lips, her eyes sparkling, exuding charm, perfectly complementing her trembling heart. Qin Jin immediately felt his throat was parched. This beautiful woman, rated 93 points, truly possesses extraordinary charm. Sun Yuan covered her mouth and teased, "You really know how to make people happy." "Hey, just revealing the truth," Qin Jin chuckled, taking a tiny sip of his juice. Sun Yuan glanced at her sideways, seemingly annoyed but not really. Those who work hard can't afford this meal, nor can they afford to rent such a top-notch apartment. Hey. Qin Jin smiled and accepted. "I'm just a programmer, and I've made a little profit recently." He pronounced the word micro very loudly. Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she asked jokingly, "You must have misspoken, right?" Qin Jin gave an ambiguous answer, waving his hand. "We're not lacking in food or clothing." At this point in the discussion, there's no way to delve any deeper. Sun Yuan gracefully changed the subject, mentioning that the rent for that mansion in Shengshi Huafu was higher than that of its competitors, mainly because the interior was decorated in high-end style. Moreover, after the renovation was completed, the homeowner didn't stay overnight much, only for a few months. All things considered, the house is as good as new. Therefore, the price set by the property owner will be relatively high. We'll go see the apartment this afternoon. If you like it and decide to book it, I'll negotiate the price with the landlord for you then." Sun Yuan said with a smile. "I'm not confident about offering huge discounts, but I can still manage to reduce the monthly rent by 1,000 yuan. Whether the price goes down or not doesn't really matter. I'm financially comfortable right now." Qin Jin valued the house itself. The room was just renovated. Why is the owner renting it out instead of living in it himself? Could there have been some trouble in this house? No way. Sun Yan quickly waved her hand and cheerfully reassured. The owner has other properties under his name. Furthermore, it seems her family has encountered some misfortune, which is why she decided to rent or sell the house. Besides the owner, has the apartment ever hosted anyone else? Qin Jin asked. Sun Yuan replied, "Absolutely not. This house has been listed online for 6 months, but no one has inquired about it because the price is too high." All right. Qin Jin felt quite comfortable, flicked his fingernail, and said, "Let's eat." There's always a reason for a high price. Being expensive also has its advantages. Then he mentioned that the plate contained only 2 slices of apple, yet it was priced at 200 yuan. Qin Jin tasted it and found that the texture was indeed quite different from ordinary fruit. The freshness is simply phenomenal. But that's about it. Swallowing the piece of food in his mouth, Qin Jin looked up and saw Sun Yan staring intently at him. He teased, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and start eating." Sun Yuan gazed at the table of dishes, which were exquisitely presented and beautifully colored, resembling works of art, and looked quite pleased and eager to try them. She gripped the phone in her left hand, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the back of the casing. Qin Jin noticed her little habit. "Want to take photos?" Having her little scheme exposed, Sun Yuan immediately looked embarrassed and quickly shook her head in denial. No, I didn't plan to. Take as many photos as you want. Qin Jin put down his chopsticks and said casually. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for so many rules. Hurry up and take the picture, then eat it right away. It tastes delicious. After hearing this, a surge of warmth welled up inside Sun Yan. Are we considered one of our own now? Her interest immediately soared, her face radiant as she smiled brightly at Qin Jin. Then I'll get started. Take pictures, take pictures. Sun Yuan immediately turned on the screen, activated the camera, and excitedly began taking pictures of the delicacies on the table. It truly lives up to its Michelin 3-star rating. The design and color combination are incredibly pleasing to the eye. You don't even need to find the right angle. Every shot is stunning. It's so beautiful. With such a wide variety of options, you can easily find 9 pictures to post on WeChat Moments. Waitingman is truly famous. It's a feast for the eyes and a delight to the palate. After writing the text, set it to be publicly available to all users by clicking the button. Looking at the newly updated posts, Sun Yan's face was filled with joy. Qin Jin asked with a smile, "Can we begin the feast?" All right, haha, thanks a lot. Since we're all family, there's no need for formalities." Qin Jin waved his hand, picked up a piece of crab leg, and put it in his mouth, chewing it with relish. Then he picked up another piece of crab leg and placed it on the plate in front of Sun Yan. "Send it up and eat it quickly." "Huh? Thank you so much." Looking at the delicious food on the plate, Sun Yan felt a warmth in her heart once again. When she looked at Qin Jin's face again, her eyes softened inexplicably. It took almost an hour for the meal to come to an end. Qin Jin ate quickly, but the key was Sun Yuan, who ate slowly and deliberately, a perfect example of chewing and swallowing slowly. In contrast, their demeanor was also very dignified. This left Qin Jin with no choice but to sit and wait patiently. Scan the order. Payment: 6,818 yuan. Sun Yan glanced at it, amazed, and her curiosity about Qin Jin deepened. Leaving the restaurant, Qin Jin summoned another high-end car, this time a Tesla X. Seeing that the driver was also dressed in white and wearing plain gloves, Sun Yan suddenly realized that this was the intergenerational ride-hailing service she had called. Most of them belonged to the extremely luxurious level. Even though she knew it was a prearranged car, she never underestimated Qin Jin, who had already demonstrated his wealth. A dinner costing 6,800 was ordered without hesitation, and I didn't even blink. I still have to sign a lease for an apartment with a monthly rent of 40,000 in the afternoon. All signs indicate that Qin Jin is currently very wealthy and powerful. Once you are seated, Sun Yan asked, "Shall we set off now? The appointment is for 4 o'clock or later, and we still have plenty of time. Come with me to buy some things," Qin Jin said. Done. Receiving a favor, Sun Yuan readily agreed. When she got off the bus and saw the magnificent storefront, she was stunned. On the transparent curtain wall hung a rectangular plaque with a dragon's image embedded in the center, which shimmered and shone brightly in the sunlight, dazzling the eye. Looking up, "You want to buy a car? You recognize this brand?" Sun Yan pursed her lips, raised her head, and gazed at the dragon-shaped totem, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She is, after all, in sales, and specifically in real estate. Being able to recognize the names of luxury cars is the most basic professional skill. BYD's flagship vehicle series embodies the spirit of exploration that is undaunted by difficulties. Now, Yangwang offers 2 types of vehicles: the U8, a full-size SUV, and the U9, a supercar. Sun Yan's alluring fox-like eyes were fixed on Qin Jin, her cherry lips slightly parted. "Which one are you planning to choose?" Chapter 29. The number 1 on the list is really awesome. Which one should I choose? Qin Jin's lips curled up slightly as his gaze swept over Sun Yan's oversized white shirt. "I prefer larger sizes." Sun Yan blushed, reached out to tidy her messy hair at her temples, looked at the lavishly decorated showroom, and replied with a smile. "Then it must be the U8. Let's go inside and take a look." Qin Jin took the lead and walked towards the 4S store. As expected of a luxury brand, the booth was indeed spacious, stylishly decorated, and attracted a large number of visitors. Besides the neatly dressed shop assistants, there were also many customers and even people doing live streaming. Qin Jin glanced around briefly, then said to the saleswoman walking towards him, "Show me the U8. "No problem. Please come this way." The exhibition hall was divided into 2 sections. The U8 is displayed at one end, and the U9 at the other. All the display cars in various colors are available. Right now, in front of a green U8, a girl wearing a JK skirt and black stockings is giving a long explanation to the camera on her phone. Dear friends, this is the main color scheme of the Yangwang U8, and it is also its most iconic color. This green concept is inspired by rare mineral deposits in nature. It not only has the delicate feel of fine jade, but also the free and unrestrained spirit of pine and bamboo. It is a top-level fusion of natural beauty and contemporary industrial technology. It looks beautiful, right? Now I'm going to test everyone. Can anyone tell me which precious mineral in nature this dragonstone green is imitating? If anyone answers correctly, I'll perform a special dance for them later. The JK girl had a loud voice. Qin Jin heard her rambling as soon as he got close. His eyebrows twitched, and a vague sense of familiarity arose in his heart. However, the person was turning their back to do a live stream, so you couldn't see what they looked like for a moment. Qin Jin followed up, so now the Yangwang brand allows these live streamers to come into the store and cause trouble? This question was actually asked purely out of curiosity. After all, based on his understanding, many top brands, in order to maintain their prestige, generally don't welcome this kind of live streaming behavior in their stores, always feeling that it's just trying to ride on someone else's popularity. Just imagine, what if anyone could just stand here with their phone and broadcast randomly? He kept taking pictures of the car and even climbed into the driver's seat to touch and sit around. Wouldn't that be quite a hindrance for those who are determined to buy a car? The saleswoman beside him explained with a smile. This gentleman has signed a cooperation agreement with our store. So that's how it is. Qin Jin nodded in agreement. He didn't want to be photographed, nor did he intend to join in the fun, so he simply avoided the dragonstone green U8 and walked towards the black U8 on the other side. Qin Jin, I thought you were some big shot, talking so arrogantly. TSK. It's been so long since we last met. I really don't see any improvement in you. Qin Jin turned around in surprise and bumped into the JK girl holding her phone up to him, her expression a mixture of disdain and mockery. Hey everyone, I bumped into a familiar face. Look at how poor he looks. He even looked down on us just now. Even someone like him can come in and browse, so why can't Qianqian come in? Qin Jin frowned. No wonder the noise he heard earlier sounded familiar. After all that, it turned out he recognized the woman, Wu Qianqian, a close friend of his ex-girlfriend. Although her appearance was passable, her figure was SOSO. In his mind, he would only give her a 70 out of 100, which was far inferior to Zhang Pingping. The key issue is that this person's character is questionable. He was just asking casually, and he was actually targeting the sales assistant. When Wu Qianqian heard this, it turned out that she was targeting her. Qin Jin didn't want to waste any more words and snorted coldly. You're not exactly doing that well either. You've ended up doing live streaming now. What's wrong with live streaming? You can still earn more money through live streaming than you do. Wu Qianqian glared at Qin Jin angrily, but as soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed abruptly, and she immediately adopted a pitiful look, saying sweetly to the camera, Dear friends, Qianqian has been bullied. What should I do? Doesn't anyone feel sorry for me? Come on, comfort her. Looking at her pretentious and affected manner, Qin Jin found it all ridiculous and laughable. It's not exactly disgusting. Ultimately, isn't it all about making money? He often watches live streams and knows that some streamers will say anything and do anything to get some gifts. There is nothing shameful about making a living and earning money. He just remarked that Wu Qianqian was indeed more daring than before, and her skin had become quite thick. Hey big influencer, how many people have sent you gifts? Qin Jin chuckled and teased. How much silver have you earned? Snort. Wu Qianqian first turned her face away so the audience wouldn't see it, rolled her eyes at Qin Jin, and then turned her head back to the camera, pouting her red lips and frowning. With an innocent look on her face, she cried out in a coquettish voice. Did you all hear that? This poor, stingy man actually looks down on us. Let me tell you, this guy is absolutely ridiculous. He used to be so stingy that he wouldn't even buy his girlfriend a handbag. He was always careful with his money when eating out, and he would only take the subway when going out, never even hailing a taxi. This guy is so awful. How dare he look down on us? Can we all swallow this insult? Qianqian was so angry, she almost cried wah. Holy crap. Qin Jin was speechless for a moment. He noticed that Sun Yan and the salesperson were both staring at him. Who knows what they're thinking about themselves? On the other end, Wu Qianqian was still explaining to the camera. That's definitely not me. How could I possibly be interested in such a weirdo? Yes, you're right. My heart is only for my family. Okay, okay. Actually, it was a close friend of mine. But my friend has finally seen through this guy's true colors and broke up with him a long time ago. Wow. Thank you, Brother Dajuan. Boss, that was awesome. Absolutely amazing. Wu Qianqian made a heart shape with her hands while looking at her phone, then blew a kiss, her smile radiant. Brother Dajuan, remember to send me a private message, and I'll add you on WeChat. Dear friends, you can get Qianqian's WeChat message just by sending a supreme salute. Isn't that an amazing deal? Wu Qianqian winked at the camera and said in a sweet voice, Qianqian loves watching these kinds of firework displays the most. After speaking, she turned her face away from the camera and proudly showed off to Qin Jin. See that? My older brother sent me a VIP salute. That's a whopping 666 yuan. You probably couldn't earn that much even if you worked yourself to the bone all day, right? Haha. Qin Jin smirked and calmly replied to Wu Qianqian. Don't be in such a hurry. Then, he turned his head to look in the other direction, and after a moment he changed direction again, as if searching for something. Wu Qianqian pouted. Are you pretending to be innocent here? You want me to wait? What am I supposed to wait for? Just because you tell me to wait doesn't mean I have to wait. Hey Qin Jin, where are you going? Are you trying to slip away already? Huh. Look, folks, that guy below was too ashamed to stay any longer and ran away. Sun Yuan and the salesperson had been watching the show from the sidelines, but Sun Yuan had no idea what was going on. As for the sales assistant, she understood that Qin Jin and Wu Qianqian knew each other before, and were probably even acquaintances, so it was naturally inappropriate for her to get involved. The only option is to observe from the sidelines first. After watching Qin Jin look around, and then turn and leave, Sun Yan and the salesperson both felt a little puzzled. Sir, you're not going to look at this car anymore. What are you looking at? He doesn't have that kind of spare money. He's just here to feast his eyes. The sales assistant felt a pang of disappointment, and Sun Yan, who was also about to leave with Qin Jin, was equally disheartened. Could it be that I misjudged him? Our expectations set too high, but in the next instant, both of them froze. This is a transitional paragraph. It needs to introduce the important characters and story that follow. Chapter 30. A top beauty with a sharply contrasting appearance. Honey, to be honest, I think the colors look pretty good to me. What do you all think? Wow, these wool sizes are amazing. Look, the height is even above my knees. They're really big. This car is really imposing. At 1.7 meters tall, I look like a little kid standing next to it. Hee hee. A long-haired girl wearing a white workout vest, purple sweatpants, and a baseball cap is live streaming in front of a silver gray U8. When I entered the store just now, Qin Jin had already noticed her. At that time, she was standing in front of a black U8, playing music. When she saw Qin Jin walking towards the black U8, she consciously moved aside and made room for him. In addition, she spoke very softly when broadcasting. She's completely different from that loud and boisterous Wu Qianqian. The contrast between the two is extremely stark. This unconsciously stirred a sense of goodwill in Qin Jin's heart. Qin Jin strode towards the silver-gray U8. Hello, huh? The girl, who was live streaming, seemed a little flustered when she noticed someone approaching. She quickly turned around. I'm so sorry, am I bothering you? I'm so sorry, I'll go broadcast somewhere else right away. Before she finished speaking, she made a move to leave. At this moment, Qin Jin was screaming in his heart. My God! Absolutely amazing! She's absolutely a top-tier, stunning beauty. Giving it a score of 95 wouldn't be an exaggeration. Because he was quite far away earlier, and he hadn't looked closely, now that he's facing him up close. Her eyebrows and eyes were like distant mountains shrouded in green, and her gaze was like autumn waters conveying affection. A warm, gentle smile played at the corners of her lips, as if it could instantly melt away the chill in the hearts of those around her. Those bright, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Perhaps feeling a little awkward, they kept glancing elsewhere. Two blushes graced their fair cheeks, adding to their charming and shy allure. These aren't even the most crucial points. The most important thing is that her figure is excellent, simply impeccable. Even the most ordinary white sports vest and purple shorts cannot hide her graceful and exquisite curves. Her fiery and varied nature was enough to secure her a place in the top 3 among all the women Qin Jin had ever dated. Even Sun Yuan pales in comparison to her. He quickly scanned her up and down. The girl looked like she worked out regularly. She wore a pair of pure white Nike sneakers with white knee-high socks. Her long, shapely legs were exposed so brightly white they shone, without a single mark. It's a bit of a shame. He's a little short. He would be perfect if he were a bit taller. This girl is probably only about 165 centimeters tall, including her heels. If she were barefoot, she would probably be even shorter. In terms of height alone, Sun Yuan is taller than her. This is also why Qin Jin rated her score at around 90 points. However, for seasoned veterans, this type of woman, who is delicate yet has plenty of substance, actually offers a more wonderful experience in actual use. Leaving aside the distant past, just holding him close to his heart and seeing that little face nestled in his arms can ignite a strong sense of accomplishment in a man. Look at this luck. Today is really great. Qin Jin quickly took 2 steps to catch up with him. It's okay. You misunderstood. I was looking for you about something else. Oh. The girl turned to look at Qin Jin, her face full of confusion. Qin Jin flashed a bright smile and pointed to the phone she was holding. Are you doing a live stream? Ah, yes, the girl nodded. Qin Jin then inquired. Could you tell me the name of your live stream? Oh. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and generously turned the screen around to show Qin Jin. I don't have many followers. Could you please follow me? Thanks a lot. Qin Jin glanced at it and saw that the number of people online at the moment for Tong Tong Loves Candy was 316. It is indeed quite deserted, but it shouldn't be like this, right? Such an absolutely stunning beauty. Another stunning beauty with a sweet and lovely face, yet a hot and sexy figure. A striking contrast. On any platform, it would be sure to attract attention and would definitely not lack traffic. Qin Jin searched for Tong Tong Loves Candy on his acne scars page and found that it only had about 8,000 followers. For the average person, this number is acceptable. But for this girl, it was ridiculously little. Qin Jin didn't rush into the live stream. Instead, he casually browsed through her short video works, which were quite substantial, numbering around 40 or 50. These videos are all filmed around cars, and there are also many professional reviews. You're a car blogger? Qin Jin asked, somewhat surprised. Yes. I've been interested in cars since I was a child. I studied journalism in college, so I plan to become a car blogger after graduation. All right. Qin Jin glanced at her incredibly alluring figure again and joked. I thought you were doing a fitness live stream. No, I've never actually been to a gym. Amazing. Qin Jin admired him from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help but take another look. Noticing that the other person's gaze kept glancing at her, the girl's face flushed slightly, and she took 2 steps back. You said you wanted to talk to me about something. What is it? Before she could even finish speaking, Wu Qianqian rushed over from the other end. Having finally seized an opportunity to ridicule Qin Jin, she was not about to give in easily. Qin Jin, I thought you were trying to sneak away. What are you trying to do, hiding here? Are you too ashamed to face me and want to crawl into a hole in the ground? Wu Qianqian straightened her back and said sarcastically, when it comes to being a person, you always have to know your own worth. Family members, you be the judge, aren't you? What kind of scene is this? This is a flagship store, a luxury car worth millions. How could you possibly afford such a car? I really admire you for coming here to make a fool of yourself. Qin Jin, listen to my advice, you. Shut up. Wu Qianqian was abruptly interrupted before she could finish speaking. Qin Jin asked in a calm tone. How much reward money did you get just now? A ceremonial salute and 2 private jets. Do you know how much that costs? Wu Qianqian smiled smugly. Oh, Qin Jin let out a cold laugh and buried his head in fiddling with his phone screen. Seeing that he had stopped talking, Wu Qianqian thought he was just at a loss for words or too self-conscious to speak, and she felt incredibly comfortable, absolutely thrilled. Qin Jin, weren't you used to be quite the talker? You've really… a carnival? Oh my god. Wu Qianqian was startled and instinctively glanced at her phone screen, but there wasn't a single hair on it. Are you Qin Shi Huang or Emperor Wu of Han? I heard her call you Qin Jin just now. The girl looked excited and took 2 steps forward, staring at Qin Jin for confirmation. Qin Jin nodded slightly and tapped the screen twice more with his fingertip. Wow. Besides, good heavens, 3 carnivals in a row. The girl was so excited she trembled slightly, almost unable to stand. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, why are you still delivering? Wu Qianqian couldn't sit still any longer. She rushed to the girl and craned her neck to take a look. The entire screen was covered with confetti flying everywhere, and gift boxes bounced around on the screen. The 3 large gold-stamped characters, Carnival, dominated the visual center. The previous one had just disappeared when a new one popped up. As soon as one curtain falls, The next one immediately begins. No, no, no. Stop sending them. That's enough. The girl was so anxious she was incoherent, stamping her feet on the spot. Qin Jin, please stop. Please stop swiping. Everyone else is rushing to beg the top spender and trying to curry favor with him to spend more money. Qin Jin was amused by her and laughed. Why is it that when it's your turn, you complain that there's too much and won't let it be delivered? Completely stunned by the scene, Wu Qianqian seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. Oh, I see. Qin Jin, you're putting on an act. You're really putting on airs here. Chapter 31. I don't really like eating this white rabbit candy. Qin Jin looked up at Wu Qianqian and saw that her face clearly said, I understand everything. He seemed quite puzzled. Which eye of yours showed that I was acting? Were those carnival scenes fake? Or are you convinced that those gifts weren't given by me at all? Wu Qianqian let out a sneer. I just counted carefully. There are only 5 carnivals in total. Yes, that's right. It seems you're pretty good at math. Qin Jin nodded. Wu Qianqian burst into laughter, pointing her finger at Qin Jin. Are you really treating me like a 3-year-old to be fooled? A single carnival costs 3,000 yuan, and 5 of them together would be 15,000. Qin Jin, we've known each other for several years now. When did you start becoming so wealthy? You wouldn't even buy Linlin a bag that cost a little over 1,000 yuan back then, but you're so generous in giving gifts to a streamer? Stop fooling around here. Wu Qianqian held up her phone and pointed the camera at Qin Jin. Guys, take a look at this man. Isn't he hot enough? It's both annoying and incredibly stupid. He probably thought that smashing a few carnivals would humiliate me and make me look at him differently. Bah. A poor scumbag is a poor scumbag forever. He'll never be able to turn his life around. Wu Qianqian spoke with great enthusiasm. You guys are definitely in cahoots. You're spending money to boost her popularity and create buzz. She'll return half of the tip to you privately later, right? All this operation only cost a little over 7,000 yuan, but I saw through it at a glance. Qin Jin, you really tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. Qin Jin was speechless. This girl's thought process is truly quite unconventional. After hearing her reasoning, it actually makes some sense. How about I give it back to you? The girl muttered softly. But I can only pay you back half at most. The platform takes the rest, and there's nothing I can do about it. Qin Jin was quite surprised. Huh? He asked with great interest. Are you really going to withdraw? Give me my money back. I'll give you 50% back, the girl replied. Wow. At this moment, not only did he encounter a top-tier beauty, but he also bumped into an upright role model in the live streaming industry. The latter seems far more valuable in comparison. Would you like me to transfer the money to your WeChat or Alipay account? Please tell me your account number. No need. Qin Jin waved his arm. I never intend to take back the money I've given away. Let's add each other on WeChat. Okay. Scan the code to add me as a friend. Qin Jin asked, what is your name? I'll change the nickname. Tang Tang. You can just call me Tang Tang. Hee. Seeing Qin Jin's confused expression, Tang Tang couldn't help but laugh. She quickly explained, I share the same surname as Tang Chao, and my given name is Tang, which means crab apple. People around me usually call me Tang Tang. Oh, that's the maltose candy. At this point, Tang Tang pulled a white rabbit milk candy from her handbag and asked cheerfully, want to try some? Well, Qin Jin rubbed his nose. I have no interest in eating this white rabbit candy. It tastes amazing, Tang Tang muttered as she tore open the candy and popped it into her mouth. Or, should I just return that money to you? Yo-ho. Wu Qianqian couldn't take it anymore. Are you two ever going to stop? Your acting is so bad, it makes me want to vomit. Qin Jin, you'd better get out of here right now. There's no place for you here. If you want to put on a show, go to the streets. Wu Qianqian, if you dare to spew nonsense again. Qin Jin's expression turned grim as he stared intently at her. Believe me or not, I'll have you thrown out right now. Oh, you want to kick me out? Wu Qianqian exclaimed as if she had heard some absurd joke. Guys, did you hear that? This poor bastard actually said he was going to find a shop assistant to kick me out. It's absolutely hilarious. Wu Qianqian laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. She pointed at Qin Jin and said, I think you're getting more and more ridiculous these days. Fine. Didn't you want to have someone kick me out? Hurry up. Shout it out. I'd like to see if they're going to kick me out or you. I can promote their business and attract customers for their store. What can you do? What value do you have? A penniless pauper like you dares to browse this kind of luxury car dealership? Who gave you the guts? Liang Jingru, a famous Chinese singer? Qin Jin nodded slightly, a mocking look on his face. You're sure I can't afford this car? Nonsense, Wu Qianqian scoffed. If you can buy this car, I'll swallow my phone right here and now. Remember your promise. Qin Jin turned to the saleswoman and asked, do you have any cars in stock? Huh? Yes, yes. The sales assistant was watching the commotion when the topic unexpectedly turned to her, so she quickly forced a polite smile. Boss, which model have you chosen, and what color would you like? U8, the black one. Are there any special considerations regarding the configuration? The U8 is currently available in two main configurations, the off-road enthusiast model and the luxury model. You haven't seen the car yet, have you? Let me show you around. We can discuss it as we drive around. Is that all right? Forget about it. Qin Jin waved his hand and said calmly, just choose the luxury version. Fill out the form and get the process done quickly. I plan to pick up the car that day. Saleswoman. Sun Yuan. Tang Tang. Wu Qianqian. Everyone was speechless and stood there dumbfounded. Seeing that the sales assistant didn't respond, Qin Jin was slightly displeased. Is there a problem? No, no, no. The salesperson's smile grew even brighter, and this time his eyes revealed a hint of sincerity. She stepped aside politely, saying, please sit here. I'll help you calculate the price. Qin Jin followed her, with Sun Yan keeping close behind. Tang Tang blinked her big eyes and slowly followed. Wu Qianqian was left alone, staring at the back of Qin Jin's head with a worried expression, her mind a jumble of thoughts. That doesn't make sense. That absolutely doesn't make sense. Where did he get the money to buy a car worth over $1 million? That's absolutely just posturing. Yes, that's definitely it. At that moment, she noticed that viewers in the live stream were constantly sending messages, asking if the poor young man really wanted to buy a car. Wu Qianqian perked up and immediately said, I'll go check it out, guys. I'm definitely going to win this time. How will he pay for the luxury car worth over $1 million? If he actually manages to buy it, I'll give one to everyone in the live stream. But when Wu Qianqian got closer, Qin Jin is busy signing autographs. Leave your fingerprint. Mr. Zhao, this is the payment QR code. You can scan it to pay directly. Qin Jin took out his phone and scanned the code. All done. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I have received it. Please wait a moment. I will run to the finance department to get the invoice right away, and then I will take you to pick up your car. The saleswoman couldn't stop smiling. This was the easiest order she had ever closed since she started working. Throughout the entire sales process, she didn't offer a single word of advice. The buyer made the decision without hesitation. She treated herself as a tool, only needing to collect money and fill out forms, and then she could receive a substantial commission. The taste was so delicious that she almost cried out. Qin Jin casually tossed the car purchase contract onto the stage and said coldly, Wu Qianqian, open your big eyes and take a good look. Wu Qianqian was dumbfounded, her mind a complete mess. Chapter 32, Section 32. Slapping someone requires force. Seeing Wu Qianqian staring blankly with her mouth shut, Qin Jin's lips curled up slightly as he said mockingly, since you've lost, you have to admit it. Hurry up and swallow your phone. Telephone. Wu Qianqian pondered for a moment, then glanced at the table and noticed that Qin Jin was using a Huawei Mate 20. This phone was a huge hit when it was first released, and Wu Qianqian even got one back then. But 7 years have passed. What era are we living in? People are still using 7-year-old relics. How could someone like that possibly spend over $1 million yuan to buy the Yangwang U8? Even if you beat Wu Qianqian to death, she would never believe it. Qin Jin, you didn't buy it with borrowed money, did you? A thought popped into Wu Qianqian's head, and she said with a hint of disdain, you're really too proud to admit it. You actually dared to borrow so much money just to show off. Can you afford to pay this debt? Whether you can pay it off or not is none of your business. You should eat your phone first. Shaw, I said full payment before. Your mortgage payment absolutely doesn't count. Qin Jin laughed loudly. That's perfect. I paid for it all at once. It's clearly stated in the car purchase contract. If you don't believe me, wait a moment, and the salesperson will hand you the receipt so you can see it for yourself. Wu Qianqian picked up the agreement and flipped through it, finding that it indeed stated full payment. Her face instantly turned very pale. Smack. The contract was slammed heavily onto the table. I've figured it out. You bought the car for your boss, right? Otherwise, where did you get so much savings? Qin Jin, your little tricks won't fool me at all. Sun Yan, who had remained silent, frowned slightly, feeling that Wu Qianqian was indeed being unreasonable and was going on and on. But considering that Qin Jin knew her, Sun Yan couldn't say anything more and could only stay on the sidelines. Qin Jin was also tired of listening to this and didn't want to waste any more words on Wu Qianqian, that idiot. Seeing the shop assistant coming over, he pointed at Wu Qianqian. Could you please ask this lady to leave? Her presence here is really spoiling my mood for buying a car. The sales assistant hesitated for a moment, then said with a forced smile, Mr. Zhao, I'll take her to the other side. I promise she won't bother you here. Is that all right? No. Qin Jin shook his head. Qin Jin shifted his gaze to the U9 on the other side, raised his chin, and asked, do you have that U9 ready? Oh. The shop assistant's heart skipped a beat, and she guessed at a certain possibility. She was instantly overjoyed and excitedly exclaimed, yes. All 3 color options are in stock. Mr. Zhao, would you like to take a look? Get her away, Qin Jin said calmly. Okay, no problem. The sales assistant quickly agreed, smiling as she said, please have a seat. I'll have someone ask. Oh no. Kick her out right away. As soon as he finished speaking, she hurriedly walked away. Seeing the shop assistant go to call for help, Wu Qianqian was a little confused. She pointed at Qin Jin and shouted, you keep acting. Keep acting. Still planning to buy a U9? Do you even know how much that car costs? Qin Jin, you haven't gone to Hongdian to be an actor these past 2 years, have you? Miss, please get out of here immediately. As Wu Qianqian turned her head, the sales assistant led 4 security personnel to stand behind her, their eyes sharp. Why? Why should I be kicked out? Let me tell you, I am. Miss, please get out of here immediately. A security guard stepped forward and reached out to grab Wu Qianqian's arm. Wu Qianqian screamed, you're being a pervert. Miss, if you're deliberately causing trouble, then we'll have to call the police. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself. The sales assistant leaned closer and whispered a warning. We'll also report you on the Acne Scar platform, so don't even think about doing any cooperation with our store in the future. Even if you're close to the manager, it's still not going to work. Wu Qianqian, get out of here, don't embarrass yourself. Wu Qianqian's face flushed red and then turned pale. After thinking for a few seconds, she stared at Qin Jin and said through gritted teeth, Qin Jin, so what if you have a little money? Linlin dumped you back then anyway. He. After saying that, she snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing Wu Qianqian being chased down the street, Qin Jin felt a strange sense of satisfaction. So many years have passed. I've always disliked her, and this time I finally got to vent my frustration. Happy. How much was the U9 priced again? Well, the sales assistant froze, wondering if this guy was just messing with her. Tang chimed in. The manufacturer's suggested retail price is 1.68 million. Oh, 1.68 million, right? Qin Jin nodded. He had heard of the U9 and had even searched for it before. A car that can go clubbing. Damn, that's pretty weird. I have no idea what those designers were thinking or what the point of creating this feature is. However, judging from the videos online, U9 does have a pretty cool dancing style. Mr. Zhao, shall I take you to see the U9? You can even try driving it around for a bit. The saleswoman didn't want to miss this opportunity. If she can close another U9 deal, she can earn a lot more commission. Okay, let's go take a look. Qin Jin readily agreed and walked towards the U9. How can grown men only drive one car? This is just like finding a partner. The more the better, and the more variety the better, so that you can experience different things in different ways. The U9 is reasonably priced, around $1 million, and with his current financial resources, he could easily buy another one. If he finds it easy to drive, Qin Jin decides to buy another one. For now, I'll drive the U8 and U9 in reverse order. When I have more funds in the future, I'll gradually expand my garage. The Yangwang U9 is a high-performance supercar produced by BYD, featuring pure electric power. The entire vehicle is equipped with the Easy4 power architecture, which allows it to turn in place, park sideways, and supports individual control of all 4 wheels, as well as floating in water, greatly ensuring the safety of the driver. A bright red U9 was parked there steadily. The saleswoman enthusiastically introduced the car's various specifications to Qin Jin, and Qin Jin was quite puzzled when he heard that it could even float on water. Can the U9 float on water? No problem, Mr. Zhao. The sales assistant explained with a smile. After triggering the floating mode, the U9 can withstand water leakage for half an hour and float on the water without sinking. It can even be driven slowly at a speed of 3 kilometers per hour. Tang chimed in. It's the same principle as the U8, except that most of the videos you see online are of the U8 going into the water. Indeed, I don't really know much about this. Qin Jin laughed out loud. He had indeed seen far more jokes about the U8 online. I glanced at things like climbing hills and crossing rivers. As for the U9 video, he had only seen the dancing part. Since it's called a pure electric sports car, what's the highest speed this thing can go? It can reach a top speed of 375.12 kilometers per hour and can sprint to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.36 seconds. Qin Jin looked at Tang Tang with surprise and teased, "You memorized it so well?" Tang Tang replied cheerfully, "Of course, I'm a professional blogger who makes a living talking about cars." Its total power reaches 960 kilowatts, and its combined torque is 1,680 Newton meters, making it even more powerful than a Porsche 911 Carrera. That's really impressive. Qin Jin gave Tang Tang a thumbs up, genuinely admiring her. This girl is quite a surprise. Her face and figure don't match, and her interests don't align with her gender. The point is to be unpredictable. Pretty good. Qin Jin opened the car door and glanced inside. The interior was very luxurious, and the design was eye-catching. His first impression was indeed quite good. He turned to Tang Tang and asked, "Have you touched this car yet?" "Not yet." Tang Tang made a face. "Then we have to pay a deposit first. The price is really expensive." Qin Jin chuckled and instructed the shop assistant, "Go and prepare it." Chapter 33, What do the wealthy taboo most? For ordinary people, it's not easy to test drive a luxury car like the U9, which costs millions. Some car brands will either require you to verify your financial resources or pay a deposit first, which basically means they want you to prove that you have the financial means to make the purchase. They're not here to give you a free experience or satisfy your personal curiosity. These requirements are even more stringent, especially for online streamers. However, after hearing Qin Jin's request for a test drive, the saleswoman readily agreed without hesitation, without mentioning anything about verification of funds or a deposit. "Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. I will arrange a test drive vehicle and a test drive specialist for you immediately." Qin Jin nodded. The sales assistant then jogged away in her high heels. "Tang Tang, can you drive?" "Yes, I could drive when I was in junior high school, but I didn't get my driver's license until I was 18. "Sharp." Qin Jin then asked with some curiosity, "Why are you so interested in cars? Shouldn't girls be obsessed with designer bags and jewelry?" Not only Qin Jin was a little confused, but Sun Yuan next to him was the same. She watched as Qin Jin chatted enthusiastically with this busty woman who had suddenly appeared, exchanging tips and contact information. Judging from the current situation, it seems we'll be going to test drive the Yangwang U9 together. Sun Yuan was somewhat displeased. There's a feeling that something you've set your sights on is being coveted by someone else who has already taken action. When she thought about how she didn't even have Qin Jin as a WeChat friend, her dissatisfaction intensified. Sun Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "You could drive in junior high school? Wow, that's amazing. I remember when I was in junior high, there was a girl in our school who was a bit of a delinquent, but could also drive. He spends all his time racing cars with thugs from outside the school and doesn't come home at night." Tang Tang blinked and looked at Sun Yan with a sweet smile. "I wouldn't dare. I learned to drive from my dad. Back then, he went out to deliver goods every day, and I would go out with him every Sunday. At first, I just watched from the sidelines, but later I dared to secretly try it out on a deserted road with no cars around." Hee. Sun Yuan. She was completely speechless. She hadn't expected the other person to be so honest and explain everything in detail. Qin Jin chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. He carefully observed Tang Tang's expression. They noticed that after hearing Sun Yan's pointed and sarcastic words, her expression didn't change at all. This shows that she didn't understand. Either she is extremely shrewd and has a very good ability to cultivate her inner strength. Qin Jin felt that the possibility was almost zero. He believed that Tang Tang simply hadn't understood. That's really interesting. Such an innocent girl is truly rare. Qin Jin glanced at Tang Tang again. There's no smoke without fire. Since this saying exists, it must have some merit. Let's go take a test drive. Qin Jin greeted Tang Tang when he saw the saleswoman return. "Oh, am I going to? You've never driven this car before. Don't you want to give it a try? Think." Tang Tang hesitated for 2 seconds, but in the end, desire prevailed over reason. The test drive vehicle was a silver U9. Since this is a sports car with only 2 seats, only one person can get in at a time, besides the test driver. Qin and Jin went first. The test driver took him for a spin, explaining the various controls and settings of the car's infotainment system along the way. "When we come back, let Qin Jin drive." Even though he had already ridden around once and was mentally prepared, The moment he stepped on the electric switch, swoosh, a strong feeling of being pushed back suddenly arises. Qin Jin immediately released the accelerator, glanced at the dashboard, and saw that the speed had already reached over 60. It was just a fleeting moment, at most a second. Awesome. Qin Jin suddenly gained a deeper understanding of this dancing chariot. This is indeed a car that can fly. Drive it back to the 4S store. This time, Tang Tang went to test drive the car, and the test driver and saleswoman had no objections. With a heart full of excitement, Tang Tang climbed into the passenger seat. Mr. Zhao, how did you feel after the test drive? Purchase. Ha ha ha. That's a decisive and efficient attitude. This immediately made the sales assistant grin from ear to ear, her body trembling with joy. Sun Yuan was completely numb. That's so awesome. Even buying vegetables at the market requires careful selection and checking the prices to see if they're reasonable. How come you bought such an expensive car without even taking the time to choose it properly or think it over carefully? That's over $1 million, not just $100. What's more, you've already bought a U8 for over $1 million yuan, and now you want to buy a U9 that's even more expensive than the U8. Sun Yan opened her red lips, wanting to say to Qin Jin, "Could you please show some respect for RMB?" "What's wrong?" Qin Jin asked. "Oh." Sun Yuan was a little embarrassed and laughed. "It's nothing. You want to buy 2 cars. Actually, I didn't plan to buy the U9 at first." Qin Jin remained nonchalant, then changed the subject. "But since you've taken a liking to them, let's buy them all. Consider it supporting domestic products. Haha." Sun Yan's lips twitched slightly, and she said quietly, "I'm also a domestic product. Why don't you support me?" The saleswoman then said, "Mr. Zhao, the official guide price for this U9 is 1.68 million, but you just bought a U8, so you're considered a regular customer. I can offer you a referral discount, and if you pay in full, I'll try to get you another discount. If you apply for a loan, we can negotiate more favorable terms for you." After all that, it all boils down to one sentence. Full payment, 1.66 million. Loan. Qin and Jin are not being considered. He's not short of money now, so why bother with a loan? The car registration certificate would have to be held by the bank, and he'd have to make monthly payments on time. It's too much trouble. Rich people are most afraid of trouble. Pay in full, just like the U8. You can handle all the paperwork for me, including the license plate, Qin Jin said. The sales assistant readily agreed. "No problem, Mr. Zhao, please rest assured. We can issue you 2 temporary license plates today and register your vehicle and obtain a full license plate tomorrow." "Okay," Qin Jin nodded. Another advantage of buying an electric car is that you can get a green license plate. This is much simpler than getting a blue license plate. "Mr. Zhao, what color would you like for this U9? Qin Jin was considering when Tang Tang returned in her test drive car. Open the car door. She first showed off a long, white leg, dazzling the eye. Then Tang Tang climbed out of the car, her pretty face flushed, her eyes shining with excitement. "Wow, this car is amazing. A 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration time of 2.36 seconds is absolutely thrilling. It felt like I was flying. My heart was in my throat." Qin Jin chuckled and asked, "What color do you think looks good?" "It's red. It looks like flames when it's on," Tang Tang said. Qin Jin turned his head. "Then let's go with red." The sales assistant nodded and turned to process the order. "Oh." Tang Tang realized what was happening and froze on the spot. Chapter 34 Purple is indeed very appealing. Qin Jin, you're the one buying the car, right? Just pick whichever color you like and order it. Don't worry about my opinion. Tang Tang was a little confused. She had just mentioned it casually. To everyone's surprise, Qin Jin actually listened and immediately asked to order the red one. This is a luxury car worth over $1 million. Her small frame can't handle such a heavy responsibility. Qin Jin grinned. "I think your suggestion is great." I didn't suggest anything," Tang Tang said, getting a little anxious. Qin Jin laughed even harder, waved his hand, and said, All right. No suggestions. I'll just say I've taken a liking to the red one too." Tang Tang finally smiled, and the huge weight in her heart was finally lifted. I took out my phone and glanced at the time, only to find that it was already 3 p.m. Just now, in order to test drive the car, she decisively turned off the live stream that was still gaining popularity. She wasn't in the mood to broadcast anymore and planned to go back and take a break, then edit a video of the test drive of the U9 later that evening. "Qin Jin, I'm heading out now." He paused for a moment. Tang Tang continued, "Are you free tonight? How about I treat you to dinner?" Sun Yan's alarm bells went off instantly, and her brows furrowed immediately. Qin Jin asked with a smile, "Why are you inviting me to dinner? You sent me so many gifts. I wanted to express my gratitude, but you wouldn't accept the refund," Tang Tang said. "How about this?" Qin Jin smiled and said, "Don't leave yet. Just do me a small favor later." "Okay, no problem." Tang Tang readily agreed. She disliked owing favors to others, and she was more than happy to help Qin Jin. With the support of money, the procedures were completed very quickly. In less than half an hour, the purchase agreements, insurance policies, invoices, and temporary license plates for both AU8 and AU9 were obtained. All done. Base price: U8, 1.05 million renminbi. U9, 1.66 million renminbi. Price on the road: U8, 1.19 million renminbi. U9, 1.87 million renminbi. The total came to over 3 million, and Qin Jin paid it off without even blinking. Sun Yuan and Tang Tang were both secretly amazed by the scene. Tang Tang was a little better off. She had just met Qin Jin today and didn't know anything about his past. She naively thought Qin Jin was either a rich second generation or a wealthy boss. But Sun Yuan is different. She and Qin Jin have been sharing this apartment for at least 2 years. Although they aren't very close, she's sure they've got it covered. Qin Jin was definitely broke before. He was just an ordinary worker like her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be living in such an ordinary house. She had seen Qin Jin sweep up shared bikes and come out of the subway station more than once, sometimes carrying instant noodles and sausages on his way home. If he had money, would he eat this kind of junk food? But now, Qin Jin has proven everything with facts. He's a super rich guy who can casually pull out 3 million yuan and buy 2 luxury cars in one go. Just now, in order to prove someone wrong, I casually gave a 15,000 renminbi reward to a complete stranger. He has really changed. Things are different now. It transformed into a pair of thick, golden legs. Moreover, he's young and quite handsome. Sun Yan's heart began to pound wildly. After completing the formalities, the next step is to pick up the car. Because Qin Jin bought 2 cars at once, the 4S store arranged a very grand handover ceremony, and the store manager called all the store employees over. Red carpet, flowers, and balloons were all present. A black U8 and a red U9. Qin Jin stood between the 2 cars, with Sun Yuan and Tang Tang standing on either side of him. Both girls are extremely beautiful, and each has a unique charm and appeal. One is a charming and mature older woman, and the other is a cute and fiery adorable girl. Just standing there, he made those male employees drool with envy. The look in her eyes as she looked at Qin Jin was extremely complicated. Heaven is unjust. Heaven is blind. Why can't I have such good fortune? At 4:30 p.m., a black Yangwang U8 and a red Yangwang U9 drove into the Shengshi Huafu residential community one after the other. Under Sun Yan's guidance, Qin Jin drove the car to the foot of a high-rise building. This U8 is really exciting to drive. He felt it was a completely different experience from the U9, which had a lower field of vision and an uncomfortable seating position, but a stronger sense of speed. The U8 makes you feel exceptionally comfortable in every aspect. With its large body, imposing design, and various luxurious and comfortable features, driving this car is simply a pleasure. Cool. Qin Jin got out of the car, and Tang Tang happened to get out of the U9 as well. Brother Qin, I'll park the car here for you. I'll head out now. After spending some time together, Tang Tang felt that Qin Jin was a pretty good person, easygoing, generous, and easy to get along with. They lacked the arrogance typical of the wealthy. After asking Qin Jin's age, she promptly changed her address and started calling him Brother Qin. Qin Jin laughed and said, "What's the rush? I'm here to look at houses. If I don't like a house, this car can't be parked here. You'll have to drive it back for me." "Oh, that's no problem. Let's go up and take a look." Sun Yuan spoke up, interrupting their conversation. As she led Qin Jin into the building, she suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Qin Jin, we don't have each other's contact information yet. What's your WeChat ID?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jin immediately grinned. "I'm not afraid you won't take the initiative. Here you are." He readily gave her his phone number, and Sun Yan opened WeChat and started searching and adding him. "I've added you." "Yes, I saw it." A notification popped up on Qin Jin's phone. "Jian Tinglan has requested to add you as a friend. Click to accept." A flicker of joy crossed Sun Yan's heart when she saw Qin Jin agree. Having contact information will make communication much easier in the future, right? Take the elevator, and you'll be on the 15th floor in no time. This building has a 1 apartment per floor layout. After taking the elevator directly to your floor, You can enter your private space as soon as you step out the door. Outside the elevator is a fairly large lobby, which has been carefully decorated with shoe cabinets, sofas, green plants, artwork, ornaments, and so on. Overall, it looks pretty good. It's simple and modern with a touch of artistic flair. Qin Jin was quite satisfied with the style of the house's decor just by looking at the entrance. He really liked it. Sun Yan stepped forward and pressed the doorbell on the door. Before long, the door was pushed open from the inside. A beautiful figure came into view. Her long, wine-red hair was pulled back with a hair clip, and she wore a purple fishtail dress and transparent crystal high-heeled sandals. She is tall and somewhat plump, which makes her figure appear even more curvaceous and shapely. In front, majestic peaks rise angrily. Behind, a full moon lies horizontally. That purple stepmother dress suited her perfectly. It was truly fitting for her. Qin Jin only glanced at it and instantly became very satisfied with the house, liking it immensely. Susang's lyrics are absolutely flawless. My sister says purple has a lot of charm. My sister is right. This purple color is truly captivating. If Sun Yan is a ripe peach, then the woman in front of you is a red strawberry about to burst with juice. It's so ripe it's almost purple. A stunning beauty. 90 points. Qin Jin immediately gave Tang Tang a score in his mind, the same as Tang Tang. Although this woman was not as young as Tang Tang, she looked to be at least in her 30s, but she was even more reasonable than Tang Tang. The E-Class ultra-luxury executive sedan is dazzlingly bright with its lights. Is this the landlord? Wow, not bad. Does Chapter 35 count as a comeback? Just as Qin Jin and his group were setting off to Shengshi Huafu to look at houses, Wu Qianqian returned to her residence in a fit of anger. As soon as she entered the house, she kicked off her high heels and slumped onto the sofa. She then picked up her phone and started sending messages. Wu Qianqian, Lin, what's the current situation with Qin Jin? Wu Qianqian, have you been in contact with him recently? A few seconds later, they replied. Lin, how am I supposed to know about this? I haven't spoken to him for years. Lin, didn't I tell you before? Don't mention this person in front of me anymore. Wu Qianqian, do you still have his contact information? Lin, I deleted it a long time ago. What's wrong with you? Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Staring at her best friend's reply, Wu Qianqian fell into deep thought. She was wondering whether she should tell the other person about what had happened that day. After thinking for a moment, she decided it would be better to ask indirectly first. Wu Qianqian, I mean, hypothetically, if he suddenly became rich and powerful, would you regret it? Lin, that's impossible. Wu Qianqian, I mean, what if, just maybe, he really does turn things around? Lin, these days, social classes are already fixed. How could someone as ordinary as him possibly rise above his station? There's absolutely no chance. Wu Qianqian was speechless for a moment. That makes perfect sense. That's what she originally thought too. But what happened today was a real slap in the face for her. Even now, recalling the scene of being kicked out of the 4S store, she still feels her face burning. The security guards who usually grinned and tried to strike up a conversation with her were completely heartless today. They treated her like trash and chased her away. They're worse than pigs and dogs. What's most infuriating is that, because the situation was so urgent and the event happened so suddenly, her mind went blank, and she forgot to turn off the live stream. That scene was broadcast live. This is utterly embarrassing on the internet. Thinking about this, Wu Qianqian was burning with anger, so angry that her liver was aching. All of this is thanks to that bastard Qin Jin. That bastard has definitely turned his life around. Wu Qianqian, nothing in this world is absolute. Wu Qianqian, Lin, I just want to ask you one question. Assuming he really does turn his life around and becomes incredibly wealthy. Wu Qianqian, you two have been dating for 6 years. Can't you even think about a hypothetical scenario? Lin, even if a salted fish flips over, it's still essentially a salted fish. What's the point of making such an assumption? Go ahead and pretend. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips, too lazy to try to probe any further. Wu Qianqian, I bumped into Qin Jin at the Yangwang 4S store today. Lin, he went there to sell cars? He's really getting worse every day. Wu Qianqian, you've got it wrong. They're going to buy a car. Lin, buy a car? Go to Yangwang 4S store? Isn't that BYD's high-end brand? They probably don't sell other cheaper models there. Seeing that she had finally piqued the other person's curiosity, Wu Qianqian smiled and replied. Wu Qianqian, yes, you're right. That shop only sells the look-up model. They don't sell any other cars. Lin, That's really overestimating himself. He'll probably just slink away in the end, won't he? Wu Qianqian. He didn't leave. He bought a Yangwang U8 and paid 1.08 million yuan in full. Linlin. Linlin, are you deliberately trying to make fun of me today? Ugh, you're so annoying. I'm super busy today, okay? Linlin, 1.08 million renminbi in full. Even if you're making up a lie, can't you at least make it believable? Wu Qianqian didn't explain. She just replied with a hee. 2 minutes later, a new message popped up on my phone. Linlin, you're not actually telling the truth, are you? Wu Qianqian, why would I bother teasing you with something like this? What's the point? Linlin. Linlin. Then how could he suddenly have so much money? Wu Qianqian, how would I know about this? That's why I came to ask you. Linlin. Seeing her friend fall into a state of self-isolation, Wu Qianqian's depression dissipated considerably. When she saw that Qin Jin had suddenly become rich, she was at most surprised and found it hard to believe. But for her best friend, this was definitely more than just surprise. Wu Qianqian, regret it now. Linlin, no, I won't regret it. Linlin, as I always say, even if a salted fish flips over, it's still a salted fish. That's its destiny. There's no changing it. Linlin, on the other hand, it's just a Yangwang U8. Only a little over 1 million, which isn't much money. Zijian drives a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Aren't they all more expensive than this? Linlin. Zijian told me that he'll marry me once I help him complete his mission. Linlin. When that time comes, they'll also give me a villa as a dowry, worth tens of millions. Seeing this, Wu Qianqian couldn't sit still any longer. As her best friend, she knew all too well about her friend's situation. I dated a senior in my freshman year of college. That person was Qin Jin. Just 2 years after graduating from university, I started dating a rich second-generation guy from my graduating class. She turned around and dumped Qin Jin, her boyfriend of many years. Since then, they ride in luxury cars, buy designer brands, stay in 5-star hotels, and eat 5-star food. They have become upper-class people and are living the life of high society. But that's all. So many years have passed, and that rich second generation has not shown the slightest intention to get married. Wu Qianqian didn't think that the rich second generation would marry her best friend. The rich second generation are often the most ruthless people. They're basically just playing around. How could they possibly actually marry you? Wu Qianqian, really? Zhou Zijian isn't joking with you, is he? Linlin, it must be true. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Wu Qianqian, did he say when you'd have your wedding? Linlin, there's something else going on here. The situation is a bit complicated. I'm helping him with something right now. Linlin, I'll tell you the details later. I can't explain it now. Linlin, that's all for now. I'm a bit busy today, and I have to go out for dinner with my boss tonight. I have to go now, bye. This made Wu Qianqian even more depressed. Could it be that my best friend is finally going to turn things around? Qin Jin's guess was absolutely right. The stunning woman who opened the door, oh no, that lady, was indeed the landlady. Gu Xiaoying. After a brief introduction, Gu Xiaoying led the group into the house and showed them around the layout. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the house was even better than it appeared in the photos. Qin Jin took a liking to it on the spot. Whoa. You can just call me Sister Gu. I should be a little older than you. I am 30 years old this year. Haha. Then I am indeed older than you. So just call me Sister Gu. Good. Qin Jin smiled and nodded in agreement, then said, Sister Gu, this house is indeed quite nice. Shall we sign the contract now? The monthly rent for this apartment is 40,000, with a deposit of 3 months' rent and 6 months' rent paid in advance. You know the rules, right? Gu Xiaoying asked. Clear. After thinking for a moment, Qin Jin asked again. Does this house come with a parking space? There are 2 parking spaces, and the monthly rent is 1,000 yuan per space, Gu Xiaoying said. While a parking space costs 1,000 a month, Tang Tang muttered something under her breath, probably because she was a little too surprised and didn't control her volume. Everyone inside the room heard it. Gu Xiaoying turned her head and looked at her with a smile, her big, bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Chapter 36 The Strange Landlady. Tang Tang felt quite embarrassed to be stared at like that by these people. She stuck out her tongue and chuckled foolishly. Sorry, I just mentioned it offhand. You guys continue your conversation. Seeing his innocent and naive appearance, Gu Xiaoying's smile deepened. She smiled gently and said softly, If you want to use this parking space, little sister, I'll let you use it for free, without charging you any rent. Is it for me to use? No need, No need. Tang Tang paused for a moment, then quickly shook her head. Thank you, sister, but I don't need it. I don't have a car. No car? Gu Xiaoying was immediately puzzled. She glanced at Qin Jin, then at Sun Yan. Since you're in sales, reading people's expressions is a basic skill. Sun Yan saw through her thoughts and explained with a smile. Sister Gu, she and Mr. Zhao are not together. Isn't she that person's boyfriend? Gu Xiaoying asked immediately. Sun Yuan nodded. No. Tang Tang nodded in agreement, then added, I don't have a boyfriend. After hearing this, Gu Xiaoying's eyes immediately lit up, showing surprise and delight. You haven't found a boyfriend? Tang Tang nodded blankly again, unable to understand why Gu Xiaoying was suddenly so excited. Seems quite excited? That's really strange. Qin Jin felt the same way. His gaze lingered on Gu Xiaoying again, and he was vaguely pondering something. From the moment we met at the door until now, Gu Xiaoying always maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor towards me. Even though she had a smile on her face, that smile was no different from the one Sun Yan had given me before. It was very formulaic and lacked any real substance. To put it simply, it's hypocrisy. However, this was the first time Gu Xiaoying and Tang Tang had met. They were completely unfamiliar with each other before. But this woman treated Tang Tang exceptionally well, even a little too enthusiastically. When Tang Tang complained about the high price of the parking space, he actually offered to let her use it for free. Since you're so generous, why don't you give me a discount on the rent? In addition, I heard Tang Tang said she doesn't have a boyfriend. What's so exciting about that for a woman like you? Shouldn't I be the one who's happy? Qin Jin glanced at Sun Yuan, who understood and smiled, saying, Sister Gu, you should also know that the rent for this apartment is a bit higher than the market rate. Nowadays, consumption is downgrading and everyone's pockets are tight. Otherwise, this house wouldn't have been listed for almost half a year without being rented out. Mr. Zhao genuinely wanted to rent the place. I explained your requirement of a 3-month deposit and 6-month rent payment to him before we arrived, and he said he could accept it. How about this? You can give me another discount. Or should we let Mr. Zhao use these 2 parking spaces? The 2 parking spaces can be combined. The rental fee isn't much, only about 2,000 yuan a month. Gu Xiaoying's smile faded slightly. After thinking for a moment, she gently shook her head. We can't waive the rent for both parking spaces. We can only waive one at most. 1 space isn't enough to park in. In addition, I have one more requirement. The lease must be for at least 1 year. Sun Yan looked at Qin Jin. Qin Jin nodded with a smile. Sure, renting for a year or more is no problem. This house is indeed quite nice. Okay, that's settled then. I'll rent the remaining parking space for 1,000 yuan a month. It'll all be included in the rent. If it can save 1,000, then it's 1,000. But he didn't want to keep harping on this matter, as it would damage his image and make him seem stingy. I absolutely mustn't ruin the good impression I've made on the landlady. Upon hearing Qin Jin's agreement, Gu Xiaoying immediately laughed. Okay, then it's settled. Immediately afterwards, Sun Yuan opened her handbag, took out the rental contract she had prepared beforehand, and filled in the information on both sides. Sign, put fingerprint, transfer money. Qin Jin was very efficient and finished everything in just a few minutes. I saw the bank notification that the money had arrived in my account. Gu Xiaoying laughed heartily. Qin Jin, how about we add each other on the phone? If there's any problem with the house, you can contact me. That's great. Qin Jin readily agreed and opened his WeChat business card, asking Gu Xiaoying to scan the QR code. Who knew that after adding each other as friends? Gu Xiaoying then turned to look at Tang Tang and said with a smile, Hey girl, let's add each other as friends? Oh. Tang Tang was a little stunned. Then she kept shaking her head. I don't think I need to add it. Anyway, I don't live here, and it's not like I rent the place. Gu Xiaoying laughed and said, What's this? It has nothing to do with renting a place. It's fate that we met today. From now on, we'll be friends. It's only natural for friends to exchange contact information, isn't it? Are you suggesting that if we walk out this door today and then bump into each other on the street tomorrow, you'll pretend you don't recognize me? That's absolutely impossible, Tang Tang said with a sweet smile. Isn't this fine? Gu Xiaoying held up her phone and said, Scan my QR code. Okay then. Tang Tang hesitated for a moment, but finally took out her phone and scanned the QR code to add him as a friend. Qin Jin watched coldly from the side, unable to understand why Gu Xiaoying was so interested in Tang Tang, who was unrelated to her. But now that the house has been rented, the most important thing is to move in as soon as possible and enjoy this big house. As for the others, we can't worry about them for now. Let's go then. Let's go back and pack our bags, Qin Jin said. Tang Tang nodded and smiled. Okay, I should leave now. You can move the car yourself later. Okay, where do you live? I'll take you home. No need. I'll just take the subway. I see there's a subway entrance right here. It's quite convenient. At this time, Gu Xiaoying suddenly spoke up, smiling as she said, Qin Jin, if you're not free, I'll bring you some candy. I didn't have anything else to do anyway, and after being cooped up indoors for so many days, it would be nice to go out for a walk. Qin Jin. Bite. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Qin Jin said calmly, Tang Tang, I'll take you home. Sister Gu, we'll head out now. After speaking, he then strode over to the U8 that he was looking up at. I noticed that Qin Jin's car was a Yangwang U8, which didn't even have license plates yet. There was also a red Yangwang U9 parked next to it, which also didn't have license plates. Thinking back to what Tang Tang had just said, Gu Xiaoying understood what was going on. It turns out that both cars belonged to Qin Jin. He bought 2 cars worth over 1,000,000 yuan each in one go. It seems Qin Jin is quite wealthy. I wonder what his background is. Gu Xiaoying smiled, didn't insist, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Tang Tang insisted on taking the subway, saying there was no need to trouble anyone. But Qin Jin disagreed. First, the girl was so stunning, and second, it was a brand new car, which he could use as a gift to indulge himself. The two of them remained frozen in place. Having no other choice, Qin Jin could only say, You've never driven a Yangwang U8 before, right? Don't you want to try it out and experience it? Tang Tang, what? Seeing that she seemed interested, Qin Jin smiled and said, You drive it back to your home, and when we get there, I'll drive it away. How about that? Okay. After hesitating for a second, Tang Tang agreed with a smile. Qin Jin was genuinely convinced. This girl is truly passionate about cars. I have no idea how this passion developed. It's really strange. Chapter 37 Little One, what are you busy with? A petite, soft-looking girl drives a rugged off-road vehicle like the Yangwang U8. The visual impact is indeed fantastic. The contrast is striking, making it incredibly eye-catching. Qin Jin leaned back in the passenger seat, enjoying the massage function of the seat, with music from the Dynaudio sound system playing in his ears. He turned his head to admire the breathtaking undulations, feeling incredibly refreshed both physically and mentally. But Sun Yuan, sitting in the back row, felt differently. She suddenly felt like an outsider. That doesn't make sense. It was obvious that she became acquainted with Qin Jin first. The two were even roommates. Today, she also helped Qin Jin find an apartment, and she came with him to pick up the car. Then why is she huddled in the back seat right now? Logically, the scene should be Qin Jin holding the steering wheel while she sits comfortably in the passenger seat, right? Why? Feeling quite upset, Sun Yan thought for a while and decided to be more proactive. If we don't act more proactively, this fish might swim into someone else's fish tank. Forget about eating meat. You probably won't even get a sip of soup. Qin Jin, what's wrong? Qin Jin turned around, and Sun Yan smiled like a flower, saying gently, Are you planning to move there today? It's getting late, so I won't go back to the shop to work. When we get home, I'll help you unpack. You big men can't handle these delicate tasks. Qin Jin grinned and readily agreed. Great, then I'll have some peace and quiet. Sun Yan then laughed and said, Then on our way back later, let's stop by the supermarket and buy some vegetables or something. I had your Michelin 3-star meal for lunch, so I'll cook for you tonight and show you what I'm made of. Sun Yuan is indeed skilled in cooking. Qin Jin was aware of this. Occasionally, when he stayed in his room on weekends, he could always smell the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Despite sharing the apartment for so long, he had never tasted a single dish cooked by Sun Yuan. Before today, Sun Yan always kept a distance from him, acting very aloof and distant, the kind of relationship where they would just nod to each other when they met, let alone expect him to taste a meal cooked by his own hands. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Qin Jin nodded again. Then I'm in for a treat tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have promised someone yesterday that he would meet with the outsourcing boss for a meal. After a little deliberation, Qin Jin decided to stand Qin Jin up. Of course, we should stand up that outsourcing boss. Sun Yuan seems to be very sensible right now, so we must press our advantage. Qin Jin took out his phone and found the contact information for the outsourcing boss. Hello, I'm so sorry. Something urgent came up this afternoon. How about we reschedule for tomorrow? Tang Tang, who was driving, overheard their conversation. I asked out of curiosity, Brother Qin, you and Sister Sun, do you live together? Sun Yuan smiled slightly and nodded gently. Yes, we've been living together for 2 or 3 years now. Oh, seeing that Tang Tang had fallen silent, Sun Yuan felt even more relieved. Qin Jin had just finished replying to his outsourcing boss when he found Su Zhouyan on WeChat. What are you busy with, little one? Send. After waiting for about a minute, Su Zhouyan still didn't reply. Qin Jin smirked and then sent another message. If you don't reply in 10 seconds, then I'll. Buzz. My phone vibrated. Su Zhouyan, what do you want? I'm telling you, don't try to threaten me. I'm not falling for that. Qin Jin replied with a smile. Who threatened you? I just suddenly thought of you and wanted to chat with you. Su Zhouyan, hee. There's no point in talking to someone like you. Qin Jin, what are you wearing today? Take a couple of pictures and send them over. Su Zhouyan, you wish. Qin Jin, I don't have much patience. Are you sure you don't want to send it? Su Zhouyan, no way, stop daydreaming. Qin Jin opened his private photo album, randomly selected a few pictures, and sent them to Su Zhouyan. Qin Jin, I can tell you really enjoyed it. You had a great time yesterday, didn't you? Su Zhouyan remained silent. Qin Jin chuckled and continued typing. Some things, doing them yourself and having someone else help you are two completely different things. The feeling is worlds apart. Su Zhouyan, you scoundrel. I'll give you 300,000. Isn't that generous enough? Qin Jin, wow, that's really generous. Triple the price. Mr. Su is so generous. It's just a pity. I'm not taking the money. I'm not short of cash. About 30 seconds later. Su Zhouyan, just say what you want. What exactly do you want? Qin Jin, you. Su Zhouyan. Qin Jin, it means exactly what it says. Su Zhouyan, get lost. You'd better give up on that idea now. Qin Jin, so, do you still want me to keep your secret or not? There was silence on the other end again. Qin Jin, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. My patience is running out. After sending the message, Qin Jin turned his head and saw that Tang Tang was in full bloom, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with joy. Suddenly, he got excited and turned on his camera. Click. Tang Tang turned around in surprise. Qin Jin smiled and said, you don't mind if I take a nice picture and post it on my WeChat moments, do you? Okay, fine. Although she felt a little hesitant, Tang Tang finally nodded in agreement. Qin Jin happily opened his WeChat moments and uploaded the photo. The caption reads, from now on, let's live a different life. Just send out. A message popped up on WeChat, sent by Su Zhouyan. Upon clicking, it turned out to be a selfie. Su Zhouyan, are you satisfied now? Don't bother me anymore. Qin Jin burst out laughing as soon as he saw it. Su Zhouyan looks radiant as ever today. She wore a simple dark blue striped shirt, and her stunning curves made the neckline open a bit, revealing a hint of purple. Her hair was piled up at the back of her head. 2 large earrings dangled from her translucent earlobes. Her eyelashes were long and curled, and she wore bright red lipstick. Coupled with her icy expression, her aloofness was instantly palpable. After admiring it for a while, Qin Jin replied again, how's it going downstairs? Did you wear stockings today? Su Zhouyan, when will you ever stop? I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Qin Jin, why are you so agitated? I was just taking a look, I wasn't doing anything else. Look at you, so stingy. Su Zhouyan, that's all. This woman is really something. Holy crap. Qin Jin suddenly had a strong urge to turn around and go back to the company to give this woman a good beating again. She really was asking for trouble. Qin Jin's attitude was very firm this time, and he replied, Qin Jin, do you really want to experience the consequences of angering me? Me? If you want to try, I can grant your wish. You never learn from your mistakes, do you? Looks like I was too lenient yesterday. Su Zhouyan, I didn't mean that. Qin Jin, I didn't mean that. Just listen to me and do as I say. Qin Jin, go sit on the sofa and pose for a full-body photo. Qin Jin, hurry up, don't make me waste my breath. Chapter 38, Double the Charm. As soon as I replied to the message, my phone vibrated. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow, thinking, this speed? Impressive efficiency. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it wasn't Su Zhouyan who replied, but rather the head of the outsourcing company. Okay, let's decide tomorrow. Qin Jin replied with an okay gesture, then noticed a red dot appearing on his WeChat moments. Click to take a look. The post I just made has already received likes and comments. Congratulations. May you overcome all obstacles, achieve success at every turn, and return as youthful as ever after weathering countless storms. The first person to like and comment on the post was actually Sun Yuan. Qin Jin couldn't help but smile knowingly. This woman was probably really interested in him now. After pondering for a moment, Qin Jin replied, "Thank you. May I travel across mountains and rivers, and return to find you again." Apart from Sun Yan, the rest of the comments were from friends, colleagues, and old classmates. Zhongbao, what the hell? Where did you get this picture from? Do you have any others? Give me a picture of a G-Wagon, or a Cullinan would be fine too. DM me and send it to me. Feng Shiju. Brother Zhao, this girl is really big. Pretty good. Any more? DM me. Jiangbo. Jinzi, you haven't shown your face all day? Wow, you're something else. You didn't see it. Zhang Shuefu's face has been as long as Changbai Mountain all day. Looking at the comments from these three guys, Qin Jin was speechless for a moment. This world was truly absurd. Is there no trust left between people? What's wrong with me buying a car? Am I not worthy of buying a car? Although this car costs over $1 million. He wanted to take another selfie, including himself and Tang Tang in the picture, and then post it again. But at this moment, buzz. Another message has arrived. Click to take a look. Good heavens. Su Zhouyun actually sat back down on the sofa, struck a pose, and took a full-body photo. How did I say it again? That woman is a shameless slut. They not only need to be disciplined, they also need to be taught a lesson. You must never give her a friendly look. If you show her even the slightest kindness, she'll take advantage of the situation. Once I yell at her, she immediately listens obediently. Staring at the photo, Qin Jin clicked his tongue in amazement. This woman has really good taste in clothes, or rather, she has such a great figure that she's a natural clothes hanger. She looks good in anything. She was wearing stockings again today. Yesterday they were gray stockings, today they're black stockings. Judging from the picture, they should still be the 0D ultra-thin and highly transparent type, with a butterfly pattern printed on the calves. The finishing touch. The allure instantly reached a whole new level, and then paired with those black pointed toe stilettos. Perfect. After looking at it for a long time, Qin Jin returned the 3 thumbs up emoji and said, "Great. Very beautiful. I like it a lot. Looking forward to your outfit tomorrow." After sending it, Su Zhouyun didn't respond. Qin Jin waited a moment, then pondered it for a while. "Want to get some underwear?" The message was sent, but Su Zhouyun still didn't reply. Qin Jin didn't say anything more. He wanted to test how much more obedient Su Zhouyun would be tomorrow after this mess. Tang Tang actually lives at the university. Upon seeing the name of East China Normal University, not only Qin Jin, but even Sun Yan was stunned. "You're still a student?" Qin Jin was a little surprised. Tang Tang parked the car, put it in park, turned her head and smiled. "I finished my undergraduate degree, but I was admitted to graduate school, so I can still live on campus." There's a lot of information in those words. Tang Tang completed her undergraduate studies at East China Normal University and then went on to pursue a master's degree at the same university. Yes, this is a top-ranked 985 university. It's much better than the university Qin Jin attended back then. He only went to a pretty average 211 university. "You're something else," Qin Jin said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a top student. I'm impressed." It's nothing really. I just relied on rote memorization to get into school." Tang Tang smiled and casually unbuckled her seatbelt. "Then I'm off, Brother Zhao. See you later, Sister Sunday. Just drive straight to the dorm." No, it wouldn't look good if someone saw it." Tang Tang opened the car door and jumped out, waving to the 2 people inside. "I'm off." Qin Jin smiled and nodded. "All right, let's go back." Watching Tang Tang's retreating figure, he thought that this girl was really good. On the way back, Sun Yan finally got to sit in the passenger seat as she wished, and she immediately felt refreshed. "Why aren't you making a sound?" "Oh, what are you thinking about so intently?" Sun Yan brushed a stray hair behind her ear, turned to Qin Jin and smiled gently. "I wasn't thinking about anything, just pondering some trivial matters." In fact, she was reminiscing about the message Qin Jin had left her. "May I travel across mountains and rivers, and return to find you again." Is this implying something? If there wasn't a hidden meaning in his words, why would he say he wanted to meet me again in the future? Ever since she saw that reply, Sun Yan has been pondering this. There are several supermarkets around the rented house. However, Sun Yuan suggested going to Hema Fresh, which she doesn't usually shop at. Since she was going to cook for Qin Jin, she had to pursue perfection, and the ingredients naturally had to be the best. Although Hema Fresh's products are a bit more expensive, they pay great attention to quality and freshness. After parking the car, the 2 entered the store. While choosing vegetables, Sun Yan inquired about Qin Jin's tastes, asking if he could eat spicy food, and whether he preferred sweet or salty flavors. Do you have any favorite dishes? Qin Jin smiled and said that he was fine with anything. He had never been a picky eater since he was a child. He loved to eat anything delicious and told Sun Yan to just prepare it. Sun Yan agreed, and then began to lead Qin Jin to choose dishes. When Qin Jin and Sun Yan were choosing groceries at the supermarket, Wu Qianqian, who was still sulking on the sofa at home, suddenly received a message from her best friend. Lin, where is it? Shall we get together for dinner tonight? Wu Qianqian, aren't you pretty busy? Aren't you going out for a business dinner with your boss tonight? Lin, I'm not going. Something came up, and the boss said I won't be going today. Lin, look how great I am. I immediately ask you out as soon as I have some free time. Wu Qianqian, yes, you're the best, but it's almost the end of the month, and I'm broke. I've spent it all. Crying. Lin, no problem. I'm treating today, right? Order whatever you like. Seeing my best friend's generous reply, Wu Qianqian curled her lip and muttered, show off. If you hadn't hooked up with a rich second generation, would you be so generous? She tapped the screen and replied with a heart-shaped emoji. She then replied, Lin, you're the best. I love you so much. Kisses. The two quickly arranged a time and place to meet. Wu Qianqian got up from the sofa, went to the bathroom to pee, wiped herself off, and then started touching up her makeup. While touching up her makeup, she was thinking, where can I find Qin Jin's contact information? He does seem to be quite wealthy right now. Even if he doesn't have tens of millions, judging from the fact that he dared to pay in full for the Yangwan you ate, he definitely has several million. A few million isn't a small amount. It's enough for me to squander for a very long time. Chapter 39 New Uses of the System. Returning to the neighborhood where I rented the apartment. After parking the car, Qin Jin first went to the express delivery locker, took out all the equipment he had ordered from JD.com the day before, and then threw them all into the trunk of the Yangwan U8. Then he went upstairs with Sun Yuan, who was really going all out today. The ingredients she purchased were particularly plentiful. In addition to the meat she usually ate, she also bought a lot of seafood, such as mantis shrimp, hairy crabs, and abalone. They were all still lively and very fresh. Especially that abalone. It seems quite unique. It's called something like starry sky abalone. They're huge and plump. They look so juicy and delicious. They bought quite a lot of things, filling 3 large bags. Qin Jin helped carry 2 bags, while Sun Yuan carried the remaining 1. The two had just stepped out of the elevator and were almost at their doorstep. Hiss! The plastic bag that Sun Yuan was carrying suddenly tore open, and its contents fell to the ground. I'll take these 2 bags back first. You can pick them up here for now. Ugh, how annoying. If I had known it would break, I would have walked a few steps faster and would be inside by now. Sun Yuan frowned slightly and said with a hint of coquettishness. Qin Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're not this plastic bag. How would you know when it will break? The words had barely left his mouth when Qin Jin was completely stunned. Haha, just venting a little. Hurry up and go back and put your things away. Then come out and help me pack up. Sun Yuan said with a smile, her red lips slightly pouting, revealing a hint of coquettishness. Qin Jin snapped out of his daze, nodded, picked up the bag in his hand, and went back into the house first. Then he came out again to help Sun Yuan pick up the items scattered on the ground. Qin Jin, take a rest for a while. I'll start cooking now. As soon as she entered, Sun Yuan started getting busy. She also asked very considerately, are you hungry? I also bought some snacks, and there's yogurt at home. Would you like to eat something to tide you over? It's okay, I don't feel hungry yet. Qin Jin smiled and replied, take your time, no need to rush. Okay, I'll leave you alone then. I'm going to get busy now. Sun Yuan entered the kitchen with a big smile on her face. Qin Jin returned to his bedroom. As I collapsed onto the bed, Sun Yuan's words from earlier still echoed in my mind. If I had known it was going to break, I would have walked faster earlier, and I would be home by now. If I'd known it was going to break. If only I had known. He then recalled his casual reply. You're not this plastic bag. How could you possibly know when it breaks? You're not this plastic bag. These 2 sentences kept swirling in his mind. Over and over again. It echoed back and forth, incessantly. Qin Jin's brows furrowed more and more. He vaguely felt that he had grasped some kind of inspiration, but he couldn't describe it or explain it clearly. But that intuition just exists. As he pondered the memory, the feeling grew stronger and stronger. This is absolutely torture. He lay there on the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, his pupils unfocused. He remained motionless for quite some time. Snap! Suddenly, as if petrified, Qin Jin raised his hand and slapped himself. Then he sat up abruptly, his eyes shining brightly, full of energy. I figured it out, Sun Yuan said. If I had known it would break, I would have walked faster. I would be home by now. But by the time she realized the bag was about to tear, it was already rotten. It's irreversible. But I am different. I can salvage the situation. The system allows you to turn back time, enabling you to walk a little faster and get home before the bag bursts. This is his usual method. He also does this when buying lottery tickets. But the core problem has emerged. They use the system to reverse time across the entire world, just to prevent a single bag from breaking. Isn't this a waste of talent? Like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito? What a waste. How much is a tattered bag worth? So, is it possible to turn back the clock just for this bag? Thinking of this, Qin Jin immediately stood up. He intended to go outside to get a bag, but after taking a couple of steps, he came to his senses and cursed himself for being so stupid. He looked around the room and casually pulled out a tissue. Hiss. He tore the tissue in half and placed it on the table. The next step is to verify the hypothesis. If my hypothesis is confirmed, this system will become incredibly useful and even more interesting. I took a deep breath. Qin Jin stared intently at the two tissues on the table, concentrating on his thoughts, and silently muttered, "Back off," for 1 minute. The waiting time was not long, almost instantaneous. Just as Qin Jin finished reciting it in his mind, the two tissues on the table actually changed. They began to slowly converge towards the center, and then they pieced themselves together. The crack has disappeared. To Qin Jin, all of this seemed to have a process, but if there were other people around, it would seem to them that it all happened in an instant. He immediately grabbed a tissue and examined it carefully. Perfectly intact. There wasn't even a tiny crease, let alone a crack, in the middle. He pinched both ends and pulled them outwards. The tissue remained intact and did not tear again. It's really restored. No, there's also the issue of time. Qin Jin immediately glanced at his phone screen. 5:32. If I remember correctly, it was 5:30 just now. In other words, world time is flowing normally and has not reversed because I just used time rewind. A look of joy immediately appeared on Qin Jin's face. His initial hypothesis has been confirmed. However, scientific exploration requires rigor, so he decided to try again. He pulled out another tissue, tore it in half, and placed it on the table. Then he threw the whole pack of tissues on the floor and started timing with a stopwatch. Qin Jin stared intently at the torn tissue, silently repeating in his mind, "Rewind time by 1 minute." Under his gaze, the two halves of the tissue paper were put back together, and the tear disappeared without a trace. Qin Jin looked down at the floor. The package of papers was still lying there, in the same spot as before. I glanced at the stopwatch on my phone again. It had already run for 51 seconds and was still running. The facts have once again proven that it can reverse the time of a single object, while world time continues to run normally and is unaffected by it. The prediction was absolutely correct. Bang! Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Jin slammed his fist on the table. Bite! Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a new position. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Jin's mind. After hearing the content, he immediately felt somewhat annoyed. System, you have this function. Why didn't you tell me before? I thought it could only rewind the time of the entire world. Please explore on your own, host. Depend on. After angrily cursing, Qin Jin thought of a crucial question. System, is the time consumed the same whether I rewind time for a single object or for the entire world? If they were the same, that would be a real ripoff. This ability to rewind time for a single object is practically useless. Chapter 40 explores usage further. After asking the question, Qin Jin was on tenterhooks, fearing that the system would say something like, "Please figure it out yourself, host." Surprisingly, the system was quite cooperative this time. Bite. They are not the same. The concept of time is merely a human illusion, an artificial construct. Its essence is simply the evolution of matter. An object possesses as much life energy as it possesses time. This life energy defines its lifespan. Everything exists within its own world, relying on its own unique life clock. This time, the system explained things in great detail, and Qin Jin patiently read it from beginning to end. Compared to the macrocosm as a whole, the life energy of an individual is negligible, with the ratio between the two remaining at approximately 24 times. Qin Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. The difference was a staggering 24 times? That means System, according to this calculation, if I use 1 hour of rewind time, I can rewind the time of a single object by 24 hours. Byte. Please explore on your own, host. Depend on. They're pulling this trick on me again. Although the system didn't give a definite answer, Qin Jin speculated that this was probably the case. So he decided to try it himself. The consciousness connected to the system and glanced at the control duration on the panel. 1 hour 19 minutes and 38 seconds. There are 1 hour, 19 minutes and 38 seconds left. In addition, he also wanted to verify something else this time. Qin Jin picked up the water glass, which was half full. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp, leaving only a little at the bottom. Immediately afterwards, he stared intently at the water at the bottom of the glass, silently counting. Rewind 24 seconds. As soon as the command was given, the liquid in the cup actually reacted and gradually increased. All of this happened extremely quickly, in the blink of an eye. Half a glass of water. The amount was exactly the same as the amount I had just drunk. Qin Jin was secretly pleased and quickly checked the system again. 1 hour 19 minutes and 37 seconds. Duration, only 1 second was deducted, but the water in the cup has been reset to the state it was 24 seconds ago. Although Qin Jin didn't stop the clock when he drank the water, it must have taken him at least 10 seconds to finish the half cup. It is obvious that the flow of time for a single object differs from that of the macroscopic world by a factor of 24. Qin Jin was overjoyed and paced back and forth in the room excitedly. Since there was a difference between the two, this function was much more useful and more fun to play with. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. System, are humans considered a single entity? Qin Jin had a sudden inspiration and imagined a scenario. Suppose he went and had a good time with Sun Yuan right now, for an hour. The system then rewound Sun Yuan back 1 hour, including her brain memories, physical pain, and residue in her body. So, is the actual loss of control time only 2.5 minutes? If that were truly the case, wouldn't that mean he would be able to do whatever you want? It only takes 2.5 minutes to control the duration. That's such a great deal. There are countless beautiful women in this world. Qin Jin's heart began to pound violently. Bite. No. The system's reply was like a bucket of cold water poured over Qin Jin's head, instantly cooling down his restless heart. Humans are highly intelligent beings, composed of a complex array of different substances, and therefore cannot be categorized into a single object. Does that include animals? Qin Jin didn't have any improper thoughts about animals or want to do anything to cats and dogs. He was driven purely by a thirst for knowledge, wanting to understand the system's operating mechanism as thoroughly as possible so that he could use it appropriately in the future. Absolutely true, that's all. Bite. Animals are lower forms of intelligent life and are composed of various substances. Therefore, they are not considered single entities. What about the plants? Plants are considered extremely primitive intelligent life forms, composed of various different substances, and are not a single entity. What about the cells? What about the bones? Bite. Cells and bones belong to a single entity. Only individuals possessing independent and autonomous life are excluded from the category of single objects. Call. Qin Jin let out a deep breath. He had roughly figured it out. Plants, animals, and humans are all independent living entities and are not subject to the 24-time difference law. So, apart from these, everything else should apply. For example, a piece of paper, a glass of water, or a wound. Although this last point was just a guess, and he hadn't had time to verify it yet, Qin Jin felt that it was pretty much true. After all, a wound isn't a living entity, right? Try cutting your hand with a knife and see what happens. Never mind. Qin Jin doesn't have a masochistic tendency. He and Su Zhouyun are not on the same wavelength. This conjecture can only be verified when there is an opportunity in the future. With a pleasant mood, Qin Jin walked out of the room. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from the kitchen, the range hood humming, and the sound of chopping vegetables. Thump, 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 thump. He then strolled to the kitchen doorway, intending to check the situation inside. A full, round moon, stretched taut, comes into view first, followed by a pair of beautiful, white legs, long, straight, and shapely yet voluptuous. My gaze moved down further, and I saw that she was barefoot, her ankles rounded and translucent. Wearing a pair of white sandals, her 10 toes resembled newly opened lotus petals, pink and delicate, gently curling up inside the sandals, occasionally trembling slightly with the movement of chopping vegetables, exuding an indescribable gentleness and purity. A light pink ice silk nightgown draped over her body, revealing her graceful figure and curves. Qin Jin silently admired it for more than a minute, his heart filled with ripples. Just 3 days ago, he and the other person were just nodding acquaintances, familiar yet distant. But now, she is wearing a nightgown and cooking for him. Nightgown. This isn't just your average loungewear. The fundamental reason for all these changes is that I possessed the system, or more precisely, I possessed wealth. Money. It's a fucking fascinating thing. Qin Jin smiled and asked, "Do you need my help?" Sun Yan, who was chopping vegetables, trembled and turned around. Her charming fox-like eyes looked at him with a smile. "You scared me to death." As she spoke, she gently patted her chest, trembling and shaky. Qin Jin glanced at it and noticed that the design of the nightgown was quite conservative, with a regular round neckline. Even so, even that couldn't hide the dazzling brilliance of the C-class luxury headlights. Haha, I've been standing here for ages. You were so engrossed that you didn't notice me," Qin Jin explained with a laugh. Sun Yuan pouted slightly and said coquettishly, "You've been here for ages. You haven't said a word. You were just trying to scare me." No. I was just captivated by the beautiful scenery and became completely absorbed in it." Humph. Sun Yan glanced at Qin Jin and scoffed. "Is it pretty?" The movements were extremely ordinary, yet they exuded a strong sense of allure. The lethality of those fox-like eyes was indeed well-deserved. Qin Jin felt his Tao heart waver. He nodded and spoke the truth. "Nice." Sun Yuan smiled upon hearing this, then turned back to continue chopping vegetables. "Then can you peel some garlic for me?" "Okay." Qin Jin readily agreed. Chapter 41. This abalone tastes amazing. What are you going to do with the garlic? What kind of dish needs it? Qin Jin took the garlic and casually asked a question. Sun Yan put the chopped vegetables into a plate and then washed her hands. You need garlic when cooking abalone. It can remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. Oh, the abalone needs to be cleaned properly. It needs to be cleaned thoroughly. I especially love eating it. Don't worry, I washed it very carefully, brushing every crease and crevice. I guarantee there won't be any odor. As she spoke, Sun Yan picked up a starry abalone from the plate. Let's break it open and take a look. Hey, why don't you take a look? Qin Jin glanced at it. The meat was plump and juicy, with a glossy sheen, clearly top quality, absolutely tender and succulent. Hee, I'm in for a treat today. I helped peel a head of garlic, and then peeled 3 scallions as well. Qin Jin was kicked out of the kitchen by Sun Yuan, who yelled that men shouldn't go into the kitchen, which was considered a restricted area, and that she should handle everything. Hearing these words was incredibly pleasing. Qin Jin was happy to have some free time and returned to his room contentedly. He was too lazy to unpack, so he figured he could just ask Sun Yuan to help him later, and she would probably be happy to do so. Since he had nothing else to do, he turned on his laptop. It took about 2 minutes for the computer to finally complete the boot process. This speed is really... I'll definitely replace you later. Qin Jin muttered to himself, then opened his browser and searched for Huifeng Bank. He clicked on the official website, found the app's QR code, and scanned it with his phone to start downloading. After installation, he logged into the app using his mobile phone number, then found the option to open an account online and began the process. How can people from South Korea trade US stocks? The easiest way is to open an overseas bank account. That will do. For example, companies like Huafeng, Jada, Citibank, and East West Bank. Qin Jin learned these tricks of the trade from a former colleague of his. That guy was a seasoned investor who was very familiar with A-shares, Hong Kong stocks, and US stocks. According to that guy, Huifeng Bank now allows online account opening, so people don't need to be physically present. All you need to do is deposit 500,000 yuan into it, or buy 500,000 yuan worth of financial products. Following the instructions, Qin Jin filled in his information step by step, uploaded photos of his documents, and submitted the application in about 10 minutes. The system indicates that the application is under review and the results are expected in 2 business days. Qin Jin put down his phone and looked out the window. That's right. He was thinking of making some money in the US stock market, where the T+0 trading rule was perfect for him. 1 hour of back time each day is enough to support him in making dozens of short-term trades. Then the money will keep rolling in, won't it? And damn it, it's Dao Lure who's making the money. Qin Jin felt this was much more reliable than buying lottery tickets. The director was really too arrogant. He genuinely couldn't compete with him. It was better to find another way to make money. At 7 p.m., Sun Yan knocked on the door and called Qin Jin over for dinner. She lived in the master bedroom, which also had a large balcony. She decorated the balcony quite nicely, with a coffee table, a sofa, and even a hanging chair. The small coffee table was now completely filled with items, and there wasn't enough space, so Sun Yuan even dragged the bedside table over to use as a table. The environment is a bit simple. Please don't mind it, Sun Yuan said with a smile. That's great. That's excellent. Qin Jin smiled and looked at the food on the table. He was telling the truth. Spicy mantis shrimp, braised abalone, steamed hairy crab, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork with green peppers, blanched bok choy, and Westlake beef soup. There were 6 dishes and 1 soup in total. The colors are vibrant and bright. The aroma is irresistible, and the presentation is also very sophisticated. It's clear that she put a lot of thought into each dish. I never expected you to be such a good cook. Try it first before you draw your conclusion. Maybe I'm just a pretty face with no substance. Sun Yuan handed over a pair of chopsticks with a smile, jokingly saying to herself. Qin Jin didn't stand on ceremony with her. He took the chopsticks, picked up an abalone, pinched it between his fingers, and put it in his mouth in one gulp. Take a deep breath. The broth instantly flooded my mouth. It was incredibly delicious, and then the abalone was swallowed as well. It's smooth and tender, with a bouncy, chewy texture. It was indeed plump and juicy, bursting with juice. Qin Jin ate with great relish, and after swallowing, he gave Sun Yuan a thumbs up, saying, "Your abalone tastes amazing. Is it delicious?" Sun Yuan asked with a smile. "Fragrant." Seeing Qin Jin's certainty, Sun Yuan smiled happily, her eyes crinkling into crescents. She said softly, "If you like it, eat more. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Don't be shy. Eat as much as you like." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Qin Jin immediately stood up and went out, and soon came back and carrying a gift box. "This is wine?" Sun Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. Qin Jin opened the box and took out a bottle of red wine. Such a sumptuous meal would be a waste if it didn't go with some wine. Want something to drink? This is the order he placed before he came to eat. Alcohol is often a great medium for this. Sun Yuan blinked twice, then nodded with a smile. "Then I'll have a drink with you." Qin Jin bought the gift set, which comes with a decanter and wine glasses, which is quite convenient. Rinse it with water, and it's ready to use. Let's have one. Let's have a drink. Bang! The red wine swirls gently. The lighting is soft and inviting. After a sip of wine, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively, and a blush quickly appeared on Sun Yuan's fair and pretty face. "Qin Jin, I still don't know what you do for a living." "Internet workers. Programmer." "Haha, you guessed right, but there's no reward." Sun Yuan smiled and put the mantis shrimp she had just peeled into Qin Jin's bowl. "Wow, you're a really impressive programmer. You can spend millions like that. I've been having good luck lately and have made a little money." "Oh." Sun Yuan's eyes flickered, thinking that this was the right thing to do, and that this was in accordance with common sense. However, she felt a little disappointed. Judging from what he said, it seems that this good luck is just a one-time thing. No fixed assets. Qin Jin stuffed the mantis shrimp from the bowl into his mouth, chewing it with relish, and casually added, But what?" Sun Yuan asked, a little curious. Qin Jin said cheerfully, "This is just the beginning." Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat again. "Shan, I have a question for you." Qin Jin naturally changed his address, and Sun Yuan didn't show any displeasure upon hearing this affectionate nickname. She said with a smile, "What is it?" "Just ask. Do you have any nice properties in your store that you can sell, like the one Gu Xiaoying has?" Qin Jin asked, "Are you still planning to buy a house?" "Of course." Qin Jin laughed and said, "Renting a house is just a temporary measure. No one can rent a house for a lifetime. Besides, buying a house is also a kind of investment. How big of an area do you want? Do you have a budget?" "No. As long as the house is nice and worth the price, that's fine." Sun Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "No budget?" "No." Qin Jin nodded in confirmation. Sun Yuan, seeing her remain silent, Qin Jin added casually, "As for the quantity, there is also no upper limit." Sun Yuan was completely stunned. Chapter 42, I'm only interested in women, especially beautiful ones. Sun Yuan was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. What Qin Jin said was so unexpected that she found it hard to believe. Buying property is fine. Even buying a luxury home is fine. But how can you have no budget at all? Or even no limit on the number of properties you can buy? Are you planning to buy many sets? Sun Yuan asked. Qin Jin nodded and chuckled softly. Earning money is meant to be spent. Buying different kinds of houses gives you a different living experience, and you can also manage your finances at the same time. What a wonderful thing. All right then. Sun Yuan's eyes sparkled. She raised her glass and said with a smile, "Let's have a drink." Qin Jin kowtowed to her, and the two of them raised their heads and drank together. "Put down the cup." Sun Yan looked at Qin Jin and said jokingly, "So you actually claim to have earned some spare change? You're not being honest. Buying 2 luxury cars worth millions at a time, not to mention mansions, there's no limit to what they can buy. Just how much money did you make?" Qin Jin met her gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "Anyway, I can afford it all. It'll be enough." Sun Yuan smiled gently. Qin Jin picked up his phone, fiddled with it for a bit, and then put it back. Buzz. Sun Yuan's phone vibrated. She picked it up and glanced at it, only to find that it was a WeChat message from Qin Jin. She was quite puzzled. Why was he sending WeChat messages while sitting right in front of her? Unlock and tap to take a look. Transfer. 18,888 yuan. Sun Yuan's pupils contracted. She counted again carefully and found that it was indeed a 5-digit number. "Why are you transferring money to me? Consider it a service fee. I'm just asking you to help me find a place to stay." Qin Jin smiled and said, "Once I find one I'm satisfied with, I'll give you a big gift then." Large packet. Is 18,888 not considered a large packet? Sun Yan's heart pounded wildly. She was now certain of one thing. Qin Jin had indeed made a fortune. "Take it. What are you waiting for? You don't want to help me with this, do you?" Qin Jin said with a smile. Sun Yuan declined, saying, "This is too much. We are neighbors. There's no need to be so formal." Qin Jin's smile vanished. Friends and neighbors shouldn't offer their help for nothing. "If you don't accept, I won't eat this meal." As he spoke, he pressed his knees down, making a move to get up. Sun Yuan pursed her lips, furrowed her brows slightly, glared at him, and said with a rather coquettish tone, "Fine, fine. I'll take it, okay? You're so domineering. That's more like it. Here, peel another crab for me." Sun Yuan tapped the screen with her fingertip to confirm receipt. Plus 18,888 yuan. Upon seeing the notification on the screen, a surge of warmth welled up in her heart. That's more than her monthly salary. She glared at Qin Jin again and said sweetly, "Yes, Your Majesty." This way of addressing Qin Jin was quite astonishing. "His Majesty? Aren't you called Qin Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han?" "Oh, he." Qin Jin was amused and said with a smile, "My beloved concubine is exceptionally clever and deserves a reward." As he spoke, he picked up his phone and transferred another 8,888 yuan. "Are you coming again?" Sun Yuan was shocked when she saw the payment notification on WeChat. Although it's not as much as before, this 8888 is still close to 10,000 yuan, not a penny less. "Qin Jin, you this. I have never tried to get any money back after I gave it away." Qin Jin waved his hand, his face completely calm and composed. Sun Yan hesitated for a long time before finally clicking to confirm receipt. "Then I'll toast you." "Okay." After clinking glasses with Qin Jin, Sun Yan held her glass, head held high. Tun tun tun. She drank half a glass of red wine in one gulp. "Huh." Sun Yan put down her cup, her breath sweet and fragrant, her fair face already flushed. Impressive drinking capacity. Qin Jin smiled and said, "It's all right, isn't it?" It's all right, I can still drink." "Fill my cup," Sun Yan said with a smile. Qin Jin did as instructed and poured her another half cup. "Eat a couple of bites of vegetables to calm down." Qin Jin placed some green vegetables and twice-cooked pork into Sun Yan's bowl, and also ladled her a spoonful of soup. "Thank you." Sun Yuan ate some food, then stared intently at Qin Jin. "Hey, you're so rich. Don't you have a girlfriend?" "Without. Really? With your wealth and good looks, you shouldn't be single." Sun Yuan's words are not an exaggeration. To be honest, Qin Jin is indeed quite handsome. Dimensions, 180 centimeters to 150 kilograms. No nearsightedness, no hunchback, no baldness. With a broad forehead, high nose, square mouth, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, he exudes masculine charm. Even if a man like that is poor, he shouldn't be without a girlfriend. Sun Yuan really couldn't understand it. Qin Jin chuckled and retorted, "We've been roommates for so long. Have you ever seen me bring a girl home?" "Without." "Haha, that solves it." "Then, you wouldn't be." Qin Jin's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "I only like women, especially beautiful ones." Hee hee hee. Sun Yuan burst into laughter. laughing so hard her body trembled, not even noticing her nightgown slipping off one shoulder. This was a feast for the eyes of Qin and Jin. Humph. Qin Jin looked up and noticed that Sun Yan was staring at him with her lips pursed. Is it pretty? It's acceptable. Snort. Sun Yuan gave a loud snort, pulled her slipped nightgown back up, and said coquettishly, Then I won't let you see. Haha, come on. This time I'll toast you. Qin Jin raised his glass. Bang. Sun Yuan tilted her head back and drank about half a glass in one gulp. This wine is quite delicious. Of course, this whole bottle costs around 10,000 yuan, and that sip you just took probably cost several tens of yuan. So expensive? Sun Yuan stuck out her tongue, exclaimed in amazement, and then laughed. Then I've made a profit today. Immediately, she then steered the conversation towards Qin Jin, questioning him about why he didn't have a girlfriend. Qin Jin then asked her in return, If you're so beautiful, why don't you have a boyfriend? Sun Yuan then asked, How do you know I don't have a boyfriend? Qin Jin then laughed. If you have a boyfriend, do you still need to relieve yourself at night? Sun Yan froze, her already rosy cheeks turning a deep crimson. Her eyes darted around in panic, and she stammered, You're talking nonsense. Whether I'm lying or not, only heaven, earth, and you know. You're talking nonsense. Sun Yan, embarrassed, grabbed the wine bottle and poured wine for Qin Jin, saying, Drink. You're being punished for talking nonsense. And so, the two chatted more and more, and drank more and more enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to them, the first bottle of red wine was finished in no time, and the second bottle was already more than half gone. Looking at Sun Yuan, who was drunk and swaying unsteadily, Qin Jin asked with a grin, Want some more? Or should we call it a day? Hey, you still haven't told me why you don't have a girlfriend. You wouldn't be. Sun Yan slapped her forehead, trying to clear her head, and looked at Qin Jin with a smile, saying, Are you impotent? Hurrah! If you want to know if I'm up to the task, drink the rest of the wine first. I won't do it. Don't try to force me to drink. If we're going to drink, we'll drink together. Okay, let's drink together then. Qin Jin poured the remaining wine into 2 cups, and then the 2 clinked glasses again. Bang! As the red wine swirls, their gazes meet, sparks flying. Chapter 43. The storm had just subsided last night. The rain was sparse and the wind was strong. Even a deep sleep couldn't dispel the lingering effects of the wine. I asked the person rolling up the curtain, who replied that the crabapple blossoms were still there. Do you know? It should be that the green leaves are lush and the red blossoms are faded. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen high in the sky. The morning light shone through the curtains onto the bed, casting many shadows and making the already messy room look even more chaotic. Clothes were scattered everywhere. Pink, white, black, and even the pillows were on the floor. Qin Jin was sleeping soundly on the bed, while Sun Yuan nestled in his arms, her long, white legs pressed tightly against his, her clean, white feet. The two of them were only covered by that pink nightgown, the same one Sun Yuan wore yesterday, which was now being used as a blanket. The room was filled with the smells of alcohol, women's fragrance, leftover food, and even a hint of heather flowers. Getting involved in this area is quite addictive. They were both sleeping very soundly, not making a sound for a long time, looking incredibly peaceful. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, a piercing ringing sound came out. Sun Yan's eyelids twitched, then she didn't move, but then she suddenly opened her eyes, reaching out to grab the phone on the bedside table. Hiss! Sun Yuan froze in place, gasping for breath in pain. Her brows furrowed, and she bit her lip tightly. The pain jolted her awake instantly. Hiss! Oh! She slowly laid back down, not daring to move her legs at all. He reached for the phone with his left hand, fumbled around for ages before finally finding it, and hung up without even looking at it. Sun Yan turned her head to the right, and met Qin Jin's calm and gentle gaze. The two stared at each other without saying a word. Qin Jin chuckled, then reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, feeling its smooth and soft texture. Awake, Sun Yuan responded in a muffled voice, her reaction a little slow. Qin Jin smiled and then asked, Who called? I don't know, I guess it's inside the store. I'll ask for leave later, and I'll just stay home and rest today. Sun Yuan didn't reply, she just nodded. At this moment, she understood what had happened last night. She couldn't quite accept it. To put it bluntly, things are progressing too fast. Yesterday, she was actually thinking about getting closer to the two of them, finding out more about Qin Jin, and figuring out what to do next. She would make a plan after she had a clearer understanding of the situation. Unexpectedly, this jumped straight to the deepest level of communication. 30 years of perseverance. And now it's all gone. From this point on, my innocence is gone. This left her mind in a whirl, her thoughts a jumbled mess. And for a moment she didn't know what to say or do. Ugh, it's all because of those 2 bottles of wine. That wine tasted quite good. I never expected it to have such a strong after effect. Drinking causes trouble. Drinking really causes trouble. Sun Yuan, you're really stupid. You actually think you can control yourself with your alcohol tolerance. Well, Sun Yuan tried hard to recall, and fragmented images slowly flashed through her mind. She felt both embarrassed and angry, and regretted it terribly. Qin Jin had already said she didn't want to drink anymore, but she insisted on making her drink more. After finishing 2 bottles of red wine, he still wasn't satisfied, and went to the refrigerator to get some beer. If that's the case, then so be it. Even more outrageous is that, while we were drinking, he suddenly started saying he needed to go to the bathroom. Well, fine, let him go. Why is she complaining of being too weak and insisting that Qin Jin carry her over? Isn't this just offering yourself up for the taking? Sun Yuan was too ashamed to think about what happened next. She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. I wonder what Qin Jin is thinking about me. Don't ever think of yourself as a casual person. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? What are you spacing out for? Qin Jin pinched Sun Yuan's waist and teased her with a smile. Sun Yuan came to her senses and looked at him with a complicated expression. She pursed her lips. It's nothing. Nothing. Qin Jin chuckled and said, Then let me recite a poem for you. Oh, haha, listen up. Qin Jin cleared his throat and read aloud in a calm tone. How's the poem? Qin Jin asked cheerfully. Sun Yuan blinked. Then her face flushed bright red. She said coquettishly, Get lost. You're getting the benefit and then acting innocent. Are you deliberately making fun of me? Haha. No, I really didn't mean that. Wu Yid said with a smile. I'm praising you. I'm praising you from the bottom of my heart. Do you know who wrote this poem? Who? Famous. Huh? Him? Sun Yuan was shocked, feeling that these words were really outrageous. Qin Jin laughed and said, If you don't believe me, you can search it on Baidu. The original poem is actually much better. Okay. I've really seen something new now. That's how I felt when I first saw it. The 2 of them started chatting naturally, and the awkwardness from before gradually dissipated. Sun Yuan gradually calmed down. Anyway, things have already come to this point. Arguing and making a scene won't help. It will only worsen the relationship. It's better to be gentle and make yourself more important to the other person. She asked softly, Are you hungry? Are you planning to cook for me? Yeah, I'll get you something to eat if you're hungry. Qin Jin smiled and pinched her cheek. I appreciate the thought, but you should still rest. You're still injured. Upon hearing the word wounded, Sun Yuan snuggled closer to him, pouting her red lips and saying reproachfully, You got a great deal. Aren't you overjoyed? That's right. Qin Jin laughed heartily. I was really startled when I saw it. I thought you had vomited up the red wine. Huh? Get lost. I don't have that ability. You lie down for a while longer. I'll go get some chewing gum. After saying that, Qin Jin got out of bed, put on his slippers, and went outside. What are you still shy about? Isn't that awesome? Hurry up and put your clothes on. A gentleman should be open and honest. Qin Jin left with a cheerful smile, leaving Sun Yuan, whose face was as red as a sheet, still curled up on the bed. Thinking of what had just happened, she felt a little hot inside. It seems like what he said wasn't wrong, was it? Indeed, it's pretty powerful. It took less than 20 minutes in total. Qin Jin then brought in some food, hot milk, boiled eggs, bread, and bananas. There aren't many varieties, but the nutrition is definitely sufficient. Can you sit up? Do you want me to feed you? Qin Jin asked with a smile. Need not. Sun Yuan reached out her hands and said sweetly, Pick me up, please. No problem. Qin Jin supported her back to help her sit up, and even put a pillow under her back. Here, have some milk first, then drink some water before you eat anything. Sun Yuan stared blankly at the simple, even somewhat meager, breakfast in front of her. She instinctively took the cup and sipped the milk. As the warm milk went down her throat, she felt a warm glow inside, and her eyes slowly welled up with tears. Chapter 44, A Frank Declaration of Philanthropy. Here, I'll peel another egg for you. Sun Yuan looked up and saw Qin Jin handing her a shelled hard-boiled egg. You? She lightly touched her lips with her delicate teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Why are you so concerned about me? Because Qin Jin curled his lips into a smile, his fingertip touching the dark red marks on the bed. I've taken your virginity, so I'll definitely have to take care of you. Sun Yan's gaze lingered on the mattress for a moment. She pursed her red lips and asked with a faint smile, is that all? Qin Jin stared at her with a broad smile and replied, is it not enough that I've shown you so much love? Sun Yuan lowered her eyes, took the egg and brought it to her lips, but didn't open her mouth. So what will our relationship be from now on? In the future, Qin Jin had already made up his mind about this matter. There was absolutely no way he would abandon his entire harem for a mere woman. He never intended to deceive Sun Yan. A real man should be open-minded and have the courage to admit his mistakes. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jin answered confidently, a young couple in love. Oh, upon hearing this, Sun Yan beamed with joy, feeling quite pleased with herself. She was most afraid that Qin Jin would turn his back on her after taking advantage of her. Looking at him now, he seems like a decent person after all. Find a partner first, then marry into a wealthy family and become a socialite, completely changing your life. That's a viable option. Sun Yan opened her cherry-like mouth, ate the egg, and felt much better. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jin changed the subject. But how exactly you do it depends on what you think. I won't force you. Sun Yuan stood there stunned, looking up in confusion, and asked, as I wish. Stop for a moment. She chuckled again, a hint of helplessness in her expression, and said coquettishly, you've already taken all the credit. Who else can I date if not you? No, you've misunderstood. Qin Jin shook his head and then asked, weren't you wondering why I didn't have anyone with me? Yeah, why exactly? That's because none of them want to date me. Huh? Why should I? What's the reason? The reason is, Qin Jin grinned mischievously. Those girls all saw through my womanizing nature. Sun Yan froze on the spot, her brows furrowed tightly. She instantly understood the unspoken meaning in Qin Jin's words. The joy I felt just moments ago was instantly dampened by a bucket of cold water. Qin Jin continued his rambling. But I've been a loving person since birth, with a broad perspective. Since kindergarten, I've loved hanging out with pretty girls, and I have to have a new deskmate every week. TSK. This is an ingrained habit from childhood, and it's really impossible to correct. As a result, everyone called me a playboy, saying I played with people's feelings, and nobody wanted to talk to me. Sun Yan frowned, her face gloomy, and stared intently at Qin Jin. Qin Jin showed no remorse and met her gaze directly. The two sides remained deadlocked, neither saying a word. The bedroom, which had been so intimate and cozy just moments before, now felt icy cold and suffocating. After a long time, the milk in the cup had long since gone cold. Sun Yuan's eyelashes trembled, and she murmured softly, can't you just settle down for me? It's impossible. Qin Jin refused without the slightest hesitation. Sun Yuan's eyes dimmed instantly. Why? I just can't quit. Qin Jin looked somewhat annoyed. I've tried countless times, but it's all in vain. My heart still races whenever I see a pretty girl. There's absolutely no way to change it. However, I don't consider myself a bad seed. Hee. Sun Yan let out a mocking chuckle. Qin Jin, however, spoke with righteous indignation. What is the definition of a scoundrel? The real scumbags are those who forget the old for the new. Hypocrites who always play the double game of saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. He might have just spent the day with you, saying he had to work at night, but actually went to someone else's bed. There are even those who both defile a person's body and toy with their true feelings. She swindled people out of both their bodies and money, using their identities to take out various small loans, and then vanished without a trace. These bastards are truly deserving of the title of rotten people. Qin Jin's face was solemn. But I'm not that kind of person at all. First of all, I will never take advantage of a woman in my life, let alone be with a woman who is close to me. Secondly, every relationship I've had is genuine and heartfelt. It's never just about those kinds of things. Finally, I'll tell the truth. I never lie or cover things up. I'm a dissolute person, I never deny it, and I don't try to find any fallacies. Qin Jin stared intently at Sun Yuan and retorted, what kind of scumbag is this? Oh, Sun Yuan laughed dismissively. So, what do they want from you? That you're a time management master? Wow, there are so many things you can get for that. Qin Jin leaned back on the bed with his legs crossed and started doing the accounting. Come on, let me help you with the accounts. Staying by my side means you'll enjoy a life of luxury, with plenty of fine clothes and sumptuous food. I don't need money. Luxury handbags, buy. Top-tier jewelry, buy. Designer fashion, buy. Luxury cars, buy. Mansions, keep buying. Just name your name, and I'll place the order. You think this configuration is too low? Even so, Sun Yan was about to retort when Qin Jin abruptly cut her off. Even if I accidentally get pregnant someday, it's no big deal. I'll take responsibility. As long as the bloodline is right, I'll cover for it. The rules have changed a lot. You can still register a child's household registration without that piece of paper. At worst, we can just register the child under my Zhao family's household registration book later. Qin Jin patted his chest. He'll definitely get a share of my assets someday. If you want to play the drum, we can put it in writing and get it notarized. Even if the money is all transferred to the child's mother's name for supervision, I won't say a word. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow and looked at Sun Yuan. Are you planning to say something about but again? Sun Yan's mouth was slightly open, and her captivating eyes were wide open, filled with complex emotions. She remained silent for a long time in the face of the difficult question posed by Qin Jin. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Jin pressed on, asking again. Speak up. Do you still have any concerns? That. Sun Yan blinked and subconsciously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She bit her lower lip, her voice low. However, in the end, it's still a loss for a girl to be nameless and without status. Besides, when the child grows up, the gossip from the outside world can be overwhelming. Huh? Nonsense. Qin Jin sneered, his tone indifferent. Fairness? There's no such thing as fairness these days. Why are some kids born with a silver spoon in their mouth? They're incredibly wealthy, own countless businesses, and as soon as they graduate, their fathers throw hundreds of millions at them to make a splash. Why is it that some people can get into a place like Donghuimen kindergarten from a young age? Why is it that some people who are ignorant and incompetent can get a high-paying, easy-working, and close-to-home job and live a comfortable life? So-called equality is the biggest joke ever. Qin Jin stared at Sun Yuan with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, I can give you anything except that marriage certificate. You can live a top-class life just by lying down. Isn't that a great deal? Sun Yuan lightly touched her lips, her eyes sparkling. Qin Jin took her hand and asked cheerfully, Shanshan, would you be my girlfriend? Chapter 45. Stay calm and completely subdue him. Qin Jin held Sun Yuan's hand and stared at her quietly. Sun Yuan bit her lower lip hard, her eyes darting around, her mind a complete mess. She simply couldn't accept that the plan had been aborted before it even got started. In her plan, she planned to first have a serious relationship with Qin Jin so that she could completely tie his heart to her before finally agreeing to his marriage proposal. But now it's clear she was being too optimistic. This man was even more cunning than she had expected. She couldn't hold on to him at all. So that's how it is. Just as she was hesitating, her phone rang again, breaking the silence in the room. Sun Yan picked up her phone, glanced at it. Her brows furrowed even more, and a particularly disgusted expression appeared on her face. She casually hung up the phone and threw it on the bed. Qin Jin glanced at his phone and made up his mind. Why didn't you answer? Harassing phone calls. No sooner had Sun Yan finished speaking than the phone rang again, seemingly oblivious to its own urges. Kill him. Then another noise. Qin Jin smiled and said, It's okay, you can answer the phone first. Sun Yan glanced at him, picked up her phone, and answered. As soon as the call connected, a string of deafening curses came from the other end. He speaks very fast, and he's still using his hometown dialect. Qin Jin didn't quite understand, but from a few vaguely recognizable words, he could roughly understand that the gist of it was that Sun Yuan was heartless and had been raised for nothing. He even threatened that if she dared not answer the phone again, he would come to her door and teach her a lesson. Without even thinking, you know that the other side must be her awful family members. This call is most likely about asking for money again. Qin Jin remained silent, watching coldly from the side. He saw Sun Yuan listening to the insults on the other end with a blank expression, just listening. After the other person got tired of cursing, she coldly replied, I know, just you wait. Then, it just crashed. Power off. Off. Sun Yan raised her head, looked calmly at Qin Jin, and asked softly, Can you really guarantee that you'll keep your word? Hee. Qin Jin chuckled softly. I never lie to the women I like. But I don't think you need to listen to what I have to say. The important thing is to watch what I do. After all, no matter how nice the words are, they're not as good as some real benefits, don't you think? Sun Yan's long eyelashes trembled, and she finally smiled. That's true. Haha. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. Hmm? Sun Yan continued to nibble on the egg in her hand, sipping milk as she ate. After the eggs were finished, Qin Jin handed her a peeled banana, which she accepted without hesitation. She had been hungover all night and had played cards all night, so her stomach was empty. You should eat some too. Just looking at you is enough to fill me up. You're much tastier than food. If you're just trying to fool me, I don't believe you. Despite saying that, Sun Yan's lips curled up even higher. After drinking a glass of milk, eating a banana, 2 slices of bread, and 1.5 eggs, Sun Yuan felt almost full. I really can't eat anymore. She held the remaining half of an egg in her hand and said with a somewhat aggrieved expression, If you can't finish it, give it to me. Qin Jin smiled and took it, then stuffed it directly into his mouth. Sun Yuan said sweetly, I want to wash my face. My breath tastes bad. Then wait a moment. Qin Jin got up and went out, and returned shortly afterward with a wash basin, toothbrush cup, and towel. Seeing that even face wash had been prepared, Sun Yuan couldn't help but laugh and say, Wow, you're quite good at taking care of people. Of course. Qin Jin wet the towel, then unfolded the handkerchief and personally wiped Sun Yan's face. After wiping her down, I rubbed the towel and wiped her down again. The movements were very light, and the work was done with great care. Enjoying his thoughtful service, Sun Yan felt warm inside. She suddenly realized that if this man could continue to pamper her like this, then accepting his conditions wouldn't be such a big deal. It's just one less sheet of paper. It's not really of any practical use. How many people have gotten that marriage certificate, yet they still end up messing around outside? I can't help you with brushing your teeth. You'll have to do it yourself. After brushing his teeth, Qin Jin took the water out and emptied it. When he returned, the first thing Sun Yuan said was, Thank you. Don't be so polite with me. We're comrades now, Qin Jin said with a smile. Sun Yan shook her head slightly, her voice gentle. No one has ever been so kind to me before. Qin Jin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood what she was thinking. He thought about it for a moment and felt that this was the most vulnerable time for Sun Yan. He needed to help her remove the thorn in her heart so that she would be grateful to him and devoted to him. Let's talk. Who called just now? It sounded like they were yelling at you. Qin Jin's expression turned serious. Sun Yuan bit her lip and remained silent for a while before suddenly reaching out her hand. Hug me. Qin Jin smiled, climbed back into bed, and pulled her tightly into his arms. Leaning against Qin Jin's chest, Sun Yan felt an unprecedented sense of security surge up and fill her entire body, making her feel extremely relaxed. Nestled against Qin Jin's chest, Sun Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly before she began to recount her life story. It was almost identical to what Qin Jin had found out before. She's the eldest child in her family, and her parents only have eyes for her. They've been exploiting her since she was little, and they still haven't let go. After telling her story, Sun Yuan was already in tears. She cried, tears streaming down her face, and choked out. Every time it's not even the end of the month, they keep urging me to send money. They never ask me how much I earned this month. They don't even care if I have money for food. Qin Jin gently touched her pretty face, wiped away the 2 strings of tears with his fingers, and said tenderly, Don't cry. I'm here for you. From now on, I'll back you up, and no one will dare to bully you again. Just follow me and have fun. Sun Yuan, her eyes red, stared at him blankly without saying a word. Qin Jin continued, Give me a copy of your family's detailed information later. The more detailed, the better. Sun Yan was stunned for a moment, then blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, What are you going to do? Qin Jin pinched her cheek and smiled faintly. Of course I'm here to avenge you and, incidentally, to put an end to this trouble. Sun Yuan seemed a little sensitive, shifted her body slightly, and asked in a low voice, So how exactly do you plan to do it? That depends on what you think. Qin Jin laughed and said, If you still care about that blood relationship and want to continue transferring money to them in the future, then I respect your choice. It's just a matter of a few thousand yuan every month anyway. I'll pay for this for you. Sun Yan shook her head without hesitation. Her eyes turned cold, and she said bitterly, I have no family ties with them. Even the village stray dogs were more friendly towards me than they were to them. Okay. Qin Jin nodded and said in a deep voice, Then let's go all the way and make them give up on the idea of asking you for money. They won't even dare to mention it again. I wouldn't dare to cause you any trouble. Can it really be done? Sun Yan's eyes sparkled. It's very simple. It just means you were too soft-hearted and too easy to bully before. Yeah, if I weren't stupid, would I let you bully me like this? Qin Jin chuckled and got up. Then let me bully you a little more. Oh no, no, it still hurts. Don't you want to know how I plan to deal with them? I want to hear it, but it still really hurts. It's all right, I have a way. Chapter 46. The moment the miracle happened. Just last night, Qin Jin was having a great time playing cards. After winning a round, he was really into the alluring Sun Yuan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. Based on his past habits of going out for a big meal, he would need at least another hour before he felt hungry again. Even though Sun Yuan is a top beauty, she still cannot break this ironclad rule. This is a matter of physical constitution, determined by physiological basis. But that's all in the past. Now he possesses a system. A burst of inspiration. Qin Jin lowered his eyes, focusing intently, and silently commanded in his mind, rewind 1 hour. The instruction was given, and a miracle occurred. Oh ho! Oh my god! It really works. Qin Jin immediately burst into wild laughter, unable to contain his joy. This marks the beginning of a new way of playing. With this special ability at his disposal, he's destined for greatness in the card game from now on. He has found no rivals across the world. Since that's the case, the classic metaphor about oxen and fertile fields will be completely rewritten for him. At this time, Sun Yuan was still feeling unwell, but this was no problem for Qin Jin. I know massage, it's a family tradition. I can rub it for you, and it will soothe you, improve blood circulation, and remove blood stasis. You won't believe me, just feel it. Really, it's definitely true. You'll know if it works once you try it. That? Sun Yuan was skeptical and a little puzzled. Then which spot should I massage? Just press wherever it hurts. Qin Jin replied cheerfully. Sun Yuan's face flushed instantly, and she said shyly, "You're lying to me. You can't get a massage there. Why can't I press it?" Qin Jin raised an eyebrow and explained in a serious tone. The human body has 362 acupoints that run through the whole body. Meridians exist between acupoints. Massaging acupoints can unblock the meridians and improve physiological functions. Given your current condition, we need to perform physical therapy on 3 acupoints: Sugu, Inui, and Xiaji. Huh. Sun Yuan listened in a daze, and the set of professional terms added to her trust. Where are these points located? How should I massage them? Just lie down, I'll take care of the rest. Wait a moment, I'll go wash my hands first. Qin Jin made it a very ceremonial affair, not only washing his hands, but also bringing a pack of wet wipes. Rewind 5 minutes. Rewind 10 minutes. Rewind 10 minutes. As Qin Jin issued a series of orders, the bruises indeed began to improve, slowly subsiding. The redness gradually faded. Half an hour later, Qin Jin rubbed his palms and asked with a smile, "How are you feeling?" "Not so bad anymore." "Huh? It really doesn't hurt at all anymore." Sun Yuan examined it carefully and immediately widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, feeling incredulous. "What kind of method is this?" "This is the secret of our ancestors' medicine." Qin Jin smiled and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine has been accumulated for thousands of years, so it must have an extraordinary foundation." "Ah." She abruptly pushed Qin Jin's hand away and said coyly, "You're so bad." "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Jin laughed heartily. "Let's go one more round." They might say they'd play a game, but the sheer pleasure of it often makes it hard to stop. Before she knew it, it was noon. Exhausted, Sun Yuan felt like her bones were about to fall apart. She used the last bit of strength in her body to shield Qin Jin to her side. "I'm resting. I'm exhausted and starving." "Oh, any other feelings?" "That's all." "Is it really completely gone?" Sun Yuan turned her face, her phoenix eyes now filled with affection, sparkling and watery, her voice sweet and coquettish. "Then tell me, what else?" "It's pleasure." Qin Jin chuckled and said, "More exciting than yours, right? Are you asking for it?" "How did you know?" "Hee hee, I overheard it by accident at night. It's your fault for making so much noise. I really didn't mean to spy on you. You're the one with the loud voice." Sun Yuan was both embarrassed and angry, and said in a coquettish voice, "I don't care. You were clearly the one who eavesdropped on purpose." They lingered in bed for a while before finally getting up one after the other. Women's resilience is truly amazing. Just a moment ago, she was weak and saying she felt like she was falling apart, but as soon as she got up, she started preparing to take a shower. Qin Jin suggested taking a bath together, and he would also help her scrub her back. He was met with a firm refusal from Sun Yuan and was pushed out of the house, with the bathroom door locked from the inside. Qin Jin smiled and turned to go back into the house to lie down. As soon as he settled down, a thought crossed his mind, and he summoned the system interface. I was so focused on playing cards today that I completely neglected the system. That was really wrong of me. After all, this is the foundation for his future enjoyment of life. I glanced at the duration first. 2 hours, 14 minutes, and 38 seconds. The duration has increased by another hour, a steady increase that is worth celebrating. Just as he was about to shut down the system, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. A subtle change has appeared in the lower right corner of the system panel. Good man 1. Happiness level, 4 out of 10. The level remains at 1, unchanged, but the happiness value below has actually increased by 4 points. Qin Jin realized in an instant that they had fought 2 rounds last night and just played 2 more rounds, so 2 plus 2 equals 4. It fits perfectly, without the slightest error. Goodness. It seems my previous predictions were correct. The accumulation of happiness points depends on an individual's level of pleasure. Each enjoyable moment increases the happiness level by 1 point. Brilliant. We've already collected 4 points, and the next upgrade is just around the corner. Chapter 47 Control. Exiting the system interface, Qin Jin casually clicked on Su Zhoyun's profile picture on the social media app. If I could get her to help me farm quest points, the progress bar would probably fly by, right? Little wildcat, you haven't learned your lesson again? Looks like you need a good scolding. Confirmed delivery. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jin turned his head and began to browse through the backlog of messages on WeChat. Feng Shiju. Brother Zhao, are you planning to skip work again today? That's awesome. Feng Shiju. Zhang Xuefu. That idiot. Hasn't been seen today either. Guess where he went? I heard he went to visit Zhang Pingping's parents. Feng Shiju. That kid is really lucky. Zhang Bo. Jinzi, why aren't you at your post yet? What big deal are you busy with? Zhang Bo. President Su looks terrible today. Take my advice, tone it down, and don't get yourself into trouble at this critical juncture. Qin Jin gave a few perfunctory replies and continued swiping the screen to view other content. Qin Jin retorted, believe it or not, you'll have plenty of time to be envious later. Zhong Bao, stop joking with me, get serious. I just found a place with an amazing atmosphere. Everyone's waiting for you. Are you sure you can pull this off? Qin Jin knocked and said, no interest. I've already transcended low-level interests. Turn back before it's too late, leopard. Zhong Bao, get lost. Seriously, if I ever contact you again, I'll change my surname to yours. Qin Jin chuckled and continued scrolling through the subsequent message entries. Tang Tang. Brother Zhao, when's a convenient time for you? I'd like to invite you to dinner. These words were also conveyed last night. Qin Jin pondered for a moment, then called back. Inviting me to dinner for no reason? Could it be that you're thinking of me? The tone was slightly teasing, but not excessive. It was entirely up to the reader to interpret it. In a close friendship, this kind of joke is just normal conversation. After dealing with Tang Tang, all the red notification dots finally disappeared. Qin Jin switched back to Su Zhoyun's chat window. Seeing that she didn't respond, he added, in that case, I'll come to her office this afternoon. Get ready beforehand. Buzz. The mobile device on the desk started vibrating again. Su Zhoyun, who was already somewhat uneasy, instantly darkened her expression. She hadn't seen Qin Jin all morning, nor had she received any contact from him. This rare tranquility made her feel much more at ease, as if the weight on her heart had been lifted a little. She sincerely hoped that guy would never show up at the company again. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Right after lunch break, a string of characters popped up on the screen, and it was obvious who it was. Su Zhoyun initially intended to pretend to be deaf and dumb, but then worried that she would completely enrage Qin Jin. Thus, she was once again caught in a dilemma. Before she could even process what was happening, a second message came crashing down on her. Just a glance at it made Su Zhoyun's breathing quicken. Is he really coming over this afternoon? Once he shows up, I have absolutely no way to hide. When that time comes, I'll inevitably be subjected to that again. Recalling the events of the past few days, Su Zhoyun felt her mind was in complete chaos, her heart filled with shame and anger. From the very beginning of her education, she was the pride of the gardeners, a role model in the eyes of her elders, and a universally recognized top goddess. Wherever she is always surrounded by envious glances. Others always greeted her with smiles and treated her with great courtesy, always behaving with propriety. Even today, in the eyes of the public, she remains a beautiful, generous, knowledgeable, wise, and highly capable career elite. No one has ever dared to offend her in the slightest. Qin Jin, however, shattered this myth. This incident became a lingering shadow over her, causing her to agonize over it every night before falling asleep, her mind filled with Qin Jin's image and even that chilling pain. Putting aside those feelings of resistance, Su Zhouyun was filled with endless fear. She absolutely could not allow that hidden secret to be exposed to the light of day. She couldn't have predicted it. What will others think of her, and how will they view her once they know that secret? I'm afraid I'll find myself in a situation where everyone points fingers, and I'll be ridiculed. Even the family's reputation could be ruined as a result. Given the elders' strong sense of honor, they might even be driven to despair. Su Zhouyun forced herself to shut out these terrible thoughts. Buzz. The communication device buzzed for the third time. Su Zhouyun's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly grabbed her phone. After realizing it was just a promotional ad pushed by JD.com, her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled down. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she turned on the camera and walked heavily toward the bench. After Qin Jin sent Su Zhouyun a follow-up message, he noticed an unread email in his inbox. I casually clicked on it, and it was a business notification pushed by Huifeng Bank. The content indicates that his personal account has been initially set up and is currently in a dormant phase. It will only be officially activated after the first payment is made. 50W. Qin Jin was already familiar with these routine procedures. He tapped the investment promotion app and skillfully transferred 500,000 yuan to the account. After the remittance was completed, the confirmation SMS arrived as scheduled the very next second. The bank officially confirmed that his Global Pass account has been fully unlocked and all functions are now available. They also thoughtfully advised him to contact his dedicated account manager to customize an asset enhancement plan. The speed of their work this time was truly impressive. A smile appeared on Qin Jin's lips as he switched back to the original funds interface. The main card balance was now 2,205,013 yuan. The purchase of luxury cars cost over 300,000 yuan. The rent for upscale apartments cost over 300,000 yuan, plus the activation fee just now, and the usual extravagance, entertainment, and tips. TSK. This amount of money really doesn't last long. Qin Jin sighed inwardly and simply transferred the remaining 2.2 million into Huifeng's account as well. Everything is ready. All that's left is the anticipation of nightfall. Just as the funds were being settled, buzz. A vibration struck my palm. Qin Jin slightly raised his eyelids, thinking to himself, finally, a response? I swiped it open casually, and the content was exactly as expected. Su Zhouyun sent back a full-body photo. In the photo, she was wearing a gray off-shoulder V-neck top, fitted black pencil pants that accentuated her curves, and a pair of aggressive black pointed stilettos. Red background. What catches the eye most is that a light gray, cicada wing-like texture inadvertently slips out from the edge of the narrow trouser leg. Curries, Su Zhouyun finally made arrangements for her. But this time, Su Zhouyun deliberately covered half her face. Even so, Qin Jin could still feel his blood surging. His offensive had taken another step forward. At this rate, completely melting this aloof iceberg is just around the corner. Qin Jin, awesome. You behaved quite well this time. Wink, wink, wink. Qin Jin, but who told you to add that mask? From now on, don't let me see any more of that unnecessary stuff without my approval. Su Zhouyun, why are you making so many demands? Everything's already been sent out. What else do you want? Qin Jin, if you insist on hiding things, then the next mission might be twice as difficult. Faced with this threat, the other end of the screen fell into a deathly silence. Qin Jin grinned mischievously, his fingertips tapping again. Or tell me, this is actually your true inner desire? Like you wrote in that post, you're actually eager to experience that kind of rebellious, depraved pleasure? Chapter 48. Dare to threaten me back? The difficulty doubles. The words on the phone screen made Su Zhouyun's pupils shrink suddenly. She absolutely refused to admit it, but the thoughts swirling in her mind made her too ashamed to speak. She desperately wanted Qin Jin to stop, but she couldn't bring herself to beg for mercy. From a young age, she had been extremely arrogant. I will never bow down to anyone. Besides, her clear mind reminded her that Qin Jin would never let go so easily. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Zhouyun replied, Qin Jin, do you realize that your actions are already testing the limits of the law? You're just asking for trouble. I can wipe the slate clean of past grievances. If you're short on cash, I can just throw money at you to get rid of you. Do you really think I'd willingly let you hold me in your palm forever? I advise you to stop now. If things end up with both sides losing, it won't do you any good either, will it? Huh. Upon seeing Su Zhouyun's message, Qin Jin burst out laughing. This woman actually dares to threaten me back? I knew she wouldn't be an easy nut to crack. Crack. Qin Jin replied instantly. I haven't had enough fun yet. I can't wrap this up. If I can drag you, this amazing mermaid, down with me, even if the net breaks, it'll be worth it, not a loss at all. Su Zhouyun. Qin Jin, what will it take for you to give up? Even through the screen, you could feel that she had completely broken down. Qin Jin scoffed and retorted, You want me to raise my hand? When have you ever shown me any mercy before? Why did you force me to work endless overtime in the first place? 996 isn't enough for you, and you still dare to use that 007 routine? When you wanted to fire me, and even planned to blacklist me from the industry, leaving me with no way out, did you show me any leniency? What does that good-for-nothing Zhang Xuefu know? I've been working tirelessly, day and night, to fill all those huge gaps in the technical team. Why should he be promoted to director? Why did you reject my salary adjustment request at the end of the year? Qin Jin became increasingly frustrated as he wrote, reflecting on how he had worked like a slave and been relentlessly competing for success over the past few years, only to end up with nothing to show for it. As the project leader, Su Zhouyun is definitely the culprit. Su Zhouyun, you know how much pressure we were under at the time, and besides, I did try to get overtime pay for everyone, didn't I? Su Zhouyun, as for the expulsion and ban, it started because you launched a personal attack against me first. However, I did go a bit too far, and I sincerely apologize to you. Su Zhouyun, regarding the appointment of Zhang Xuefu, it was my misjudgment. I misjudged the situation, and I apologize to you. Su Zhouyun, sorry, I'll sign your raise application right now. Staring at the explanations sent by Su Zhouyun, Qin Jin sneered disdainfully and replied, If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? I don't even care about that stinking money anymore. I accepted the apology, but this matter is not over yet, and I have no intention of turning the page. What's this so-called prejudice you just mentioned? Could it be that Zhang Xuefu is secretly making things difficult for me? The fact that he failed to become the top technical expert remained a thorn in Qin Jin's side, one that he couldn't shake off. He couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong. Su Zhouyun, I previously had a recording and a short video clip. In the audio, you're chatting with a group of people gossiping about me, saying I'm pretentious all the time, and even calling me a nun. The video content shows you slacking off at work by watching live streams or even browsing random and illegal websites. Given these behaviors, upon seeing the truth, Qin Jin instantly realized what was going on. There was definitely a trap here. As for who leaked this evidence to Su Zhouyun, it's obvious even with your eyes closed that it was Zhang Xuefu, since he was the biggest beneficiary. Having been framed like this, it would be a miracle if Su Zhouyun still found him agreeable. But Qin Jin still couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. Was I wrong in my assessment? You always have that cold face, like everyone owes you a fortune. Is it so hard to show a smile? Your mouth is like it's covered in venomous thorns. You don't give me any face at all. Isn't that enough to drive me to extinction? Besides, aren't you secretly a repressed pervert with a surprising contrast? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? If you said anything wrong, why don't you refute it? You never slacked off when you were in the office? You probably browsed those adult websites more often than I did, right? What I can't stand most is your utterly hypocritical double standards. Staring at Qin Jin's scathing sarcasm on the screen, Su Zhouyun's complexion was unpredictable, sometimes flushed red and sometimes ashen. Her left fist was clenched so tightly that her fingernails dug into the flesh of her palm. Buzz. The phone vibrated again, and 2 pop-up windows appeared. Qin Jin, stop giving me that nonsense. This is your final warning. If you dare to try to scare me with those things again, Qin Jin, you'll have to consider the consequences yourself. I've already made my intentions clear. Qin Jin, since you dared to have such wicked thoughts, from now on, your workload will be increased to the maximum. Qin Jin, go to the office, kneel down, look up, open your mouth, and take a picture. Qin Jin, you must submit your get-off-work report before leaving the company. Qin Jin, if you dare to be even a minute late, the difficulty will double. I'll show you what it means to escalate things. Su Zhouyun froze. Her breathing became rapid like a bellows, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. The gray shirt was stretched to its limit by the violent movements, and it felt like the buttons might pop off at any moment. Snap! She smashed the phone on the floor in a fit of rage. Just as Sun Yan finished her confrontation with Su Zhouyun, she came out of the bathroom, smelling fresh from her shower. Qin Jin quickly took a shower and came out feeling refreshed. After tidying themselves up a bit, the two left home together. Their stomachs were already rumbling with hunger, and they had no interest in traveling far, so they found a well-decorated Huayan cuisine restaurant nearby. Mealtime. An hour later, both of them had filled their stomachs. Qin Jin patted his slightly bulging belly and chuckled. Shall we head back home? What's the point of going back and causing trouble? Of course, we're doing serious business. Sun Yan's face flushed instantly, and she gave him a charming glare before scolding him coquettishly. Don't even think about it. I really can't take it anymore. I can barely walk straight now. Why wear high heels if you can't walk? I just wanted to dress smartly to be with you, so you could look good in public? Haha, then I must thank you for your kindness, madam. Sun Yan smiled sweetly and took Qin Jin's arm. Let's go. Immediately afterwards, she quickly added, don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted to help you pack your luggage. Didn't you agree to move to Shengshi Huafu today? There's no rush. Let's postpone it for a couple of days. Qin Jin waved his hand, thinking to himself that if he really moved, it wouldn't be so convenient to find Sun Yuan to practice with in the future. However, he didn't plan to live with Sun Yuan officially. It was fine to be affectionate for a few days occasionally, but he couldn't stand being together for a long time. If he's tied up at home all day, how can he go out and cast his nets and raise fish in his pond? That would be digging your own grave and cutting off your own path to wealth. He would never do something so idiotic. She realized that Qin Jin had no intention of inviting her to move into the new house with him. A hint of disappointment inevitably flashed through Sun Yan's heart, but she concealed it very well, quickly composed herself, and put on a smile again. Hey, by the way, you still haven't told me what you're trying to do by collecting background information on those people. What are you really up to? Let's talk on the bus. We can chat slowly on the way. Aren't we going back? It's still early before dark, and you won't let me have any extra food when we get home. What am I supposed to do but stare blankly at the table? I just fed you until you were full. Why can't you ever get enough of your food? Haha, such exquisite food deserves to be savored repeatedly. After all, your main dish is just so delicious and tempting. I'm not giving you any. The two flirted and teased each other as they got into the Yangwang U8. Qin Jin casually turned on the navigation, stepped on the accelerator, and the massive vehicle glided steadily onto the main road. Chapter 49. You have to use ruthless methods to deal with scoundrels. Huh? Is this trick really reliable? After hearing Qin Jin's plan, Sun Yan was stunned. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she looked hesitant. Hey. Qin Jin smirked, gripping the steering wheel and staring intently at the road ahead, and asked, why not? The key is, Sun Yan said with a worry. Just having an ID card probably won't pass the verification process, right? These days, everyone has to use facial recognition, right? That refers to large platforms. Regular military organizations are strictly controlled, and their procedures are definitely much more rigorous. Qin Jin casually explained. We specifically target those low-end loan companies where the rules are just for show. Sun Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, I'm afraid the interest rates on these kinds of loans are frighteningly high, right? That's for sure. It's loan sharking. You should have heard of the underworld rule of 9 out, 13 back, right? Okay. Seeing Sun Yan's hesitant expression, Qin Jin teased. What? You're having second thoughts again. It's not that bad. It's just that this is a bottomless pit. Isn't it a bit too harsh for them to do this? Heartless. Qin Jin snorted coldly and retorted directly. Back when they conspired to ask you for money and threatened to cause a huge scene at your company if you didn't pay them, trying to make you lose face in front of your colleagues. Did they ever think about how cruel that was to you? You're all alone, struggling in a place like Shanghai. Have they considered your hardships? Have they thought about whether you've encountered any difficulties? You work hard to earn a salary of 10 or 20,000, and they actually asked to take 5,000 away. TSK. This is truly something I've never seen before. It's broadened my horizons. Originally, upon hearing Qin Jin's sharp condemnation, Sun Yuan felt a pang of sadness as she recalled all the grievances she had suffered in the past, but when she heard the last witty remark, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, you're so naughty. She glared at Qin Jin playfully and said irritably, are you teasing me or helping me get revenge? This new energy vehicle is indeed easy to drive. You can control it with your left hand on the steering wheel. My right hand is completely free. Anyway, it's a waste to just sit around doing nothing. Qin Jin swept his arm and casually placed it on Sun Yan's thigh. She had carefully dressed herself before coming out. Under her pink and white floral skirt were almost transparent ultra-thin stockings, and on her feet were a pair of light-colored pointed high heels. The socks are of excellent quality, smooth and delicate to the touch, with a touch of high-end frosted texture. The feel is absolutely superb. Qin Jin gently stroked it and sighed. I really admire you. You've managed to endure those days until now. Sun Yuan adjusted the back of her chair a little, sinking comfortably into it, and sighed helplessly. Who wants to suffer like that? But I really had no choice before. Who says there's no way? Didn't I just point you in the right direction? Qin Jin calmly analyzed. Aren't those people all about money and no people? Why not use their names to take out a loan? And you can transfer 5,000 to them every month. Once they've squandered all the money, it's their own fault when creditors come knocking. After all, they're the ones who enjoyed the money, so they'll have to worry about paying it back themselves. That way, you won't have to pay out of your own pocket to fill that hole. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? A win-win situation. Sun Yan let out a long sigh, her expression dejected as she muttered, I'm just afraid of going too far. Even though I hate them from the bottom of my heart, I despise them all. Qin Jin shook his head as he listened. Although Sun Yan didn't say it outright, he knew exactly what was going on. Ultimately, it's that blood relation that's causing the problem. I'm afraid it might really drive my family into a dead end. This is not an exaggeration. Debt with compound interest can indeed be deadly. Sun Yuan added quietly. Adults may be adults, but children are ultimately innocent. Have to. Her younger brother already has a family and a little one. Qin Jin suddenly remembered this. How did those people manage to ambush you in Shanghai before? Did you leak your address? No way. I even canceled and re-registered my phone number. Sun Yan said dejectedly. They came here directly to report to the police, with my photo and the whole family's household registration book in their hands. This has been planned for a long time. Qin Jin was speechless. It seems that we have to use drastic measures to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Sun Yan kept her lips tightly closed and did not say a word. Let's do it this way. Qin Jin pondered for a moment. First, try to get your household registration booklet over and process a household registration transfer so that you can officially settle down here. After it's all over, cut off all contact with them completely. Even if they call the police, they won't be able to find you. Shanghai is a vast city. If you hide, no one will be able to find you. Sun Yan was somewhat tempted, but then she worried. But getting a household registration here isn't that easy. Besides, they treat that household registration book like a treasure. I can't even get my hands on it. What's so difficult about that? Qin Jin smiled calmly. As long as you're willing to spend the money, none of this matters. You must know the story of 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, right? I know, Sun Yan nodded obediently. Qin Jin pressed further. Of your 2 brothers, which one do your parents love more? Sanner, Sun Yan explained. The 3rd son is the youngest and unmarried. These past few years, he's been constantly asking me for money, his excuse being that he wants to save up for his wife. Then you should try to bring the 2nd brother to Shanghai, and I'll personally have a go at him. What do you want to talk to him about? Let's talk about whether he feels unbalanced or wants to make a fortune. Speaking of this, Qin Jin waved his hand. Don't worry about the details. I guarantee I'll handle this perfectly. Your job is to find an excuse to lure him to Shanghai, and then I'll handle the rest. Well, okay then. Sun Yuan obediently responded. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she exclaimed coquettishly, Can you please keep your hands to yourself? Don't get any funny ideas. Haha, my hands are a little unresponsive. In the blink of an eye, U8 had already turned into Hang Lung Plaza. Upon landing and discovering their surroundings, Sun Yuan looked on in surprise. Why did you bring me here? Going to the mall is all about shopping. What else can we do? Let's go. Qin Jin held Sun Yan's hand tightly and strode briskly through the door. You need to use different approaches to flirt with different girls. But the core logic remains the same. Cater to their preferences. Sun Yuan's materialistic and vain personality makes her completely powerless against money and extravagance, making her the easiest to win over. All it takes is a crazy amount of credit card spending to completely seduce her. Now that he had won her over, Qin Jin naturally needed to work harder to solidify his position and make her completely devoted to him. The ground floor is filled with famous watches and luxury jewelry. Luxury watches are not on the list yet. Those things are really expensive. I don't have enough savings yet. so I'll hold off on that for now. But I can still easily afford some glittering gold jewelry. You should know that these shiny little gadgets are the real weapon to win a woman's heart. Qin Jin led Sun Yan directly into Zhou Dashing. Shan, take a look and see which one catches your eye. Huh? You're really going to give it to me? Sun Yan's eyes lit up as she stared at the dazzling gold jewelry in the display case, her smile almost reaching her ears. Qin Jin hooked his arm around her soft waist and whispered mischievously in her ear, I just tasted your unparalleled delicacy, so I have to give you something in return, right? If I come empty-handed, and you turn on me and won't let me in, who am I supposed to complain to? You're so irresponsible. Sun Yuan blushed deeply, lightly punched him, and retorted in a sweet voice, stop being so conceited. I'm not as petty as you say. So, does that mean we can order this dish again in the future? Eat your fill, okay? Sun Yan gave a coquettish sigh. But it's really not possible right now. I need to rest for a couple of days. Taking advantage of the moment when the shop assistant turned their head, Qin Jin took the opportunity to lightly pat her pert spot. Haha. Hurry up and choose. I'll take you upstairs later to sweep up some new outfits. Chapter 50, I can handle any color. Sun Yuan didn't continue to refuse and patiently started selecting items at the counter. But after gesturing back and forth for a long time, she only took a fancy to a kaleidoscope pure gold bracelet. The design is quite simple and elegant, just a plain gold ring with a small gold ball in the center. Beautiful lady, your taste is truly exceptional. This bracelet is a hot-selling item that just arrived in our store. The design is simple yet stylish, and it comes with a small, delicate lucky bead. With your fair complexion, this minimalist style really brings out your elegance. Seeing that Qin Jin's gaze had turned towards them, the saleswoman quickly smiled and said, handsome, this gold bracelet weighs exactly 13.14 grams. It's all solid pure gold, symbolizing a lifetime of companionship and that our love is stronger than gold. It would be perfect as a token of love for your sweetheart or partner. Qin Jin peeked at the price tag. The total was 11,833 yen. The amount was set quite tactfully. It wasn't outrageous, nor did it lower the price. It was just right. Qin Jin casually put his arm around Sun Yuan's soft waist, his palm roaming over her waist discreetly for a few moments, and teased. Are you really going to buy this one? The design is a bit too plain. No need to hold onto my wallet for me. Sun Yuan gently shook her head, pursed her red lips, and replied sweetly. That's over 10,000. Your money didn't fall from the sky. I just like this kind of vibe. Oh ho. Qin Jin chuckled to himself. If he hadn't already seen through Sun Yuan's nature, he might have actually been moved by this little bit of gentleness. Besides, to be honest, although his assets didn't fall from the sky, acquiring them wasn't much more difficult than picking up money off the street. Qin Jin smiled and said, have you thought it through? You've decided on this one. I'll take this one. Sun Yan smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy and contentment. Seeing this, Qin Jin's desire for control instantly surged. This girl definitely knows how to make men happy. Okay, take this one first, and I'll take you to pick out the more top-of-the-line ones later. After saying that, Qin Jin took out his phone and decisively scanned the code to pay. He used a credit card, but the huge sum of money sitting in Huifeng Bank was his initial capital, which he had to keep for legitimate purposes. After getting the bracelet sorted out, the two headed straight upstairs. The second floor is filled with high-end luxury brands, including Hermes, LV, Dior, Chanel, and Gucci. 2 bags. Qin Jin asked casually. Sun Yuan bit her delicate lips and replied softly, I have one in my hand, but I didn't pay for those bags. Qin Jin smiled and slightly raised his chin. Let's go inside and browse. There's no need to be so reserved with your own man. Sun Yuan's heart trembled as she listened, her face full of admiration as she exclaimed, Good brother, you looked absolutely stunning just now. You're tempted? Qin Jin raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. You're so naughty. Sun Yan swayed her hips gently, adopting a coy and inviting posture. Immediately afterwards, she released Qin Jin's arm and walked gracefully toward the LV store not far away. Qin Jin sighed inwardly. It seemed that even the most elegant ladies in the world were powerless against the allure of those 2 letters. About 15 minutes later, Sun Yan took a fancy to an exquisite seashell bag. Does it suit me? Perfect. Qin Jin took out his phone and instructed the teller. Pack it up and pay. These few words brought smiles to Sun Yan and the salesperson's faces, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Scan the QR code. 18,600 yuan. Payment successfully deducted. Want to pick another one to switch between? I think the styles in the display case are quite eye-catching. Forget it. I'll be satisfied with just one. Qin Jin waved his hand to the other side. How about we go to Chanel? We can buy some clothes and shoes while we're there. No need. My closet is already full, and today's expenses are quite high. It's still not quite there. If you're one of my people, you have to be dressed smartly and stand out. How can you let others outdo you? You can't skimp on any of the proper pomp and circumstance. After hearing this, the sales assistant standing beside her changed her expression, her eyes filled with envy as she looked at Sun Yan. Beautiful lady, your boyfriend really spoils you rotten. Yo-ho. After hearing this, Sun Yan felt incredibly sweet inside, and every pore on her body seemed to radiate a refreshing energy. This was the life of a wealthy wife she had always dreamed of, where she could comfortably bask in the envious and resentful glances of those around her. Thank you. Sun Yuan nodded slightly, her smile revealing a touch of poise and grace. Immediately afterwards, following Qin Jin's suggestion, Sun Yan picked out a long dress from Chanel, along with a pair of stiletto sandals. 34,000 yuan. As the two brand sales assistants respectfully said goodbye, Sun Yan walked briskly out of the store with Qin Jin on her arm. She clung tightly to Qin Jin's arm, shaking it vigorously, her manner full of coquettishness. Honey, I feel so good today. Thank you for feeding me. Noticing the amazing elasticity in his arm, Qin Jin grinned and said, This little thing is nothing. Let's go take another look over there. That's enough. Really, don't buy any more. That won't do. Qin Jin suppressed his smile and said solemnly, You absolutely must take this treasure. Oh. Upon seeing the signboard of the store where Qin Jin had landed, Sun Yan's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she immediately understood what this man was planning. Victoria's Secret. Which style do you like? Sun Yan asked, her eyes full of affection as she breathed into Qin Jin's ear. There's a kind of outfit that's quite mysterious. It's clearly meant for women to wear close to their skin, but they always seem to seek the opinions of men. At this point, the men are usually quite generous and will provide very professional visual guidance. Qin Jin replied with a mischievous grin. Those with lace, dresses, two-piece sets, even those with cutouts. I'm interested in them all. The less fabric used, the more pleasing it looks to me. Sun Yuan rolled her eyes with a charming expression and said coquettishly, Why is your heart filled with such wicked thoughts? As the old saying goes, a man's true nature is his instinct. Qin Jin shrugged. Even the big shots can't escape this hurdle, so I, a mere mortal, am certainly even worse off. Sun Yuan gave him another sideways glance. So which color scheme do you prefer? I have a good appetite, and I can pull off any pattern. I spent more time at Victoria's Secret than at any other store. After all, the amount of goods looted was truly astonishing. It truly is a top brand in the industry. The variety is dazzling. Qin Jin was so engrossed in watching that he wanted to pack up the entire shop and take it with him. But considering the limit on his overdraft card, he rationally gave up the idea. Even so, I bought about 30 items here. Various types of stockings made up the majority of the market, from polka dots and prints to those with back stripes and embroidery, in black, white, gray, and skin tones. These were the main attraction. The rest were all those alluring little trinkets. Total expenditure, 58,000 yuan. Although the price-performance ratio is a bit exaggerated, several pairs of socks are as thin as cicada wings, and there are even some holes deliberately made in the middle. This kind of thing costs more than 700 yuan. But Qin Jin paid without batting an eye, his face full of self-satisfaction. Oh well, it's torn up. I'll just come back and shop some more later. Good brother, I'm already being extravagant enough. Let me get you a couple more outfits. Let's talk about it another day. 2 more days. Sun Yan was full of suspicion, but Qin Jin didn't have the mind to say anything more. He couldn't very well admit that he was currently relying entirely on credit card overdrafts, and that he had cash on hand ready to make a big splash. Come on, let me get you a new phone. Spend money again? Oh well, my current one is still running smoothly. These are all antiques from several years ago. They can't possibly match your style. My people need to be dressed in the top-of-the-line new model. Sun Yuan pointed to Qin Jin's Mate 20 and joked, But your phone looks older than mine. Qin Jin's face instantly darkened. That's not an exaggeration at all. This old phone really has been with him for many years. The key is that it's incredibly durable, and since he's not addicted to games, it's more than enough for him, so he never even considered replacing it. Looking at it now, it does seem to have lowered his perceived value.